Hello developers, and welcome to this PHP MySQL CMS course. I'm going to be your host. I'm Muhammad Hassan, and in this course I'm going to show you how to build this fascinating PHP in MySQL CMS. In this course you are going to be introduced to a couple of the main concepts that any website actually has. So you're going to be introduced to the login and registration system, how to create your posts, how to create your categories, or anything that you name it, you're going to be learning in this course. And of course there's going to be an admin panel for this one. We're having an admin panel down here. We are going to manipulate your data, and we're going to limit the user and everything. So you're going to be learning how to log in your admins, how to create admins inside the admin panel, how to manipulate the categories, how to create, update, and delete the categories, and how to show the status, or how to activate and deactivate the posts and delete them, and so on and so forth. And there is a lot of functionality, and there is a lot of stuff that goes down to this course that you're going to be experiencing once you get in and buy this course. So basically, if we press on login, you can see that we have our own login down here. And of course we can I can show you a post down here. So we have the post title, we have the subtitle, we have the name of the guy who posted this post, and we have our own date down here, and the content of this post down here, and we also have the image for every post, and we can have the categories down here. Every category will contain a bunch of posts. This one a bunch of posts. This one only has one post. So if we go and log in down here, or we can actually, if we don't have any account, we can register. Just click down here and we can say maybe user 11 user.com, and the username, we can say user.new.11, and we can see the password. You can set it to whatever password that you like, maybe 1 2 3 4 5 6. And if we register now, we can go to our own login page. So we can actually go ahead and log in and get to the index page, and go ahead and log in with our sessions. So if I go ahead and type this again, and if I go to our own password, actually let's write a wrong password and let's see what's gonna happen. This is a wrong password. You can see down here that it shows a message that this email or password is wrong. Okay, so we have our little validation down here. We're not going to be just posting and creating stuff, everything. We're going to be limiting the user, we're going to be controlling everything. So if I go back and 1 2 3 4 5 6, if I log in, you can see that now I'm going to the index, and of course the password is going to be hashed with one of the most popular hashing algorithms and functions, which is the password hash. I'm going to show you how to use it, so you can actually log in the user. So if somebody accesses your database, he's not going to be discovering the passwords. He's not going to be identifying anything, because the password column in the database, it's going to be a hash. So you can see that down here we're landing in our index.php. We can still access our posts, we can still access our own categories, stuff like that. So, and we can actually go ahead and create a post. It's really simple to create posts down here. So if we go post maybe 5, subtitle post 5, and for the body, just the body of the post, and you can select whichever category that you want this post to go into, and you can choose an image that you like down here. Alright, I'm going to show you everything that you need to do about images, all of that. Now our post is not showing in the index page because the post has now a status of deactivation. The post is totally like pending, so we need to be going ahead and activate this post. Alright, so the second thing, but we're going to be doing this for like in the admin panel just in a minute. The second thing, we can go to profile page. It's a little profile page where you can actually update your own username and your own username and your own email down over here, and you can actually log out. Alright, so I'm guessing this is like everything for the proc. It's not like everything. It is a couple of things that we are going to be going into. If you go into the course, you will find a bunch of things, but this is like the main things for the users and for the blog. Alright, so if we log out and if we go to the admin, and for the admin we need to be logging our admins in. Of course, nobody just can go ahead and register as an admin, so we're not going to be creating a registration page for our own admins. Here we're going to be creating a creation admin page inside our own admin. Once we log in, we will be able to access it, so we can actually create admins, but we're not going to set up a registration page down here. So I want to go to like PHP by an admin, so I can grab some data for the admins, so I can go ahead and log in. Maybe I will pick this up. Let's say 1 2 3 4. If I click login, you can see that I'm getting actually the email or the password is wrong, which means that I entered a wrong password. So this is a little validation down there also. So if I go ahead now and enter the right password, you can see that I'm getting right here to the index page for the admin panel down here. It's a cool little admin panel where we actually can log out and we can go to the home, and we have the number of posts, the number of categories, the number of admins that we have, and this is going to be all it for the index page for the admin. We can actually go to admins down here. We can show our own admins. We only have like 2, and we can create new admins down here. So we can actually go for the email admin3 at admin3.com, and we can go for the username admin3, and for the password we can go admin1234, and we can create. Now we have our own admins. We're going back to the index page. If we go back down here, you can see that we got our own admins down here, and if you look at this admins down here, you see that we got our own record over there. So if we click on categories now, we can see that we have our own categories. We can update them, we can delete them, we can do anything with the categories. So here we have the category design. We go ahead now and write anything other than design, maybe website design website. If we click update, you can see that we got it over here. Now we updated our own record. We can actually go ahead and delete it. Just like that, we got our own categories now deleted. Alright, so it's a fully functional thing that you're gonna be doing for the categories. We're not gonna allow the users to create categories, of course, or to update them. It's going just choose which category to go into when he inserts his own password. So for the categories down here, we can go ahead and create our own category, of course, and it will show up in the admin, will show up in the user side, and the user can go ahead and insert his own posts inside these categories. And if we go to posts now, we can see that we have our own posts down here. We're limiting, we're going to be showing like a couple of posts. We're not going to be showing every little post that we have, and of course you can show all of them if you want. And we have a status for the post. We have like a couple of posts right here that we just created. We created one down here which is deactivated. If you remember, we can actually activate it, so it will show up, supposed to be showing up now at the home. So we can see that the post 5 now is showing up down here at the home. We activated it, and if we deactivate like the post 1, which already shown down here, we can go ahead and refresh this. It will not be showing up. So it's a fully customizable way to control your own posts. And of course we can like delete our own posts. If we go down here and like the post 5 is gone, if we can go over here and refresh, you can see the post 5 now is gone from our own user's side. Alright, so this is like, there is a lot of things to be going, you know, for this blog. We are gonna be doing like all bunch of stuff that we need to, and of course I'm going to be adding to this course in the future. I'm thinking now of adding some kind of comments system that in the user side for the users, and we're only and of course we're going to be manipulating and controlling the comments, activating them, deactivating them, and all of that. So I hope that you guys like this intro, and I'm sure that you're gonna be, I can guarantee that you will like this course. You are going to be learning a lot from it. It's intensively for back-end purposes, right? So you should be knowing HTML, Bootstrap, you know, because we're going to be going right away for the back end. All right, so this is it, and I hope that you enjoy the course. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and what's going on? So we are going to start installing our XAMPP server right here, so we can get started with this course. Okay, if you Google XAMPP, a link like this should appear. I'm now on my virtual machine. If this is sound a little confusing to you, okay, yeah, it's kind of weird, but I don't want to install it, uninstall it and then reinstall it back on my main machine. Okay, now we're over here on the Apache server on the apachefriends.org, and we can download right here. You can download any one of these. You know, there is no actual difference between the first 3, but you don't want to be downloading the 4th one because this is PHP 8, and we're working on PHP 7 right here. And if you have this question like why don't we work on the 5th version, it's also popular. I would say there are not many differences between the 5th version and the 7th version. Okay, and the 7th version comes with a lot of great features. It's more modern and I like it a lot, so we are going to be working with it. Okay, so now you go ahead and press on download. Okay, this is kind of slow. You can speed up this video if you press on download right here. I'm gonna be working with the 7.4.1, and now it should be downloaded right here. Okay, I don't know why the panel didn't pop up. It should be popping up at your computer right now. Maybe I'm disconnected or anything like that. But if it didn't pop up, you can click right here. Sounds kind of weird. If you click right here, it will get you to the SourceForge, the SourceForge.net, and you can download it right here. Okay, it's really easy and simple to download, just like any other program. Now I have it over here on my network. Of course, this will not be the case for you. Just because I'm on my virtual machine, it should be right here. Okay, So all you have to do is just click on it, and you notice that I have 7.4.2. Okay, there are not any differences, you know, there are not very big differences between 7.4, 7.4, 7.3 or anything like that. They're basically the same thing. So if we click on it, I told you this is going to be kind of slow, so speed it up a little. Okay, I want to install this. Come on. Okay, I don't know if I should stop the recording right now. Okay, this is getting really boring right here. So let me stop it and get back to you. This whole virtual machine thing is okay. Now I got my panel right here. If I click OK and next, and now here is our tools inside our XAMPP. This for the server, we have Apache right here. I cannot uncheck this. You can see right here because this is mandatory. You cannot uncheck it, and of course you need the server. And in the programming languages, you have PHP. Of course, you cannot uncheck it. And in the program languages, of course, you have PHP MyAdmin right there. So, and you have a lot of other tools like MySQL, FileZilla, which is concerning with uploading your files to a host or anything like that. Okay, but I don't like to uncheck any of this. You can go ahead and click next with me, and it will be saved in C folder, okay, or the C drive, and click next. Okay, please select a different folder. Okay, so I actually installed it on my C a while back ago, so I will just go ahead and delete it. Okay, so now if I click next, we'll go ahead and to the next panel right here, and we need to uncheck this, next, and then next. Okay, now this could take a couple of minutes to install, so I will just get back to you in a couple of minutes. So now we're back again after the installation is done or nearly done. So it says right here, do you want to start a control panel now? And I'm going to uncheck this, and this is because I want to start the control panel as an administrator, so it can run in the background every time we start our computer. Okay, so if we run it, if we check this and run it, it will just you will have to run it every time you start your computer, and this is really annoying. We need to run it in the background, without having to run it all over again every time we start our PC. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck this and click on finish, and now if you go to your C drive like this, if you go to your exam, it will be in the C drive. Okay, now if I go over here and start my exam control as administrator, okay, and now you can choose whatever you want, but I will just go with English. Save. Now it should start up the panel. Come on. Okay, there you go. And now if this is red, you will have to click on it, so it will turn green, and this, you know, will be also red if you wanna click on it, so it will be green. Just you know, just install your services, but they're here installed. I don't know why, how that happened, but you know, it can happen sometime. But now if we go ahead and click on start like this should start the Apache server. Okay, and now it started right there. And if we click on this also, this you know, the PHP MyAdmin the PHP MyAdmin tool, which is an interface for managing databases, is also run. Here is our ports. Okay, this is 3306, and this one is, you know, 8443. Okay, if we go ahead and click on admin, this should trigger a page right here that will open up our page. Okay, this is kind of, you know, this is kind of slow, so I will just stop my video right here, and in the next one we are going to start the server and work on our course. Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience and the slow recording and all of this. I'm really sorry, and in the next one we are going to work on our course. So see you in the next. So in this one I'm going to show you how to install the Visual Studio Code, which is the text editor that we are going to be using. And probably if you're watching this, maybe like 99% of you guys have already like set up this this program. Okay, and if you did, just leave just follow along, you know, you can skip this video, whatever you like. So basically I have it down here, but if you wanna, I have already installed it, but if you look up down here, Visual Studio Code, we go over here, click on this link, you can click on download for Windows. Now it's gonna like show you how to download. It gives you like a Visual Studio Code. So if you click on save, it's actually going to be downloaded. So I actually downloaded it, so I'm going to cancel it, and I have it over here on my desktop, and you're gonna click I accept this agreement, next, and I'm not gonna add it to the path. So I'm gonna go ahead. If you want to create like a desktop icon or anything, it's basically like a simple program like any other program that you set up. And now if I click on install, I'm gonna be like installing this like Visual Studio Code. And if you go up over here, you can after you install it, you can look it up and it will show up right here, and you can open the Visual Studio. You can start coding with me. And of course, if you have like a PHP store, if you have like Sublime like I have one over here, if you have text plus, it's all fine. It will, all of them will do the trick. I don't want to like click install because I've already have my Visual Studio Code right here. It will override this one that I already have, and I have like I've a lot of settings and extensions, so I don't want to like to set up all of that again. So I'm just going to cancel, but you will click on install and it will install it right away for you. So yeah, I hope this I will be like this one. This one is so simple, and as I said, every text editor will do the trick. So thanks for this one, and see you. So guys, I was just want to show you the design of the clean blog, the user end down here. So it's pretty simple, just a little video. There's not gonna be much to show down here, but here is like the home page. you know, the create page. This is going to be like, we're gonna be using this to create our own posts, you know, gonna be like creating our own image, stuff like that. Then we're gonna log in and register, you know, and all of that. And yeah, that's actually that's basically it. You will get like the source code. Just look up the resource file for this one. You're going to be like getting all of this code that I already grabbed from, you know, some website online. And to be honest, I'm not gonna like explain every little bit of HTML and Bootstrap. This course is intensively for and specifically for the back end, the PHP and MySQL and PDO, and it's like for the back end. Maybe I will explain a little bit of Bootstrap and HTML on the way, but not everything. So you actually have to know Bootstrap before you take this course. All right, so yeah, as I told you before, this is going to be like everything for, you know, this this design. We're gonna be customizing and building this whole thing using PHP and MySQL. So I hope that you guys like this video and keep watching. So now we can go ahead and start right away. So basically, I'm over here in my htdocs folder right here in the exam file, or whatever, you know, server runner that you're using, whatever server program that you're using, and I'm in my clean dash block folder right here. And you can go ahead and open it in any editor that you want. Okay, so the folder is down here. Here is this like everything about the project, every file and every folder. So basically, the most important thing that we need to take care of when we're building some kind of back-end application is the config file. All right, right in the config file, like your database credentials, your database connection, it's all right there. So it's probably the most important and the most paramount file that you're going to be that you're gonna look for and take care of first. So let's go ahead and just create a folder down here, and let's call it config, and we're going to put everything in a folder so everything becomes neat. I'm gonna go for config.php, and we're gonna open up our PHP tags, and we have like four variables or 4 pieces of data that we need to take care of so we can go ahead and connect to our database. And the first thing is probably the host, and I'm gonna create a variable for the host. Host is local host. And the second thing is the DB name. DB name equals the database name that we're going to be creating, clean log. Maybe we don't need the dash. And the user, for this is root. It's for me root, and it's probably gonna be for you. And the password, and I actually don't have a password for my PHP my admin, so I'm gonna set just nothing. All right, so after that we are gonna go ahead and create our variable right here, and this is gonna like handle everything, like every connection to our database, every query. We are going to be using this connection variable down here. And it's actually an object because we're instantiating a PDO down here. We're saying new PDO, as in we're instantiating this class in PHP. So we're gonna our quotations, and we are gonna go ahead and write our MySQL, and this is like the type of SQL or the type of database that we are working with in this course. And we're gonna go ahead and do the host equals like the host that we have up there, and semicolon, so we can end this. And let's go for the second thing, which is the DP name equals DP name that we have like over here. All right, and we are gonna get out of the quotations and do a user and a password, okay, that we have. And let's close this, and if we save right now, actually let's just do a little small thing right here. We are gonna go ahead and check if the connection is true or not. If the connection equals true, then we're gonna echo out some kind of message. Let's say DP works, or connection actually works fine. All right, so if it doesn't work fine, we're gonna echo out connection error. And if we go ahead and save, go ahead to our local host / clean log / config / config.php. Connection, it's giving us connection is working fine. Well, actually maybe I have the database, I created the database already. So if we go ahead, PHP myadmin / sorry, not PHP myadmin, localhost at first, localhost. Maybe we can take this one right down here, and we go localhost PHP myadmin. So it's basically working right down here. If you're not seeing it, because I already have the database, I already created it. So it's down over here if you're not seeing it. Okay, I can actually go ahead, I can delete it, drop. Okay, so I dropped it. If I go ahead and refresh, you can see that it's giving us like this unknown database claim block right here on line like 17. So it's basically telling us that that it's not working. Okay, so what we're gonna do is just create the database. I'm just showing you how to create your database. It's really easy and simple. You go ahead and type in and writing clean block and press create. So it's basically down here, we're in the database, there's nothing in it, it's completely empty. Right, so now it's working fine. So right about now everything was working fine, but we can go ahead and actually make this a little more cleaner by writing our try and catch blocks. And basically the try and catch will allow you to like test for something. Okay, so we're basically gonna test for these, and if nothing, we're gonna put all of this, like all of this inside the try block down here, and if it's not working or anything like is wrong, it's going to trigger some kind of error message down here. That's a little more cleaner. All right, so let's go ahead and copy all of this, just put it down here, a little push, and in the catch we should be writing our own PDO exception, and we are gonna do an A down here as an object. So going to echo some kind of message, get message down here as a function. So yeah, this is basically it. Everything will be working fine right about now. So here is the try, and here is the catch, and here is some kind of object that will be triggered, and we'll get some message if something is wrong. So if we save, refresh, and go ahead now and comment all of this, and if we go ahead down here and let's mess up something, let's mess up the user and save, refresh, you can see that right here it's giving us access denied for user row 2, because of course we don't have this user right in my PHP admin. All right, so actually we can do a little more thing right here that's related to PDO, just PDO. Let's look it up. PDO exception and warning. If we go ahead to php.net, to this link, so sorry about that. So if we go down here to the PHP my admin, which is going to be like the first link that you'll see, and we are going to grab the error mode exception right here, which will trigger some kind of message for us. All right, so this is probably the most advanced thing you can do in like the error handling in PDO and PHP. All right, so here you go. We can like grab this line, can put it down here, and we of course we need to change like the object. This is not our object. So if we save, so it's basically says right here, set attributes, set the attribute mode, and for the attribute the error mode, like trigger some kind of exception down here. You can read everything that you want about this function down here, this PDO error mode exception over here. So if we go ahead and refresh, and of course nothing is happening down here. If we go ahead and mess this up, you can see that down here it's giving us that the access is denied for this user. All right, so everything's basically working fine. And yeah, this is it for this video, and see you in the next one. So now I guess we're ready for the register page, and we're going to be like doing some quite of work in this lecture, so I want you just to be patient, okay, and just to stay with me and focus. All right, so right about now we got the config taken care of. If we go ahead right now and do some kind of folder down here, and let's call it auth. Oh, didn't we have it actually? Yeah, we have like the auth folder down here, and we have the register and the login down here. So basically we want like to create some kind of header and footer files for our project, because of course we are going to be using like the header and the footer and the navbar for every for every page in our project, and we are gonna do like a lot of things with them. So we need like to take them and include them on every page. We're not gonna go ahead and like leave all of this in every page, because it's gonna be like repetitive, and it's a lot of work, and it's not something a programmer would do generally. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and like take from here, from the container down here, okay, after the main content comment, we're gonna take all of this, okay, Control X, and we are gonna go ahead and create some kind of folder, and we will like let's call it includes maybe, and let's go ahead and create some kind of file. Maybe we'll call this header.php, and let's paste it down here and save. And when the includes, of course, we are going to do footer.php, and let's go ahead at the register down here. All right, so and we are going to take this div right here, which is the div which is like the last div, the closing div for the last div right here, which is the container. All right, and we're gonna take it, excuse my English, and at the footer and paste it down here and save. Okay, and of course we are gonna go ahead at the register right about now, and we can include this with PHP. We're gonna go ahead right down here, and we're gonna do PHP require it's actually there is no colors for those two, because we need to go ahead and rename this to like register.php. all right, so now they have colors right now, which means that we are working fine. All right, we are gonna go ahead and like we have them in the includes right down here. Yeah, actually the includes need to be like in the includes need to be right in the file structure. Are they? Yeah, they're actually in this file structure down here. All right, why do they look? I feel like I don't know what's going on, but I feel like they are in the auth file down here. We will see. All right, so we can go ahead and go outside of this auth right here, and we are gonna go ahead for the includes down here, and we are gonna go ahead and bring in the footer.php down here. All right, and of course if this is like for the footer, we are gonna go ahead for the header, right, and save. If we go right about now over here in the route, we are in the route right down right here. We're gonna go ahead for the auth, and we are gonna go ahead to register. We're gonna access our file, register.php, and it's giving us some kind of errors down here. Require file, open no such file. Right, so we have some kind of error down here. Okay, I don't know what's going on, because this is not supposed to be here. No. Reveal in Explorer. Okay, right about now it's over here in the structure file. Okay, so if we refresh, I guess it's working now. So here it is, the register.php is working fine. Here is the header and the footer. We were just doing something with the file structure right here. It was working right here. Okay, it was already right over here, but in Visual Studio Code it was inside the auth folder down here. All right, so basically we now took care of the header and the footer and the includes, and we are going to be using them in every other file that we are going to be creating. All right, so now we are going to go ahead and do our creation. And basically the register in your database, it's going to be like any other creation, like when you create data into your database, but we are going to be like using some kind of password function to hash the password. All right, so this is basically it's going to be it. We're gonna check we're like having some kind of form down here. As you can see, the form, okay, it contains like some kind of inputs. It contains like the like a name, email, the input for the email, and we have an input right here for the username, and we have also an input for the password, and we have a submit button. Okay, so this is basically everything that we need. It's just some kind of simple form, and we're going to be creating our register page. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and write our backend, and first of all we are going to check if there is some kind of like user like clicked on the submit button. So we're going to be checking for some kind of click on our submit button. So if to do this, we're going to go ahead and do set post, and we're going to type in our submit button name right down here. So it's very important for every button and every like input to have a name just like this. All right, so if we don't have those, this will not work. Okay, so we are going to check for the name, submit, and let's check first. We can go ahead and echo submitted and save. If we go ahead and refresh this, can click register, you can see that right here we have our submitted, like that we echoed right over here. All right, so now we can go ahead and just work. So basically when the user clicks on the button, we want to like take all the data that's in the email input and the username input and the password input, and we want to submit it in our database. Of course, we are going to be creating the table, and I will show you how to do this just in a minute. All right, so we need some kind of if function inside down here, and this if function, of course, just to assure if we have like some kind of data over here, and this is called validation in programming. Or of course, like we have to do some kind of validation because we don't know like if the user is gonna like actually type something in the inputs or not. So we're gonna go ahead and say if the post equals the post like username or equals nothing, or the post username, this is like email, yeah, this should be like username and this should be email. All right, equals nothing, and we are going to check also for the password, and we are going to do something down here. So basically we are telling it if every and each one of those, if only any one of those doesn't have some kind of data inside them, if this value down here is equal to nothing, okay, we are gonna go ahead and maybe echo put or type something in the inputs, or inputs are empty, whatever you want. Okay, and let's close this. And if it's not, we're going to be actually doing our query right here. So if nothing of those is empty, we are gonna go ahead and type in our query down here. So basically we want every variable down here, we are gonna get the data from, or the post, like we are going to get the data with the post server global right down here from the email. We're going to copy this and paste it like 3 times. The username and the password. All right, and we should go ahead and just write in our query. But before we write our own query, there is something that we need to include right down here, which is the config file, so we can use the connection object that we created. So we're gonna go ahead to require, of course, we are down here, we are in the OS down over here. We need to get out of the OS folder, and we need like to go ahead in the config file and include this one right here. And to get out of the OS file, we need to do like // and we are in the project structure. We can go now for the config /config.php. I know this is like taking so long, but you should be like very patient when you do this. All right, so now if we save, if we're gonna go ahead right now and do our own query, then go ahead and go connection, and we're gonna go ahead for the prepare, and now we can go ahead insert, and of course you should like know MySQL for this. Insert into, maybe we'll call it users. We did not create the table yet, but we'll call it users. Email, username, and like we will call this my password, because I guess like the name password is reserved in MySQL, so we're not gonna like choose this as a password. You're gonna do like my password. Insert into users, like in these 3 values. And of course we are going to be setting some kind of handlers that we are going to be using right down here, and those one are email. I'm gonna show you why are we doing this in a minute. Password, sorry, username first, password, forgot this right down here. Okay, so now this should be working right now, and of course we need some kind of execution, so we are going to execute it right down here. I would rather do this in some kind of variable. Maybe we'll call it just insert equals connection. All right, so we're going to execute it so we can fetch like we are going to now fetch these handlers right here, and we're going to assign them to our variables right here, so we can actually insert them into these columns down here. All right, so the first one is going to be email. We're going to assign it to email, to the email variable. The second one is going to be like username. Okay, and the third one is going to be password. Okay, and we can save now. Oh, we have some kind of error. Yeah, we need some semicolon down here. So yeah, basically what we did right here, so we can recap, we are checking for some kind of submission form submission in our form, and of course there is some kind of things that we need to take care of right here, but they're already written for us. We have like the method right here, it should be post. Okay, so this need to be included in the form, and we have the action in the register PHP, which is the page that we are right here. So these two should be right there or the form will not work. All right, so now right after that we submitted the form, or we clicked on the submit button down there, we're checking if there is some kind of input data down here, and if there is not, right over here we are going to echo out some kind of image down over here, and if there is some kind of data, we are going to assign this data to 3 variables down over here, and we are going to create our query, and in the query we're saying insert into our users table that we did not create yet, just yet, and we have our 3 columns down here, and we are going to assign them to some kind of handlers, so the data will be fetched from down here, or will be executed from down here, and of course we will do some kind of execute, and we will assign those variables down over here to these data that we already taken care of right over here. So everything's working fine, or everything is nice. We did not tried it just yet. We're gonna go ahead now in our database, and we are going to create some kind of table over here. We're gonna go ahead and do users. We need the ID, the password, the username, the email. These are 4, and we need some kind of date. These are 5. So we need 5 columns. We're gonna go ahead ID, and this is gonna be auto increment. It's almost always auto increment, and the index is going to be primary. Okay, we need right now email. Type is going to be varchar, maybe we'll set it to 200. A username, also varchar, maybe we'll set it to 100. That's fine. And the last one is going to be the password, and it's also varchar, and maybe you can set it 200 as well. And the last one is going to be the date created at. I'm not going to use the word date because it's already reserved, and we're going to set this timestamp. All right, so yeah, timestamp is fine, and we are going to set the default to current timestamp, and if we click on save, you can see that right about now we got our table down over here, so it's completely empty. So if we refresh, you can see that now everything is working fine. Now if we go ahead and type in to try our own form, we take those and paste them right over here. You can type whatever you want, just follow along with me, that's gonna be better. We click on register and see that right here it's not actually taking something from the input, so it's not so I'm very sorry about that. We actually had some kind of problem, and I know this was coming. So first of all, I did not write this the right way. I wrote it with 2 R's. That took me a minute to discover. And if you can see down here that we do not need single quotations for those one over here. So you are going to go ahead and change those, and in over here in the table structure, we should change this to my password, not to leave it to password. Okay, so like it's over down here. So those are basically the columns in the database, and those are the handlers that we are using right over here. And we can actually like change this to my password, that's fine, but we need to change it right over here. Okay, so save everything, just look, just do whatever I said, and everything is working fine. Like the R down here, change it, all right, and the single quotations down here, and the like the column down here, change it to my password, and everything will be working fine. I like inserted like arrow down here. So if we go ahead and refresh, if we go ahead down over here, and we can do another one, user like 2, user dot, maybe we like do some gmail.com, and I go ahead and copy this. I just want to like give you some example right away. You can type whatever you want. You go register, and now we go ahead and refresh. You can see that right here we have our own record down here, and it's created, and everything is working fine. Right, but of course we don't want like to see the password. We need like to hash this password down over here. We cannot just leave it like this. And of course we are going to use for this like the password hash function in PHP. Password hash, and it's going to take up like the value right over here, and this is for the first parameter. The second parameter, it's going to be like password, or in capital default. Okay, and close it, and it will work just fine. So as I said, you should not leave the password raw so everybody can see it. You should hash it as we're doing right here, and we, of course, the password hash will take care of this. Of course, there is like a huge fight between PHP programmers which one is better between the password hash functions or the password hashing functions, but I guess this is like the standard. This is like the best one, and of course this is my opinion. And if we save, go ahead over here. Okay, if we refresh, go ahead and create some kind of user like 4 maybe at gmail.com, and if we take all of this in the username and the password and register, okay, so nothing is happening. I guess it's working. If we go ahead right over here in the table users and refresh, you can see that right here, yeah, it's working fine. We have the password and it's completely hashed. Okay, so now it's working fine. So if like everything is working fine, we can go ahead after the insert, and we can go header. We can go to like the login dot, we can go to the login.php page. Of course we need like the location, and we need to save. Let's go ahead and insert some kind of other record. Maybe we go user 5 user.com, go register. Yeah, it's actually telling us that the page is not found. So yeah, it's down over here. We can name it like PHP so save. Yeah, it's actually going to the login.php page. So now we can go ahead and go. We can see like we have our record right here, user 5. So everything is working fine. And yeah, I'm sorry about this video, like how big this video is, but it was necessary to do everything in this video. And see you in the next one. So there is actually something that's very important I did not tell you, which was about the error in the last video when we stopped. I actually forgot to put like those two right here, those two equals right here, equal to nothing for the password, and this is what mostly caused the errors in the error in the first place. So don't forget to use those two right here. It's just like with every other like values that we're getting from the database. This is what caused the error. All right, so yeah, this is it, and keep watching. So now we are going to create the login page. Right, so if we look over here, we did everything that we need to do in our register.php page. We created, we set up the form, we did the back end, and we created the table, and we've entered some data down here, some users records down over here in the table users. So everything is working fine. Now if we go ahead to the login page and we start, and if we look down here at the auth folder, we're gonna find login.php. We can go ahead and like remove all of this down over here from this div down here, the div with the class container, and we can go ahead and just include the header right away. So include or require. I'm gonna go ahead and do this two down here because we are going to go a step back to the root folder, because we're in the auth folder. We're gonna go back and go to the main root of the project and go ahead and go to the includes down over here slash header.php, and we're going to end this statement, and we can go ahead and just copy all of this, and we can go down here at this div right over here and remove all of this, just like what we did in the register page, right? And we can go ahead and just paste this in. All right, I can go ahead and do for save. If we now go ahead to the login page, all right, so we're in the main folder and in the auth folder and login.php. Make sure that everything is correct and click. You can see that down here it's working fine. Here is the form, and here is the footer, and here is the header and everything. So it's working perfectly. If we go ahead right over here, just we need to write our backend. I'm gonna close this. All right, so basically the first thing that we need to do is like what we did in the register page down here. We're going to check for the submit, okay, for the submit action. And the second thing is what we are going to like take the data from the input, right? And the third thing that we need to do to go ahead and write our query. The fourth thing that we need to do is to go ahead and fetch, execute first, and then fetch. This is like a summary of what we're going to be doing. And the fifth thing is to go ahead and do our row count. And basically the row count function will return the number of affected rows for the statement that we are going to be providing. All right, it will return some kind of number, and we will see how it's working just in a minute. All right, and after that we are going to do our password verify function. All right, and after that we will like redirect the user to the index page maybe, and in the next video we'll do like the sessions and everything. All right, so this is basically our map to the login page. So if we can go ahead and just let me explain the form first. So basically down here we have the form, the post with the post method. We have the action down here. It's going to be the login.php because this is where our backend is. So it will snap this when we process this form. And we have two inputs down here. We have the input of type email and the name email. Make sure that everything is written in the right way. All right, because it will not work, especially this name down here. This should be email and this should be password, so this form will be working. All right, and we have a button down here, type submit and the name submit. All right, and we have this div down over here with this paragraph, and you remember it will just show like a little line down here. If we actually don't have an account, we can click on this link and it will redirect us to the register page, so we can create a new account, or we can create an account. Anyways, if we go over here, and now we need to check for the submit on this button down here, the submit button. So we're gonna go if set post on the submit. Now we need to do another if down here because we need to check if the inputs are empty or not when the user clicks on the submit button, because of course if they are empty we need to like to tell them, hey, enter some data so we can process it, just like what we did in the register.php right over here. So we can go, there is also like all kinds of like validation that you can do, but we are gonna go with the simplest thing because I don't want this to be very complicated and I don't want this video to go very long. All right, so if we go post email equals nothing, or post password equals nothing, we're going to like show some kind of text, maybe one input or more are empty. Okay, if we have something in the input, now we can go ahead and do what we have down here. Now we're going to take our data just like what we did with a post method, email. Oh, we actually forgot the variable. We can copy this one more time, password. All right, and now we can go ahead and do our query, and the query is going to be, we're going to name like a variable, and we're going to assign it to our query. We need actually the connection, so we can go ahead and do our connection to the database, and we are going to use the query method. We're going to do select all from users where email equals the email that we are getting down here. So first of all, we need like to select everything from the row that contains this email that the user entered. All right, so we can use this data after that and check for the password, just like I'm going to show you right now. But first of all, we need to include the config file. All right, so we can actually use the connection. So if we can go ahead, config, and the file is config.php. All right, so after that, if you know anything about MySQL, this should be like the simplest query that you can ever do. All right, with like where. All right, so this should be kids things to you if you know MySQL and PDO. All right, so after that, after writing our query, we are gonna execute and fetch it. Login, execute it. And after that, we are going to fetch it in a row variable. All right, so login, fetch, PDO, fetch, and ESSOC. This is gonna be fetched like as an associative array. This is like a simple word for associative. So after the fetch down here, we are gonna go ahead and do our row count. All right, so let's first like echo out the row count for this statement. Let's say echo login row count. Going to close this and see. Let's say what it's going to give us. All right, so if we go down over here and if we take this email, let's copy it so we can actually log in. Let's click login. It's actually giving us 1. So why did it give us 1? Basically what happened down here, that the row count function allows us to like it throws out some certain number based on the affected rows down here, and the only affected row is and there is only one row that's affected by this statement. Of course, we are checking for one user with one email, so it will only display the number 1. But of course, if we're like maybe in some other example, if we're creating like 5 records at a time, and if we did this row count function, it will display the number 5. All right, so this is what happened because we got the email right. It actually affected one row down over here. So this is basically how it works. And now let's go ahead and choose like maybe we will go for an email that is not in our database, right? Maybe let's say not found at gmail.com. so this actually is not here in the database. Okay, and let's copy it and click login. Part of should be contain the sample. All right, so if you can, as you can see that down here it's giving us 0 because there is no email in the database that I just entered. There is no such a thing, so it doesn't affect any rows at our database or in the query down here. So this is why it throws out a 0. All right, so I hope this makes sense. If we can go ahead now and go F, and I'll show you why are we using it. So if we go the log in of this the row count of this login is greater than 0, we're gonna go ahead down here and check for something. So basically, as we are saying down here, we're saying that if the user entered a valid email, that we have in our database, we are going to go for the next step, which is like verifying our password. We are going now to check for the password because we have this email, and that only makes sense. All right, so now we are going to go ahead for the password verify. Okay, so if we go ahead, if password verify, down here, and I will show you what this means. So now if you can see that right down here, it shows us the string password and the string hash, which are the two parameters that this method down here takes. So we are going to grab our password that the user entered and the hashed password down over here. And this is why we fetch it in the first place, just to get out the password from the query. All right, we are gonna go row on my password, and if this like true, if the password that the user entered matches this password, we are gonna go ahead and echo out something, maybe logged in. So focus, because this message right down here, I've never seen anybody like explain it or get it right. Okay, because this like too many people don't understand it very well. Okay, maybe I don't even understand it that well, but I will try and explain it. So basically what happens when the user enters his password, it enters the password, of course, like a raw password, just like the email, just like everything else. What this function does, it takes up this data down here that the user entered, and it makes a hash for it, just like the password hash that we used in the last video. And after it makes that hash, it matches this hash to the one that's already in the database that we got from here. All right, so I hope that makes sense. So if those two are matched and they are the same, we are going to echo out something, and we are going to like let the user in the index or in the home page. Right, so let me explain everything from the beginning. Of course, like in this one down here, we're not gonna do this. Okay, we're not gonna like stop right down here. This is just a test. We are gonna go for the session, and we are going to like get the user to, or redirect the user to the index page. All right, so let me like explain everything from the start. If the user clicks on submit, if we got over here and it doesn't have anything in the inputs, we will display this message. If it has, we will grab the email, and we will grab like the raw password. All right, and we will do the query down here. The query will select everything, okay, from the raw that has this password over here, that the password that the user already entered. All right, now we are going to execute, and we are going to fetch. Okay, and this fetch is going to work down here. We're going to grab the password from it. All right, now we are going to like go ahead and go for the row count down here, and the row count will allow us to, hey, like if this statement if this statement like throws a number that's bigger than 0 and it should throw 1, we are gonna go ahead for the next step, which is the password verify. If the email is right, all what we're saying down here, if the email is right, we're gonna go ahead and check for the password, and the password verify gets the raw data or the password that the user entered, the unhashed password, and it creates a hash for it. All right, and match this hash to the one that we already have in the database that's associated with this email down here. All right, so I hope guys, I hope this makes sense. I know it's kind of complicated. We can use some kind of other function rather than password hash down here, but password hash, I like it. It's very practical and sophisticated. It's kind of complicated, but I think, in my opinion, it's the best. All right, so password verify gets the password that the user entered, and it creates a hash for it, okay, and it matches this hash to the one that's already in the database, so we can log the user in. And I'm sorry I like said this a couple of times, but it's kind of complicated, so this is what I should do, right? So if I save now, if I go ahead, actually let's make the user go to the home page, header, location, index.php. Right, so I can go ahead and change this. PHP. All right, so if we save, now if we're gonna go ahead and refresh, now everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and grab some email that has a hash. All right, so if we grab this one, and then email and the password are the same. We click login. Index.php. Yeah, it's actually not right over here in the auth. So we don't need to complicate this a little more, so we need to comment this, and let's say we're going to echo out something, echo out logged in, because I know this is taking too long. Let's refresh this, and let's go over here and do it one more. Click login. You can see that down here it's giving us logged, and so everything is working fine, and we're not gonna stop over here. We're gonna do some sessions, but not in this video because it's getting already too long. Right, so yeah, this is basically it for this video, and yeah, thanks for watching. So now we're back again, and this one is going to be pretty simple, and it's about getting the user to the index page. So in this one, we are going to be like setting up the sessions for the user, and we are going to customize and build our own index.php page. All right, so if we go ahead down here is a project. Right, so we look up over here in the login. You can see that we're actually logging the user, but we're only like echoing out some kind of message right here, and this is of course should be changed. So if we actually try some example down here, click on login, you can see that it's giving us logged in. All right, so and go ahead now and set up our sessions. And the sessions, if you're not familiar with them, they're basically a way to carry information across multiple pages. Sometimes when you're building your application, your backend application, you're going to be using sessions to check out for something. You need to take some records from the user, like his username, his email, sometimes the ID, just you need to check for something, or the status, something like that. Okay, so if we go ahead at the index down here, no, not the index, we actually need to go to the header so we can start our own session. And the session is basically needs to be started at the very top of your application, so no session conflict will happen. Okay, we're gonna go session, start down here. Okay, and of course we're gonna start it in the header, because the header is like the first thing in every page that we have. So save in, and if we go down here to the login, of course we have the session up over here. We can now go ahead and do our session variables, the super global variables. Okay, session username equals the raw down here, but we are gonna like take in the username. So we are going to take the data that we actually selected from here and that we fetched right in the raw array down here, or the raw variable, right? So we're going to go for user name, and if we save, of course we need like some kind of, we need like to redirect the user down here, but of course the index.php is in the root folder and we are in the log in down here, so we need like to take the whole path for the project and customize it. So we need to go like this, so we need, the location is going to be this directory down here slash index.php, which is right over here. Okay, so if we save, now if we go to the index page and we customize it, we are gonna go ahead and remove all of this as we did with all our files. Remove, and we are going to include require includes slash header dot php. All right, if we copy this, if we go down here, we need to take like from here and down to the bottom, and we go footer.php, so it's basically over here. All right, so if we save, everything is looking great, and now we can actually, just because we have the header, now we have the sessions, we can now go ahead and like echo out our own session. Maybe we will echo it out over here. Echo user name. Maybe we will echo like hello. Then we're going to concatenate it with this dot, and if we save, so it looks pretty neat. If we go ahead right now and we refresh this, well, let's actually, we can go ahead and create a user from the beginning. Create dot be not create register. I actually suck at writing, and this is what you get for being a programmer. Actually, we can see user 7 at user 7.com. Let's keep the username and the email are the same thing, and for this one, for the password, we're gonna go 1 2 3 4, and we click register. Can see down here it's actually created, like the record is over here, and if we go now and log in, here is the email and the password 1 2 3 4. Log in, you can see that we got down over here to the index page, but everything looks messy. If we actually got our own message down here, and everything looks messy, so we are gonna see what's going on. So if we go ahead to the console, can see that our files are missing. The styles and the script files in the design, they are missing. This page does not see them, and of course we need to change in the header and the footer file, we need to change the style.css, and we need to change it down here in the footer. We need to change the JavaScript directory down over here. All right, so if we go ahead and we'll take this, copy this, and we can go and paste it down here. All right, so basically we're telling the script tag that the source of the file is right over here in the local host in the clean block folder, and the GS folder, and go to the script.gss. Was it script, or it's actually scripts? All right, so if we're gonna save, and if we go to the CSS, now we are gonna go ahead to the header, and if we go down here, and it's styles, let's go to the CSS, styles.css. Yeah, it's down here. We're telling it to go to the localhost, and in the clean block, the CSS, and it will find the hyperlink reference down over here. So if we save this and refresh, you can see that it's working down over here, and we actually got our own message through the session. All right, so maybe we the image doesn't work, because of course we need to change the directory to the image as well. And the directory, if we look up the header, I guess it's in the header. Let's look up. Yeah, it's probably right here. And if we save, it actually goes to the clean block assets, which is over here, the first folder. If we save, refresh, you can see that we have our own image down here. So everything is working fine for now. We logged the user in, we did the session, and we customized the index page. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to if we're logging in, if we logged in successfully, just like what we did down here, we are gonna remove the register and the login page, because of course we don't need them right now. We're already logged in, so we are gonna display the username or something, so we can go to a profile page. All right, and of course I'm going to show you how to log out and how to destroy the sessions, so we can go back into the index page, so we can display the login and the register. All right, so it will all make sense when we do it. So thanks for this one, and see you in the next video. So now that we've logged in, we logged our user, we can see the user name down here with the sessions. If we look up here at the header or at the navbar, we can see that down here, when we're logged in, we're still showing the login and the register tags down here, or the links. So we don't actually need those. Of course, we need some other link that would show us the username, or some drop down menu will show us a profile link and some logout link, so we can log out. And this is what we're going to be doing in this video. Plus we're going to be changing the directories or the links for those down here. If we can see that down here we have some HTML stuff, HTML names and stuff like that. We're going to be changing those. So let's go ahead first and go to the header, the includes. Here is our header, and of course we have everything in the session down over here. This is actually the center or the start of the session. We go over here to the links. We need to check for the session, and if the session is right there, we are going to be leaving those two links down here, and we are going to take some drop down menu from Bootstrap. We are going to be grabbing it right now. And if it's not logged in or the session is not there, we are going to be showing those two. And either way, we are going to show this link down here, which is the link for the contact page, right? So if we go ahead down here, start PHP, F is set the session for the username, which is the only session that we did. Actually, we can do multiple sessions, of course. So we are saying if it set session the username, and we can just start using the shorthand form of the PHP, the shorthand form of the if statements, because it's a lot more cleaner. So if it's set, we're gonna go down here and leave those, and if it's not, else, we are going to be showing those to the login and the register, and we are going to end this if down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to Bootstrap so we can grab the drop down menu, like Google in Bootstrap 5 navbar. Sorry about that. Just yeah, so the internet is basically bad. I'm sorry about that. So we're actually right here in the navbar, and we need to grab our drop down menu, which is right down over here. We can grab it just like that. If we go ahead, of course we need it down over here. Let's take it right all the way. Right, so if we save, we can actually like go over here and print out our own session. User name. And if we save, go over here, refresh, you can see that just because we're logged in, the login and the register tags down here are now gone. Of course, we need like, let's go over here and do margin top 3 pixels maybe, and this is like a Bootstrap class. If you know Bootstrap, this should be really easy for you. We're just giving a margin top. Okay, we know we want some space down here, and yeah, that's now it looks nice. So if we go ahead to the action and we go profile, and down here we go log out, and maybe we don't need those two down here. And if we save, refresh, you can see that down here we got the profile and that we got the log out. So you can go ahead now and change those down here. We can go ahead at this one, we can go clean block, and this is for like the home or the index, and for this one we can also go clean blog /post /create.html. we can change this like rename. We can change all of them now to PHP. Okay, all right. So if we rename PHP, and this one also PHP, and for this one contact, rename PHP. Right, so it looks nice. So if we go down here, yeah, so the clean blog, and we actually need those down here. We need the slash. All right, so now the home and the create, and we have like down here the login. We can go, maybe we need to steal those. We need the posts down here. Yeah, no, it's not, we don't need this, sorry about that. If we go down here, auth / and the register is also in the auth folder. So if we save, and this is like plain -log, and this is like PHP, and this is of course PHP, this PHP right here, and PHP right over here. So looks great. So if we save, let's go ahead and refresh. You can see that if we like hover over here, you can see that right now it's giving us the path to our own file. So if we click on it, we can go actually to the create, and of course like we got the login and the register back, because the header in the create is still the old header. We did not get the header, we did not get this new header down over here in the create. All right, so of course we are going to be like doing this later when we create the creating page, when we create our posts, but we need to go ahead right now and destroy the session. So if we go over here, maybe we will like put this file in the auth file, file logout.php. All right, and we need to go ahead PHP, and now we can start the session start. We need to start the session so we can actually destroy it. Down here, session unset, session destroy. And after we destroy the session, we need to hit back to the header with the header function location, and we need to go back to the index page, and we can go ahead and just grab this /index.php and save. We actually forgot in the header that right here to go over here in the logout page and refer to this page. Of course we need to grab something from here, and we can go auth /logout.php. We save this right now. If we refresh, we go right over here. Yeah, if we go actually to the index, and as you can see right here, we have our own session right here. If we go over here, you can see that right down here we have our own file. If we click on logout, you can see that right now we actually got undefined index. Yeah, of course. Let's just go ahead comment this for a second. This will trigger an error because there is no sessions right now. All right, so but as we're saying right down here, we actually got our index.php. And yeah, this is it for this video, and in the next one I'm going to show you like some stuff about the sessions. Also, we need like to hide some files and all of that. Okay, so thanks for this one, and see you on the next video. In the last one, we've actually logged in and changed some stuff down here in the header, and we displayed some drop down menu with the name and everything, and we did the logout, and we destroyed our sessions. But actually, if we go up here, actually if we log in, we log in again, click log in. If we go 1 2 3, like choose any other email that you like and log in, you can see that we got here and everything is working fine. But actually, if we go over here and go auth/login, or actually register the pages that we prevented, if we click, we can still go to the login page, which is just crazy. And we have the username right down here, which is of course like very inconvenient, and it's really bad, and it shouldn't happen. We should prevent the user from actually accessing our login and register while we have sessions. Okay, we should prevent this, and this is actually really simple. All that you gotta do is go ahead to the login right down here and go at the top, go F S set session username. So we're basically saying that right down here at the login page, if we have a session with the username, we are gonna go ahead and head to the header and head to the index page, because of course we already have the session, so we can go to the index page. We cannot go to the login.php page. And of course, to head to the index page, we need to take those. Of course, we need the location first. And /index.php and save, and we can take this line, copy it, and of course we don't need the register page either. Okay, we save. We go down here. If we now refresh, can see that we're actually going back to the index page. Let's go ahead and try to access the register page directly. auth/register, and now we're going back right over again to the index.php page. Okay, so everything is working fine. We have like 4 links down here if we already have the session on. But if we press logout, you can see that we're going back to the index once more, and we need like the home down here. We cannot leave this as that. We of course need the header, whether we have the sessions or whether we're logged in or not. So if we grab the session, if we grab the home and put it right down here and save, refresh, you can see that we have the home down here. If we go ahead and log in again, can take this email maybe. We go to the login, can see that we're logged in, and we also have the home down over here. Okay, so everything is working fine. I guess this is it for this part. The login and the register are like 99% done. Everything 99.9 done. So yeah, everything is working great, and see you on the next video. So now we can move ahead and go to the create page, and basically this is like a whole new section. We are going to be like working with like the post, how to show the post, how to create the post, and how to update it and how to delete it. All right, so if you're logged in right here, you can select whatever email that you like and you can log in. And if you go to the create page, which would only be like which will be showing up if you're only logged in, click create. You can see that right here we have everything that's already here for us. And of course we need to go to the posts folder, and if we go to the to create.php, we need to remove all of this as we did in the past, and actually in the whole pages that we did. So if we go ahead and include or require includes slash header.php, and take this one, go down here, remove all of this, and go just like that here with the footer. All right, and of course we need to go ahead and include the config file, because we also need this, because we're gonna perform a query, of course, config.php. All right, so if we look at the form down here, we have a formula of method of post, and we have an action. We're gonna set the action to create.php. And if we look down here, we have like an input, the type text, and the name is email. I don't think that we need email, we need like title for this one. And the second one, they're all like they all have the same name, which is email. And of course this is not what we want. We need like this to be a subtitle, which is going to be the subtitle of the post. And for this one, we are going to be needing the body, which is of course like a text, which is a text area. Okay, because the body is going to be like big, it's not going to be an input. And the last one right down here, which is an image. An image for the name, we want just image. All right. So yeah, it looks good, and we of course have a submit with the name submit. Okay, so yeah, it's looking good down here. And if we save, refresh, yeah, we actually have some kind of error. Failed to insert no such file in directory. If we go ahead, yeah, we actually need to go a step backwards, just like that, to access the includes folder. We save. If we refresh, you can see that we got everything that we need down over here. And now we can start building our own backend. So if we go PHP, and if we close this, and as what we did in the register, in the register page and in the login page, we are going to check for a submit, and we are going to check if the inputs are empty or not. So if we go if is set the submit button, submit. If the user clicked on this button down here, we are gonna go and check if the inputs are empty or not. Post. First of all, it's going to be title equals 0, or sorry, equals nothing, or subtitle. Can take this subtitle, or body, or check what we have here. The body, and we got the image. It's 4, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna display some kind of message. We go out one or more inputs are empty. And if we have some kind of data, we need like to perform our back end. And basically what we're gonna have is, it's kind of repetitive. We're gonna go ahead and take on the data, post. Of course, we need like a variable down here, title, post from the title, name. We need like 4 of those. We need for this one, subtitle. For this one, we need the body. And for this one, we need the image. And the image is a little different. We don't need the post, we need the files, sober, global. And for the files, it takes like 2 of those. It takes first of all the name, which is the image, and then the name down here. All right, so this is basically how to snap the name of the image that you're trying to insert. All right, so after that, we actually need the directory for the image. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and grab the directory like that. We're gonna say the image, we're gonna put it in an images folder, and we're going to concatenate this to the base name of the image. All right, so basically what we've done, like new right down here, to snap the image from the image input, which is over here. We need the files sober global. Okay, we cannot use like the post sober global. Okay, and for the files like sober global, it takes the image, which is the name, and it takes this name down here, which is the attribute of the HTML. Okay, so it takes the attribute and it takes the value of this attribute down here. And we need, like, when we like insert it to our database, the file, the image will be in some kind of folder right here in our project. Let's go ahead and create this folder down here, which is gonna be like images. All right, so the directory is going to be in the images, and we are going to paste the file in this directory. All right, so we are going to actually use this directory variable later. All right, so if we go ahead right now and type in our query, prepare, insert into let's say it's going to be posts, and this is like the table that we are going to be creating. Insert into posts, title, subtitle, body, and image. Values, title, subtitle, body, image. All right, so this is done. Now we need to execute it. Insert, execute. Now we need to go ahead and like handle every one of those down here. We've already used like this is like a way to protect our database using the prepare statement. We're not going to insert like the data right away. No, we're going to give them some kind of handlers down here, and there we are going to handle them right over here. So the first one is like the title, and we are gonna assign it into our array down here with the data that we already captured. We need like 4 of those. All right, and this is gonna be a subtitle. This is body, and this is gonna be body, and this is going to be image, and this is going to be image. Right, so this is done right now. So after I've done all of that, now we need to move the image to our folder down here, and for this we are going to be using if move uploaded file. Then this method will take care of everything, and it will move our file into the folder, or will move our image into the images folder. So if we go if move uploaded file, and this is going to take like 2 parameters down here. The first parameter is going to be like the string file name, and the second one is going to be like the string destination, which is the dir that we did down over here. So this one will take files, like image tmb name. All right, and it's going to take the dir, so it's going to be like take some temporary name down here, and it's going to take our dir. And actually we can just leave it as that. Maybe we can echo out some kind of message, echo done, or we can actually leave it as that, or we can go ahead, we can like head with the page to the same or actually to the index. Maybe we'll go ahead header, like whatever that we like, location. Then you can go ahead and snap this whole thing. You can go index.php. So if all of this happened, it will direct us to the index.php file all over again. So yeah, it looks pretty neat. All what we're gonna do right now is just create the table. Actually, we can go ahead we can go ahead down here. I need to add like another one and another like column in the table, or in the query, of course. If we go ahead down here to the auth, and if we go to the login, I need like to do some kind of session also for this. Maybe this session will be the ID now, or the user ID. This one is going to be the ID of the user. All right, so if we save it and go right over here to the create page, and we need to go ahead right down over here, maybe after this. You know, this is like taking too long, but this is like the hardest part. So the user ID, if we like take it from the session, because of course we have our own session right now because we included the header file, session user ID, and now we need like to add some, we need to add it like after the image. It's going to be user ID, and this one down over here, this also user ID, and the last one in the execute, we need to go ahead like take all of those, and we can go user ID. All right, if we save all of this, now let's go ahead and the database, open your PHP MyAdmin, and let's create some kind of table over here. Posts. Actually, we need a little more than 4, but whatever. We need the ID, and the ID is going to be primary key auto increment, right? And this is going to be a title, subtitle. This is like 200. This is going to be like 3 maybe. And after the subtitle, we need the body and the image and the user ID. Body, and this is going to be text because it's going to be huge, so we're not going to be like specifying any kind of key, any kind of number down here, and we need like 2 more. Actually, we need 3. After that, the image is going to be 200. After that, the user ID, maybe it's going to be varchar also, and it's going to be like 2 or maybe 3, and this is going to be created at, and this is going to be a timestamp, and this is going to be current timestamp, which will get the current time. So if we click save, you can say that's now done, totally empty. All right, so now I need to go ahead and just destroy our sessions and log out so I can get the user ID. And we actually did this. We did this user ID thing down here because I'm going to be creating the profile, and I need to get the data somehow when we display our posts in the profile. This will be cleared out in the next in the following videos, okay, in the future. All right, so if I log out, all right, yeah, this is actually a problem. We're gonna solve this later. I'll show you how to solve this later, but let's go ahead. I go ahead right over here. Okay, now we're logged out. Let's log in again. If we go to users, let's snap this. You can choose whichever email that you like, and if we log in, if we go to create, let's say nothing is happening down here, and if we go like first, I know this is like very boring and it's taking a lot of you, but you know, this is like the hardest part. You can download this down here, this extension corporate ipsum, and it will give you some text, or you can copy any text that you like. And if we choose a file, maybe we'll choose this, and if we click create, you can see that we're having some kind of like stuff down here. Yeah, so actually I'm very sorry about that. We forgot like this is like the most embarrassing, awkward thing. We forgot this line down here, and this is like the ink type. It will not allow your form to actually process an image or to upload an image unless you write it. So make sure that you write this, and it will work, and all will work out. And remove this down over here, and it's going to be like index.php. all right, so if we save all of this, you can see, if you want to take a look at the code once again, okay, we do not need like the post image down here. We can remove it. All right, And if we can look down here, everything is looking good. We just forgot this down here, so make sure you write it. So if we save and go ahead, refresh, here is like the W3 schools page for the 4. And if we write in first post, first subtitle, post, we insert this a couple of times. If we take like some kind of image down here, maybe this one, create, you can see that down here we're getting back to the index.php page. If we check our own table, browse, you can see that we have it down here, and this is the name of the image, this is the data, and this is like everything down here. If we look at the images, we can see that we got the image down over here. Okay, so it will take some time to show up. Okay, here is the image. And actually I want to do something at the header down here just to wrap up this video. Includes header. We look down here, can go ahead and take this, because like these links down here are kind of messed up, so I'm gonna customize them all. Log claim block, this is going to be like auth / login, and I know that we did this before, but you know, I just discovered that it doesn't work like what I wanted, how I wanted it. This is going to be like register, so those will work in any place or in any page. Contact.php, we have this one right down here. Logout, you might like notice this one. Logout, I still have a couple more. Create, posts, this is going to be like index.php. Okay, we save all of this, looks fine. Go ahead and refresh. We click on here, create, and say that we're going to the create page. If we look at, click on home, we're going to the home, click on contact, we're going to the contact page, and now yeah, we did not like change the contact. This is why we like the login and the register showed up here, but we're going to change it of course in the future, and we're going to do like these things that we did when we like prevented the login and the register, and we're gonna do all this stuff. So if we go ahead and click logout, you can see that everything, we will of course like change this, but in the next video, because this one is taking too long. So this is it, and see you on the next one. So now we're back again, and in this one you are going to be showing like the posts in the index.php page. Alright, so basically let's start with this thing down here. I actually forgot code down here, so if I save, it will go back. Maybe you guys did not make this mistake, it was just me, and I had to end the video because it was taking too long. Alright, so basically when we look down here, say posted by, start bootstrap and stuff like that, so it's basically gonna be posted by some kind of user, some kind of guy down here. We need to like show his name. And to do this, we need like to go ahead and insert the user name in the posts table. Okay, I know we inserted the user ID, but we also need to insert the like the username down here so we can display it. And so it only makes sense. So if we go over here down at the create page, we need to go over here and copy this and the username, and this is gonna be like the username session that we did in the login video. And down here we need to add user dash or underscore name. We need to add a handler down here, and of course need to go down here in the execute, copy this. This is user name and the handler is username, so it's basically fine down here. We can go ahead, add like the posts table. We go to the structure and we add some kind of column down here. If we go user dash underscore name, we can go varchar, and this is going to be like 200. We go save. So it's fine, it's working. Okay, so if we go login, so we can insert something, so we can test it out. If we go to the users table, if we snap the email, log in with any email that you like. We go 1 2 3 4. Now we're inside our own index page. We go to the create, we go right over here like post 7, maybe subtitle of post 7, insert some kind of data. You go ahead, get some image, can get anyone that you like, click create. You can see that we're going back to the index, so I'm guessing it's working fine. So if we look over here at the posts, you can see that we get right over here subtitle of post 7 down here, and here we are, we got the username of this one down over here, and here is the image. So everything is working fine. Now if we go to the index, right, and we go include our own config so we can work this page, we're going to be doing some symbol select statement. Going to be config, this config. All right, if we go down here, we can go ahead now and open our PHP so we can start working. So if we go with a select statement with posts equals connect prepare, or maybe now prepare query is going to do select all from posts where we don't actually need where, that's fine. And after that we need to execute it, and after that we need to fetch it with fetch all. We can fetch it with inside a variable post fetch all PDO fetch we're going to fetch it as an object. So this is how it goes. It's this easy, it's this simple, nothing more. So if we go down here, yeah, we need like to remove, we have like a couple of posts down here, we only need one of them. So we can go from here and down to this one. Okay, we don't need any of those, we only need one post. And if we go, we're gonna do a for each loop, so we can loop through our own data. Rows as row. We're going to like to use the shorthand so we don't mess anything up. Let's end it down here. And for each. And now we can go ahead and do this, remove this, and go PHP echo row and the title. And here we have the subtitle. And here we can go ahead, like we post the username down here. And here we can go, yeah, here we have our own date, but the date we need if you look at it right over here, so it's not the same format. We have like here we have everything that's numbers. Okay, we need like the month to be, we need the months to be like a word, just like this down here, September. All right, so to do this, it's really simple. So if you look up here, I have already written this little thing, this little script down here before the video, and it basically takes the date that we are going to give it, and it basically like sorts this date based on some certain pattern that we are going to be giving right here. So we're echoing out the date method right here, and we're giving it the pattern of the thing that we want. We have here like the pattern, and this is like M capital, and we'll take the date and it will give us like the name of the month that we have it down here. And also we have the day down here, which is small, it will give us the day number. And we have down here the Y, which will give us the Y capital, which will give us the year that we have. All right, so this is basically how it works. It's really a simple thing, and it will save us some time. So if we go down here, PHP, and we paste this, if we end it, of course every one of these is not going to be date, it's going to be row created at. So if we go over here and paste it, go over here and paste this one also, and so everything is looking good. If we go over here, this is like the link, we can go ahead and like take this whole thing. It's actually going to be go to this post .php, which is inside the posts. So if we go ahead, like post the whole thing, now we are in the clean blog. We're gonna go to posts /post.php. all right, and we need to give this like we're telling it right here that this is there's some kind of parameter that's gonna go in, which is going to be the post ID parameter. Maybe we can change it later, but for now it's going to equal, we're going to be opening our own HTML. We're going to go echo raw ID, and this is like the post ID. All right, so now I think that we're ready to see what we have. Refresh. You can see that it's giving us everything that we need down here. We have like the post, and we have September then down here, and we have it. So everything is working fine. Okay, we have like the user posted by username, and some of those we don't have any username, and of course because down here we don't actually have any username just yet. So if we go and fill it up, it's the same one. If we refresh, you can see that down here it's giving us the same username. Of course, if we go ahead and log out, all right, so it's still giving us posted by username. Let's go ahead and log in with another one. Maybe we'll take this one down here, and we're going to create a post just to confirm that's giving us everything that we need to have. Log in, go create post 8. Lost 8. Title of post 8. Let's show some kind of image. Create. Yeah, if we look down here, we can see that we have post 8 down here, and if you can look at the bottom of this, it's giving us the post ID that we need to have. So when we click on it, actually we can go to another page. All right, so if we look up, of course this is like a static thing, so we did not create this yet. So basically, yeah, this is what we have for this one. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that you enjoyed this video, and see you in the next one. So guys, now we can go ahead and take care of our show post page down here. So if we look at these guys down here, and this is what we what we did in the last video. If we hover over any of those guys, it will show us the ID of the post dynamically, which of course what we need, so we can like display our own post, just like what we do, just like what we're doing down here. But of course, it is statically, it will get us the same data no matter what, and we'll show it based on the ID down here with the get sober global. So if we go ahead down here, and if we open this, you can see that we have the post ID, and this is what we did in the last one. We set some kind of parameter, and we're going to catch this with the get in a minute, and we are going to catch its own dynamic ID, and we're going to play with it and display the data. So if you go to the posts, and this is going to be like in the post.php, which over here. So if we go ahead and remove all of this, and go PHP require includes /header .php, and we copy this, config copy all of this, go right here at the footer, we go over here, and this is going to be footer.php. If we save right now, go ahead, click on this, any link of them, you can see that down here we have a problem. It's actually displaying our own index image down here, and displays this static stuff, which of course is not what we need. We need to go ahead and display our own image and customize it and display the user that created this data and like the data and all of these things that we saw before. So we have some kind of problem down here. So if we go ahead, actually I saw this problem coming and I did it. So I can show you guys that you can make mistakes and it's okay, and you will face a lot of problems when you build your own projects alone. So that's totally fine. So to avoid this problem, we're gonna go ahead to the includes and to the header, and we need to create our own navbar. Then we are gonna be creating a single file for the navbar down here in the includes. We're gonna go ahead, and this is because if you look at here, we have the header. In the header.php, we have the header. It displays some kind of background image, which is the image of the home page. But if you look up here in posts, if you look at the header, it shows like a post dash bg, which is like the image of the post. Okay, so we need to display this. So we are gonna be like doing our own navbar over here. So if we go to includes and go new file, navbar.php, right? So if we like put this and save, if we go down here, yeah, we can include the navbar down over here. PHP require navbar.php. We save down here. So if we go to the post and we like take all of this, go navbar, of course we need to go step back, includes /navbar.php, and we need to go the config, now I know this is like kind of boring, but I want to show you everything. Okay, I want everything to be as spontaneous as I can possibly do it, just for you guys, so you can see everything. And if we go down here for the footer, right? So sounds good. Here we have our own header, and we can display the post. We save all of this. Let's see what happens. You can see that we have our own image down here, and we have our own static stuff, so we can like manipulate it and do everything that we want with it. If we like go over here at the home, you can see that everything is working fine. If we go to the create, you can see that everything is also like everything is going along and it's totally fine. So we go back to the home. Now let's go to our own stuff down here. So if we go ahead right over here, so if we go F, now as we're looking down here, we are gonna catch this post dash ID, and we're gonna catch it with the get. So if we say set the get super global, which catches like something, or which deals with links, like variables and stuff at the links. So if we say post underscore ID, if we're saying if this is like, if we found this at the link over here, we're gonna go ahead and do something with it. So we're saying we're gonna put it in a variable down here, and now we can go ahead and do our own query. So if we say, let's call this select, we need to like to get the config, the connection. If we say query, select all from posts where ID equals our own ID down here. Right, so now we took care of the query. We're gonna go select execute, and we're gonna go ahead and fetch it. Of course, gonna go post select fetch. This is going to be PDO fetch OPG. Right, so it sounds good. Now we can go ahead. Let's not start with the image. I want to start with something that's a little more easier. Let's go ahead and down over here. Now we can write in PHP echo out, and of course we have the name of this post. This is like our object. We are going to instantiate from it like title. So we're basically what we did the query, we executed, and we're taking everything that we have like here like as an object in this big object down here, and this one down here will contain everything that we have, the title, the subtitle, the body, and everything. So we're saying from our object right down here, get this instance, which is the title. If we save this, go ahead, if we refresh, you can see that right down here it got our own title. If we go back and click on first post, you can see that right here it got first post, and it can go on and on and on. We can like change it from here. 5. All right, so what if the user like mess up something down here? We can go ahead and this, we can say else echo out like 404, and this is for now. We might change this in the future, but just a little hint for now. If we save it, and let's say we mess up something down here, if we go like this, you can see that 404. Maybe we'll change this like in we will change this in the future. All right, so we need to grab everything else. This is going to be like the subtitle, everything. If we go back, so now if post subtitle, and this is like the posted by and everything. Gonna go down here and go for the user name, and this is down here. We can go ahead to the index and grab our own date. All right, so basically echo date, sort time. This one is going to be date created at, post created at. It's down over here also, down over here. Now we can go ahead and have like the last thing that we want to do right here, which is place by text, lorem ipsum, and all of that. Maybe we'll leave that out, and let's see what we got here. We're gonna remove all of this and only leave one. And we're gonna go echo post body. All right, so it looks good. We go ahead, refresh this. You can see that down here we have our own text. Of course, like you can add more to this, and you can make it a little bigger. All right, so maybe we will like comment this out. I don't know, it doesn't look good. And comment it out, and you can leave it. It's like it's your own call. Right, so basically it looks good. In the next video we're going to be like, we're gonna put like some kind of update and delete buttons down here, so we can go ahead to some kind of other page and update, or we can delete the data right away. And maybe we're gonna take care of this because it raised some errors. Yeah, and I saw this. Okay, so we're gonna take care of it. We're gonna like put the user back to another 404 page. I'm gonna find the page and I'm gonna like include it in the next couple of videos. So yeah, everything looks fine down here. If we go to the index right now, click on some posts down here. So yeah, everything is working fine, and we only like have the image to display. So if we go down here at the header, right, and we have like the URL down here, we're gonna go ahead. It's actually really simple. At this example, we're gonna go images, shows of course like the folder that we have down here. And the images, we're gonna say simply echo post image. So yeah, it's that simple. Usually like inserting an image is not that simple, but we're inserting the image here with the style, not with HTML. So we're inserting the image with CSS, not HTML. That's why it's a lot easier. So if we save, if we go ahead, refresh, you can see that we have our own image, background image down here. If we go back, let's choose another one, maybe this one. You can see that we have this creepy looking image. We go to S, you can see that we have this down here. S actually doesn't have any images down here. We go to post, and this is why, yeah, it doesn't have any images. So this is why it displays like it has null down here. If we took this guy and insert it down here at the image, now if we refresh, you can see that down here we still have this image right over here. So yeah guys, this is how it works. I hope that you liked it, and see you in the next video. So we're back again, and in this one we are going to be doing the delete button. All right, so if we look up over here, maybe we look this one, can see that we have our data, everything's fine, but we actually did a mistake. And you guys, like, you might solve this, or you might like did it the right way. I did not actually like print the date or echo out the date the right way. If we look up over here, post.php, right over here at the date, we look up over here, we should like change this to created at. You might like have noticed this and you did it on your own. Good job if you did. And also we need here created at. So instead of like June 1st 1970 or 1970, yeah, we refresh, you can see that we're getting September like it's 2021. So yeah, it's working fine. And if I go over here, I've wrote like those two links down here. You can see down here, let's just like take a look and write them down. Okay, so there are only like two links with a herb attribute and a class. All right, for this one, this is the delete link, and this is going to be like the update link. So if I save, go up over here, maybe if we go back, another one, first post, and we can see like we have an update right here on the left and a delete right over here, and those are just the two links. So basically, to create the delete for this one, we need to go to the herb like to the href down over here, and we need like to link it to some kind of like get or to some kind of ID, so we can go ahead and create our own script. And of course, the delete, we don't need any form or anything. We do not need like to show anything. Okay, so we will basically write it down here. We will write our own. We write our own link, just like this one. All right, and we are gonna go to this page, to this PHP page, or to the script, and we are gonna delete it right away. All right, so if we go over here, we can see that we are in the post.php. We're gonna like delete this and go delete.php, which is the name of our script, and the post ID, maybe we'll keep it delete like ID, and here it's gonna go ahead and echo out our own ID, which is going to be post ID. All right, so if we save this, go over here and refresh, if we hover over delete, you can see that we have it down here. We have our own ID, and now we can go ahead. If we click on it, of course it will give us object not found and all of that, because we did not create the PHP delete page just yet. So if we go over here and go delete, actually the update and the delete post, we are not a part of the main theme or the main template, but you know, we should do them. They are absolutely and completely necessary. So if we go over here and like require, because we're gonna need the config. So if we go includes config slash com, do not need this, not includes. We need like the config folder and then the config file, right? And we're gonna go ahead and PHP, we need to close this. So now we can go ahead and catch our own ID down here, and we give it a parameter of delete ID, just like what we did when we showed like every post in another page. So we're gonna go fs set, we're gonna grab it with the get, which deals with links, stuff like that. So we're gonna say if we got delete ID, like go ahead and do something. So we're gonna if we got it, we're gonna go ahead and grab this in an ID. We're gonna take this value and we are going to do our own query. So if we go prepare delete from post where the ID equals this ID that we have down here. So we're grabbing the ID and we're saying, hey, delete the post that has this ID over here. Close this, go ahead and execute it, delete, execute, and we need like some kind of handler down here. Actually forgot that we need the handler. We're not gonna do it right away. So if we go where the ID equals this ID down here, so it's a lot more cleaner, right? We go like that, and after we delete this post, we're gonna hit right away to our own like index.php. So if we go ahead to create, we can grab this line from over here. Let's grab it right away. Alright, so I guess now everything is fine. So what we did, we did this stuff. We grabbed the config file. Of course, we don't need the header because we're not going to show anything, just a link that will execute this whole script. And hey, we're saying if we have the delete dash ID or the delete underscore ID down here, we need to grab it in an ID. Okay, we need to grab this value, and we are doing our query down here. If you know MySQL, this should be easy for you. You're gonna delete from posts where the ID equals our handler down here, and we're executing this down here, and we put the handler and we assign it to our own ID down here, which is the value, and we're heading back after we delete our own post. So if we save all of this, go over here, refresh, and see that this one right down here has the ID of 3. If we click on delete, you can see that we have some kind of error down here on line 11. Yeah, not this. This is not a semicolon. We do not need this down here. If we refresh, you can see that we got down over here to our own index. So I guess it's working right now. So this should be the one that's going to be deleted. So if I click browse, so you can see that 3 now is gone. So this is like a new record. I created it. We're not actually, when I was just trying something. Okay, so yeah, this is a new record. I did not create it in the video, but that's fine. So as you can see right down here, that our post is gone. It was first post. If we go to S, and now we click delete, so it's gonna take us back, and now S is gone. So here is S, which is ID of 1. Click, you can see now it's gone. So the ID is working, everything is working fine. It's gonna work on any page right now. All right, and this is it for this one. And yeah, this is like really easy. Everything is fine, and see you on the next video. So now we can go ahead and create the update page. So for the update page, we're gonna take like 2 queries, and I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do for this whole scenario. We need a query for selecting the data and like showing it inside the form, and another one for submitting the data. If we look at here at the post.php, we need to go ahead and link to our own like page so we can show this data in it. So if we go update.php, which is like over here, all right, and if we give it some kind of ID, just like this, equal also the ID down here. All right, so it looks fine. So if we save it, go to some kind of post, maybe second post, you can see that down here it's giving us the ID. If you look like down over here, let's go to another one. This post 8, and it's giving us like the ID down here, just like what we have over here, so it's the same ID. So if we go ahead now to update.php, so this basically looks like the create page. It's the same code. If we go over here and remove all of this, just like what we did for every page that we have. If we go over here and pick up those two and paste for the second one, which is going to be like the footer, you need to go ahead for this one and go footer.php. So go ahead, save all of this. You can see that nothing is actually happening. If we go update, you can see that we have the page down here. So this is basically, this is like the image of the header, but we don't care actually. We need we don't care about the design right here. We actually care about only updating the data that we have down here. So this is the most important thing, that this is like in the link down here. So basically we need like to change some stuff in the form. So if we go to the update, so yeah, we need like to go to the action, the update. The action is going to be in the same page, update.php, and it's going like to be update. You need to give it like some kind of ID down here. All right, so we did not like grab anything yet, but let's go ahead and perform our own script, and we will grab the ID later. All right, so up to now we need to go ahead and like do what we did for the post. For the post, we grabbed the ID by the get, and then we pasted the data inside over here, or we echo out the data inside the page. So this is basically what we're gonna do, but we're gonna like echo it out inside the attribute value in the form down here. So we're gonna go f is set is the get we need the ID down here, and it's equal this get, right? And now we need like to select down here based on this ID, select, need to do our own query, and this is the first query that we are going to be doing. Select all from posts where the ID equals the ID that we're having down here, and we forgot to write the query keyword. Forgot the query keyword down here. Right, so after this, you can go ahead and execute. And you can go ahead now and fetch. So we're gonna fetch this maybe in like rows maybe. Right, fetch PDO. We can fetch it as object, that's fine. OBJ. So yeah, for the first one right here, for the first query, we snapped, we got our own ID, and now we doing our own query. Select the data, we're executing it, and now we're having our own like fetch down here, and we put it inside this variable down here so we can make use of it. So if we get down here, we need like the form needs some tweaking. Well, first of all, this name is going to be title, and it's going to be subtitle, and this is going to be this is actually going to be like body. If we go to the create, yeah, like the title and subtitle, and here's the body for this. Yeah. So if we go down over here, like paste it, so everything is like it's looking fine. And if we go to post, now we're having the image. So yeah, it's actually the image is right there, just we need to like change the name. So yeah, everything is looking good. The most important thing is the name down here, and we have title, subtitle, body, and image, and the submit down over here. So yeah, if we go like to every one of those, maybe after the name, if we go value, need to echo out rows slash, sorry, not slash, like the hyphen, and this greater than here, like greater than sign. And if we go title, if we close it, we like copy this whole thing, this is going to be a subtitle, this is going to be body, and the file, let's leave it for now. And we save all of this. Let's go see what we got. And the body is not selecting. We actually have the post date and the subtitle, but the body is not. Let's see what happened down here. So yeah, the body actually doesn't have a value. I forgot that. So basically need to remove all of this and go down here, echo rows body, save all of this, refresh. You can see that we're having our own data right down here. So yeah, it looks good, everything is looking good. So now what we need to do when we click on update, we need like to go ahead and like change our own data. Like we're gonna change something, and then we click our own on our own update, and then save all of this like new in our rows down here in the posts table. All right, so if we go over here now to our own second query, and this is like the first query. No, this like boring, but you know, the update is the update. You have to do it this way. So we're gonna say f as set post submit. Can go ahead and grab our own code right here that checks if something like is empty or not. Can actually grab all of this. It's kind of similar. Okay, you can grab all of this. So yeah, the title, post, subtitle, and the body. So echo one or more inputs are empty. We can go down here where like we're taking the title and we're taking the subtitle and the body and the image down here. Okay, we do not need like those three right here. And if we go to the dir, we do not need this two. Go for the insert. Let's call this update. right? So connection prepare, like we need to change all of this. We're gonna call it update. Post set like title equals the title that we are gonna give it, and then subtitle equals subtitle, the handler, and finally body equals the body down here. Right, so that looks good. Only need one thing, where ID like equals the ID that we got down over here. Right, so now it's looking good. The prepare is down there, the update and everything. We need like the execute, and of course like we need to remove all of those. We do not need them for now. If we save all of this, we're actually having some kind of error. We're having some kind of error. I don't know where is it actually. It's not showing anything right here. But anyway, we can go ahead and echo out our own ID down here. Can go PHP echo out our own ID that we got over here at the top. At the top over here. So basically we need the ID for in order for the form to recognize which post that we are updating. So everything looks good. We have the method post down here, we have the title, we have the name, and we have like the body, all of that. We have the name body down here for the button. Actually we still have an error. It shows us that we have an error right here. Don't know, cannot recognize what error is he talking about. You know, can go ahead. I think it looks good right now. So go over here, let's refresh. Yeah, we can see that we have unexpected in the file 58. Yeah, we actually 58, 85. Maybe it's like some kind of, yeah, let's check for that. Maybe we forgot this. So now, yeah, it's fine. We forgot the else down here. So yeah, it looks fine. We can go ahead. Right. So if we go down here and let's say post post after 8, we're just trying something out. We click update. Now we can see we're going back the insert in line 40. Insert in line 40. Yeah, this is not insert, this is update. Only makes sense. We go refresh now. You can see post after 8. Uncode error, have an error in your SQL, stuff like that. So let me get back to you and see. So actually the error was pretty simple. We forgot this comma down here. We need to separate our own stuff down here, our own handlers and our own columns. So we forgot the comma and subtitle down here. So if we save everything, if we now go back, actually after we save, we need to go ahead and head back to our own index. So if we take this down here, so yeah, looks good. So it's actually working right now as I write it. post after it. If we can say post after 9th, right? Subtitle of post after 9th. If we click update, you can see that we're now getting to the index, and here we go, post after 9th. If we click on it, you can see post after 9th and subtitle after 9th. So yeah, it took a lot out of me, and this is like what the update is all about, isn't it? So yeah, we had still like 16 minutes, so we're doing fine. I thought it will take a lot more because I wanted to show you like everything. I don't like to do like a lot of things behind the scenarios. Okay, so yeah, I hope that you enjoyed it. Just to recap what we did, first of all, you put our own link down here. All right, and we do 2 queries. We catch our own data, PID, as we did at the post.php. We go ahead and select our own data. All right, we take care of the form and make sure that you write every name in the form the right way. All right, because this will not work if you did it wrong. And make sure down here we have the method with the post down here, and the action is the update.php, and we're putting our own ID down over here. Okay, this also will not work like if you did not do this, because it will not recognize which post that you're trying to update. All right, so the user clicked on submit. We can go ahead right now and check for our own submit, and go over here at else, and like take the data from the inputs and perform our own query with the ID up over there that we did. All right, and after that we can execute our handlers and head back to our own index.php. All right, so yeah, I guess this is it for this one. If we go to another post 9th, can go update, can say post after 9th. All right, and if we have like a lot of content down here, so if we make it a little smaller, let's try the body, and now we make it a little smaller, and if we click update, if we go back, you can see that right now it's updating, so the content is a little smaller. If we look up over here, check this out, and the database, you can see like post after 9th, so it's working, everything is fine, and see you on the next one. So in the last video, in the last couple of videos, I showed you how to update and how to delete your own posts. And if you look up over here, maybe we go the second post, if we actually went ahead and deleted this post right here, the image will not be like removed from the images file. If we look up over here, if we look the name of the image of like second post, sorry, down here, posts, we look up over here, second post, and we have this name down here. We can see you anonymous, something like that. So if we go ahead and delete it, we can see like here it is, here is the image of this. If we go ahead and delete this post, you can see that the post is going to be deleted from the table down here, and it's deleted, but the file, the image is still in the folder, which is of course is not what we want. We want to be able to delete this image so we don't have a lot of images that are unused in our project. So it doesn't actually like it, if we lay this out, it will like save a lot of images down here that we don't use, and it will make our app a lot more slower. Okay, and this is not what we want. And in this video also I want to show you how to update the image. I left this for I left this in the last video, and I want to do it right here. And also with deleting like with updating the image, I want to show you how to delete the old image as well, not just, you know, to update it. All right, so basically we are gonna play with two scripts right here. If we look at posts, if we look at delete, let's start with this first. We want to be able, like when we delete our own post, we want to delete the image as well, right? So to do this, it's actually pretty simple. We are gonna use the unlink method, and the unlink method like takes two parameters, but we are going to be talking about one, and this is like the path of our own image right here, or the directory, which is images, and then the name of the image. So basically, to do this, we need the image name, right? And to do this, we need to create our own query. It's basically a select query, just like what we did at the show single post video, right? So if we look over here, and we need to do a select, we already have the ID right here, so we can actually go ahead and get the image. So we're gonna go select connection, query is fine, select all from posts where ID equals and our own ID down here, and we can go ahead, select, and execute it, and we can go ahead also and fetch it, because we are going to be needing our own image. PDO fetch OBJ. So now we can go ahead and use the link. Let's put this first, maybe like post variable, and now we can use the unlink. All right, and we need the path that we have, or the directory of the images folder down here, which is images, and we need to concatenate this after the slash. This is going to be like this. We need from the posts the images, or image, just image. All right, if we close this and save it, that should work. So if you go right down here, maybe we will take like post 7. Okay, actually let's go ahead and create another post, so we can like select another, we can select an image with like a symbol name, okay, because all the images have weird names. So if we go like post 10, we go subtitle of post 10, we like pick up some text and go over here. We can say, if we go over here and let's change the name of this image, and then black maybe .gbg, where, okay, let's choose another one. Maybe we'll go over here, black.gbg. Yes, of course. So it's over here. Okay, now we have black2.gbg. If we click create, okay, so I can see it's been created down here. If we go to our own table. Now we have the name of the image down over here, and if we look at the directory images, we can see that's right over here. All right, so everything is fine till now. If we go ahead, add this image, post 10, and if we go ahead and delete, let's see what we're gonna have, like undefined variable select. Yeah, we have some kind of error, just a typo. We have this down here, forgot an E. We click refresh. You can see that we got back down here and we don't have our post. Let's check for it at the database. It's right over here with the ID 8. You can see that it's gone right now. If we look over here, we don't have our own image. Okay, so now it worked. So yeah, that's it for delete. If we go now to update .php, now first of all I want to show you how to update the image. Okay, and it's really simple, just like what we did at the create. All right, let's like pick this up first, the ink. So because our form is processing an image, we need this. All right, and after that, just like what we did at create, everything is the same. We need to pick up image and put it up here, and we need to go ahead and play with the query. After the body, we're gonna say image equal to image, and we're gonna pick the handler image. It's going to be image down over here. Right, so now the query is done. We go ahead and create and see that we have a couple things left. Here is the directory. It's right over here. All right, and we still have one thing left. We played with the query with the blade with the execute, and we have if like move uploaded files, which will like move the file if everything is fine. It's right down here. So I guess we don't need this if everything is fine. Let's comment it for now. All right, and now like the image should be up there. Let's check just for the name. Yeah, the name, we have it image down here. Let's go ahead and update our own image. If we go to like post after 9th, if we go update, we look up over here, we have this like this weird name of post after 9th. Let's go ahead, maybe we can go ahead and create another post, because you know, so post 11. I just don't want to like overcomplicate everything with these weird names. Post 7. I want to like upload an image with a symbol name, so we can show it actually so I can show you that it's uploading already. Can choose like maybe we will change the name of this, or did we actually upload this? We can go ahead and change this PHP. I can see it. Yeah, it's actually right here. We can go create. So now it's created down here at php.jpg. Here is the image. So if we go, so if we now go, we can see our own post down here. If we go update, if we go over here, we can see that we have the name down here of the image. So if we go update, so I need to actually show the image down here so we can show what we're, you know, what we're dealing with. We can go over here and go PHP echo out the image. And I know that you don't like echoing out HTML inside PHP. I don't either, but you know, just for this single thing. And we can pick up something down here from the value, like we have raw's body. Can make use of this. We can go images slash, we need to concatenate this. We can go image, no, if we go down here and maybe let's say width like 500 equals like 500, we don't need those, 500 pixels, height 500 pixels. Alright, so I guess now it's fine. So if we go ahead, refresh this, you can see that we have the image down here. Maybe 500 is a little more at the height. Maybe we can keep it like 300. Maybe we can go with the width was like 900 pixels. If we refresh this, so now you can customize it however that you like. So yeah, I guess everything is fine now. We update. If we go, we pick up another image. If we go like for this node.png, if we now click update, let's see what we got. You can see that we're actually going back to the index, which means that it's already worked. So if we go post 11, you can see that we got our own image down here. If we can go, we got php.gbg. If we go browse, you can see that we got node.png. So everything is working fine. If we go over here, now we got node.png, but of course we still have our own image down here, which is not what we want. So let's say how we're gonna like do this. It's really simple. All you have to do is just go up over here and get our own unlink going. So we're gonna go unlink, just like what we did, images slash we need to concatenate this with like the data that we got over here from the rows. It's gonna be rows, which is like the old data that we like selected down here. If you don't remember, selected in the values, okay? The old data that we are going to be updating. We're going to be like image rows image, and yeah, this should work. So if we go down here, update, we can see that we're showing our image right here, which is node.js. If we now go ahead, post maybe after 11, and if we go to this, so as you can see that down here we got node.png. Let's see what's gonna happen to it. Maybe we'll pick like something that's not weird. I know it's like weird names. These photos used to be like, these photos are really old. Rose.gbg. Okay, we're gonna pick rose.gbg. Let's click update, and now you can see that we're getting back to index.php. If we go post after 11, you can see that we have the image down here, and we have like node.png right here. If we look at node.png, it's actually gone. So you can look whatever you like, it's all gone. Now we like all what we got is rose.gbg. And if we look up over here, if we refresh this, so we got rose.gbg. So it's basically really simple, as you seen. All that you need to do is to go ahead and use the unlink like method, and this will like wipe out or delete the image right away. You just give it your own path or directory. So guys, this is it for this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you enjoyed this video, and see you on the next video. So now we're back again, and in this one we are going to be doing a couple little things down here. So to ensure that this section is done, the section of the post or the posts down here. So we did everything that we need. We created, we updated, and we deleted, and we showed the posts. But if you go over here, and let's say this user right here, it's user7@user7.com. This is like the username and the email. And if we check it out over here, we have like 3 posts. I know like the posts are different from the last video, but it doesn't matter anyway. So if we look down here, we can say that this post is posted by somebody else that's not that we're not actually using right now, because we're using this user down here. All right, and this post is also like it's posted by the same user, and this one is posted by us. Okay, and of course we have this like user name down here and the email. So if you go down here to a post that's created by somebody else, if we go over here, we still can delete and update like the user the posts of another user, of this user down here. And of course this is not what we want, so we want to hide those guys. We want everybody to update or delete his own posts, not somebody else, only his posts. All right, so if we go down over here, if we go to post.php, we can go ahead down here to the update and delete buttons. If we go F, and we are gonna check for the session, because of course we are going to use the session to do this. So basically we're gonna compare the session of the user that's on the website and like the data that's coming from the posts user. We're gonna use the user ID that we did in the creation, the user ID that's down over here. So we're gonna say if the user ID of the post that you're showing is equal to the ID down here, then you have the right, like we have the right to view these two down here. If they're not equal, we're not gonna show any of those like buttons down here. So I hope that makes sense. So we're gonna go if set, let's like check for it first. Session user ID, and we're gonna say if session, and of course we got this down here because we already included like the navbar. The user ID is equal, or sorry, identical to the user ID that's coming from the post. User ID. And I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. So what we need to do right now, just to go ahead and close this. Let's see what we got any errors or not. Customize a little bit. Yeah, so it's looking fine. So if the session of the user ID is equal to the user ID that's coming from the post, we're going to show both of those guys. So if we go now, of course this is like another post. It's not for this user. Now if we refresh, you can see that our buttons now are gone. If we go back to the home and when we go to a post that we created, post 2, we're gonna say our update and delete buttons down here, they are gonna work well. Okay, but what if we let's go back to a post that we did not create. What if the user goes down here and tries to go directly to the pages from the link? What's gonna happen? Let's say if he went over here, he actually can access the update page still, but this is not what we want. Okay, so basically it's not just about showing or hiding the buttons. It's about preventing him from going actually and directly to our script. So if we go back to update, down here we need to go ahead down here and we need to say if session, the user ID is not equal to the rows, we're gonna grab the user ID. We need to go ahead, so basically if the user ID in the session that you have is not equal to the one that's in the post, we need to hit back. All right, so we can grab all of this. So if we save, let's go back and refresh this, you can see that we're going actually back to index.php. Can go to post that's created by another user, and if we try this again, update.php, of course you get the idea by now. You can see that we're going back right out again. So if we go to a post that we created, of course still we can go from the buttons down here. We do not need to write it from the link. And if we go back, and of course if we go to the delete now, it will delete this post right away. So this is not what we want. If we go now to posts, if we go to delete.php, and maybe, yeah, it's down here is fine. We go to post and let's check for the session. User ID is not equal to posts. We already selected the post when we tried to delete the image in the last video. User ID, we need to take this whole thing. We're gonna go else, and we are gonna select it down here. And for this we need to say like hit back. So if the user ID is not equal to the user ID that's coming from the posts, we need to hit back to the index, because this is not going to be like his post, so he doesn't have the right to delete it. But if not, you just go ahead and delete or do whatever you are gonna do with this page down here. And we took this in the else, because if we leave this out over here, if we leave the link function, it will delete the image. All right, so we don't want that unless he is like the rightful user to do this. So if we save all of this, we go, if we refresh right now, let's make sure, yeah, this is not his post. If we go delete .php, delete, yeah, if you check up here, you can see that post 12, this is the title of the post. We go back, let's see what we got. We still have the title of our own post down here. If we go to another post that's created by another user, or that's not ours, we go delete .php, delete. We can say down here that we don't have any. We're gonna go and click on it. You can see that we still have post 1 down here. We still have post 1 and post 12, and everything is looking good. Of course, if you go over here, we can like delete our own post. If we click delete, something is actually wrong down here, so I'm gonna check it and get back to you. So basically all I needed is just to include the nav bar down here, because it contains our session. Okay, so there was no session even to check in. So once I include the nav bar is in the includes down here, and the sessions are over here. And when I went for the post that we have, it actually got deleted. So we can go ahead, create, just to show you once more. Maybe it is like post two. It's gonna be a subtitle post 2. Let's grab some text. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, there you go. Grab any image, click create. If we now go to the index, we can see that we have a user that we actually created down here. We go post 2. Okay, of course we can delete it from right here. Let's go ahead and delete it from right over here. It's basically the same. So yeah, if we go back now, it got deleted. And of course we're not gonna be able to delete those guys or even to go to the update page. So I hope that did not confuse you at all. So basically everybody like will delete or update his own posts, and that's it. Okay, that's everything. So see you on the next video. So now we can go ahead and create our own categories. So in the last couple of videos we've taken care of like the posts, everything, the update, the delete, and everything. Actually, I might do a couple of things with posts at the future, but for now let's go ahead and take care of the categories. So basically the categories we are going to be, the scenario for this video, we're going to be creating a table of categories, and we're going to insert some data, and then we are going to show it down over here after the posts. All right, so if we go ahead and go categories, and let's choose like 3 columns. We go ID, var car like 3 maybe. Oh, let's keep it end. No, doesn't make much difference, and we are gonna go like auto increment, and it's gonna go primary. And for this one we are gonna go name, just the name of the category, and var car 200, and this is going to be created at. Alright, so it's going to be a timestamp, and as always current timestamp. So if we click save, now everything is fine. Here is the table. We go and insert a couple of dummy rows. So if we go TV, maybe for the first one, this one sports, this one we need like a third one, we need this like tech, and if we go down here, you can see we have our own data. So basically nothing new. Now if we look up over here at our own, our own project, we can go ahead at the index down over here, and we need to select this data and show it. So basically we're not gonna do like something that's like completely new. So we're gonna copy this and let's paste it, and let's call this categories, and we're gonna go query select all from categories. Now let's go for this one. This should be categories, so we'll execute this, and this one it will fetch all of this data down here, and we need to change this to maybe category, so nothing will happen to avoid any conflicts. Alright, we need to keep this, and now we can go ahead, and copy like those two, and go down there, and now just we can get our own rows. Let's end those two down here. So now what we need to do is just grab an alert, and if we go down here, Bootstrap alert, we're gonna grab some alerts so we can display our own data. Of course we are going to change like how it looks. Let's grab this, and if we go, now if we go over here and go for each category, just like what we did as the post as category, let's say as cat, let's leave it as that. So we are going to end this, and here what we need to do is to select the name, PHP echo out cat, and we are gonna select our own name. So we need just to test out that everything is actually working. We can go over here and go PHP end for each. Right, so it's looking good. Right, so let's save, let's keep it neat, and if we go down here and refresh, you can see that we got our own data right over here, and maybe we'll keep this like 6, so we can have like two elements and at the same line. So we got a problem down here, so let me get back. So basically the problem is symbol, that we need this to be outside down here. Excuse me. If we save, we go ahead now, refresh. Now we got our own like two down here. Maybe we'll insert a third one, sorry, a fourth one. So if we go for this one, maybe we're gonna say programs. And let's go. If we refresh this one, so we got our own four down here. Let's like make this a lot more nicer. So if we go down here, EJ dark, can go text center, text white. Right, so it's looking fine. If we save, go ahead, refresh, so it's now looking nice. So if we see text center, okay, so now it's working fine. And we need this to be like, we need those to be links, so we are gonna go ahead and grab those as links. We're gonna go href, we're gonna go for some kind of link down here, so we can actually show the posts that related to this category. So now it's looking fine. And we can go down here and immediately grab some kind of link, maybe this one, so we don't have to write the whole thing. Can go down here, and this one's going to be cat ID, and this is going to be cat, and this is going to be the ID, and this down here, it's going to be category, and this is going to be in a folder categories. Right, so it's looking fine. We save all of this. If we go down here at like at the root of our project, and if we go categories, we go create a file, category dot php, and if we go maybe just if we go right away below and we save, let's save everything down here, and if we go refresh, okay, so maybe we need those, we need the div to be, we need this to be outside, not inside. And we need this to be over here. Right. So if we save, refresh, can see that we got our own divs right here, and if you look down, we actually have our own IDs, and it links to category.php in a categories file down here. So if you click at any one of them, it's going to go to this one down here that we are going to be creating in the next video, or the next couple of videos. So yeah, this is how it works. This is how to display your categories down here. Maybe you can add some kind of H1 or H3, maybe H3 categories. If we do a couple of PRs down here, so we can take some kind of space. If we save this, refresh now, you can see that we have it over here, categories, and here is our own categories. So yeah, it's looking good, and this is it for this video, and see you in the next one. So in the last video, we've stopped down here. If we click on one of these categories, we show up this page down here. Now of course we're not gonna leave this as that. We need to grab every little post that we have with our own ID that's down here. But before we do that, we need some kind of, you know, some kind of ID or category ID in the posts table. Okay, so we can match both of them, and we can grab the IDs, we can grab the posts based on our category. Okay, because it doesn't have any link down here. We only have the user ID and we have the user name down here. So we need a category ID to to match both of those and to get like the posts that are related to this category down here in our page. And of course, to do this, we need to go ahead to our create page down here, and we are gonna grab a select box and we're gonna put it down here, and we are going to insert the category ID while we are inserting while we are inserting our own posts. All right, so basically what we're gonna do now, if we go to Bootstrap, select box, so if we grab this, that's fine. If we go down here to posts, create.php, and if we go down here, maybe we will put it after body, that's fine. Let's customize it a bit, and we need to grab this div down here because, you know, it will give it a margin, stuff like that, and we need to end this div down here. So let me customize it a bit. Alright, so everything is doing fine for now. We save everything. We look back up here. If we refresh, now we can see that we have our own select box down here, and it's totally fine. So basically what we need to do right now is just what we did for every create input. We're gonna go ahead and put like a name down here. Maybe we'll call it category ID, and yeah, that's basically fine. And of course we need to grab our own categories for this page, and we are going to select them, and we are going to put them right down here, so we can actually put the value, put the ID in a value down here in an option, and we need to create it or to insert it into the database. So basically to do this, we're gonna go ahead to maybe index, and we are gonna grab the code that's we already did, which is down here. We grab this and go to create.php, if we go up over here to the top, because we need it to be like there all time, not when like we submit a post or something. So if we go like this, all right, so basically we're saying right here, we're selecting every category we have, we're executing, and down here we're fetching. So we're gonna do like a for each with this. We go down over here, we don't need any, like we only need two, one for open this select menu, and the second one we are going to loop through it PHP for each category that we have as cat. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and echo out the name down here, echo cat name in this, and down here at the value we're gonna like echo out our own IDs, and this is what's going to be inserted in the database, what's inside the value attribute down here. So basically we need to close this PHP end for each, right? So that's totally fine. We save all of this, we go back, refresh. If we look up here, you can see that we have our own data down here that's in the categories. If we look up over here, we have 4, and here we have 4, of course. If we go and inspect this, I just need to check if we actually have the values or something is going wrong. So I need to see it. Yeah, if we click on this, you can actually see down here that we have our own values here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it works fine. Now all what we need to do is just take care of the creation. So if we look up over here, we can say we need like to copy this, and let's say what the name that we have, category ID, because it's going to go for the name when we submit. All right, and we need like, let's do it after the body, and this is going to be create category ID, sorry, post category ID. It's gonna snap this, and right down here we need to change the query a bit. We say after the body, we're gonna keep it category ID for the column, and for this one we are gonna keep it also category ID for the handler, and for the body we already specify this, and it's going to be category ID. Of course you can change the names, but you also have to change some other stuff. If you're going to change the names down here, you're going to change it down here, and so on. All right, but I don't want to confuse you, so we can go for the variables that we did down here that holds our data. All right, so basically let's make sure that we have the commas so we don't screw up. Yeah, actually we forgot a comma down here. This will mess up everything. So yeah, we got the commas in all 3 places, and I think that we're ready to go. So if we save all of this, yeah, it looks like we're having some kind of problem. Yeah, if we look up over here, yeah, we have an OR down here, and if we save, now we don't have any problems, so we're ready to go. Let's go down, and here we have our own name, category ID, so everything is looking perfect. So if we save, if we go back now, we need to go ahead and post, and we need to create a column category ID. If we go to structures, and let's keep it after the body, a category ID, not with this $sign. If we keep it like varchar, maybe keep it 3. If we go save, I'm guessing now it's working, but it's not gonna hold any values down here. So if we go now at create, if we refresh this, nothing is going on. So if we go ahead and like do some kind of post, post to subtitle, post to, we grab some text, and if we do, maybe we'll keep it TV, right? If we look up TV down here, like categories, we're gonna see that TV holds the ID of 1, right? And if we pick up some kind of image, let's shows that anyone, maybe I'll grab this, and if we click create, you can see that nothing is actually happening. So we got our own post too. We'll click on it, everything looking good. So if we go right here and let's go to posts and check the category ID, and as you can see down here, we have our own category ID. We have the TV ID in the categories, which holds like the category ID number 1. And the reason we did all of this, the reason of this video, we are going to match both of those two, and we are going to select every possible post that we have in each certain category down here when we click on one of them. Right, so I hope that you liked it and you're not confused. It's like the next video is going to be a bit complicated, but I don't want you to get scared or anything like that. It's going to be fine. Okay, so that's it, and thanks. So now we can go ahead and grab our own posts that related to some certain categories. So if we see down here, if we click on this one, you can see that we got our own ID right here, and we need to match this ID to the number of posts in the posts table that hold the same category ID down here. So we can grab all of them and just show them on this page. So basically this category page down here, it's going to be like the index, all right, but we're not going to show the categories in it. All right, so it will only show like the posts. So if we go up here, if we go to index, we can grab both of those, and we need the footer, includes footer. We have a slash down here, and we need to go back, and in this one we also need to go back. So basically this is going to be it. So if we go to anyone, actually right now we go to sports, you can see that we got everything that we need right here. All right, so let's go to this, because that's the category that we created the posts with, so we are going to be working with this. All right, so everything is working fine. And if we go back, we need to grab this whole thing, this whole div. All right, so if we grab it like this, and if we go down here, all right, and now we can go ahead and write our own query. We go over here, we can actually grab something else. We can grab the posts, right? So it's basically says all posts and the query, and we can go ahead now and write our own query. But I don't want to write it just here. I want to go ahead and write it so I can show you everything that we're working with. I need to go and write it at the SQL down here, right? So I hope that you're seeing this. Now I thing that you can see. We can go ahead and say select all from categories, join, and this is like the complicated thing that I talked about, the join down here. And the join basically joins two tables in like one value. If we have two values that are in the same two tables, it will join them based on this value, so we can get every other column and every other row in the two tables. All right, so if we go select all from categories, join posts on categories, and those are the two main columns that we are going to be joining the two tables together. Categories.id equals posts dot category dash or underscore id. So if we actually go like this, so basically we're saying select all from categories and join the table posts with it, where the categories.id, which is and show you what's going on. Where like the categories.id, it's like we need like the full table or the full column name, which starts with the table name and then the column, whereas this id down here in the categories table matches our own category like underscore id down here at the posts table. All right, so if we go ahead and go, you can say that we got our own post that we actually created in the last video. Like we got the id, the name, and the created, and those are the columns for the category, and this whole thing like to the end is the post the post table. All right, so I hope that makes sense. So basically, if we go down here to show query, actually we can go over here and do another thing which is the where, and the where basically allows us to put some kind of condition, and I'm gonna say where like the categories id equal like 1, okay, which is like the thing that we're getting down here, the parameter that we're getting down here. So if we go now, of course it will show the same thing down here. So we have this id that matches this id down here. All right, so I hope that makes sense. I know it's a little bit complicated, but you can work with it. Of course, if we inserted some other post with the same category one, it will get us this post too, because we're doing an inner join down here or just a simple join. So if we go ahead and actually create some post, we're gonna say post 3, just real quick, subtitle post 3, and if we grab some text, okay, and if we do TV, which holds the category ID of number 1, if we go and grab some image, if we go create, if we got it down here. All right, let me go ahead. I'm gonna copy all of this because I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we're saying down here, no, this is the categories, we need the posts table. If we go over here and refresh, you can see that we got the category ID down here. Now if we go to SQL and go, we actually need the category, the categories dot id number 1, or maybe we can go, it's basically the same thing, posts dot category, basically the same thing, so don't worry about it. All right, so if we go, so we have our own tool, like posts down here, which holds this same category ID or category underscore ID. So I'm guessing that you got the idea by now. So basically we need to go down here. I'm not going to select everything because that's like too much. What we need to grab is we need to grab the post title, the subtitle, and the username and the date, and we need to grab the ID because we need, like when we click on one post, we need it to go like to the show single post, and of course we need the categories .id, right? So those are like 7, so we're gonna be using like aliases, so when we actually select them, we will have like some clear names. So if we go posts .id as ID, posts dot title as title, posts dot subtitle as subtitle, posts dot user name as username, posts dot created at as created at, and posts, like we grab this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe the last thing that we need to do is the category ID itself. So categories dot ID as well, maybe we'll keep it like posts, dot category ID. It's basically the same thing, so we need to grab this one down here. So I know it's getting a bit complicated. I know it's like wow, this is like extremely crazy, but it's not a big deal. So basically what we did is we're just giving it an alias. It's like a clear name for it that will actually help us when we're selecting our own data. So basically it's a join with an alias. So everything that down here we gave an alias. It's nothing big. All right, so if we like grab all of this, we copy it and go down here, right? So this is like huge. Let me customize it a bit. All right, so looking fine and a bit complicated, to be honest, I know. So if we go down here, this is the post ID. So if we go rows, yeah, so it's basically rows. If we go rows and grabs the ID, that's down here. Okay, the second thing, it grabs the title, which is down here, and the third thing grabs the subtitle, which is over here, and fourth thing that grabs is the username, which is down over here. we need it to be like user name, like this. All right, and it grabs posts.created@, which is over here. We need to be created at down here. All right, so I guess that's basically it. Now it will go now not for the ID down here. We need to grab our own ID that we got from when we click on one of these. So if we click on one of these, we got one. Of course, like it got our own posts, but you know, it's not going to be one forever, right? We need to make this dynamic. So we need to grab the cat ID as we did in like the show single post thing down here. All right, so if we go if s set get, if we grab cat ID, so we'll basically want to take this in a variable, cat ID, and we're going to take every one of this, right? And we need to go put it down over here. All right, so let's leave this. We don't need a semicolon. Right, so I'm guessing that everything now is looking great. If we save all of this, and we go and refresh, let's see what we got. And let's say if we click on one of these, that we actually go into post 3 down here, and post 2, which of course, so everything is working perfectly, because like post 2 and post 3, if you look up over here, both of them post 2, post 3, these are the subtitles. They hold the category ID 1, which is the category ID in the posts table, which is 1, and it matches the categories.id in the category ID down here. So I guess that you got the idea. So if we go ahead and actually let's create some other post which is not with like the category ID 1. So we're gonna go post 4, subtitle post 4. I know this is like taking too long. And let's say sports, which has the ID 2. If we go for this picture, we go create. Now we have our own posts 4. Right, so if we go and refresh, so it's actually not here, because it's of course has, if we look up over here at the browse, no, this is like categories, like all of them are categories. That's impossible. Okay, that's fine. If we look up over here, it actually has the category ID of 2, so it basically should be in the categories 2 down here, which is sports. So if we click on it, you can see that we got our own post down here. So this is as beautiful as it can get. So I hope that I did not confuse you or anything. If you have any questions, you can ask them right away. I know like this query sounds a bit huge, but we had to use the aliases because it will make it easier for us down here to like to submit or to echo out our own variables down over here. So I guess that you liked it. I hope that you liked it, and see you on the next one. Maybe we'll go over here as a final step and echo out 404 for now, and we will change it later. Right, so that's it, and thanks. Okay, so guys, we're back again, and in this one I'm going to show you how to create the profile page. And to be honest, I wasn't planning on creating any profile page for this project, but you know, I enjoyed making this course for you guys, so I'm gonna do it. And I'm going to do like a little basic thing, the most basic thing that you can like give your users on their profile page is actually the ability to let them or allow them to update their own data. I'm going to show you how to update and delete how to update the username and password. The username and the email. We're not gonna go for the password because, you know, it's a bit complicated. It will take too much time, and I want you to consume all this course. Okay, I don't want you to get bored or anything like that. All right, so if we go over here for the profile, and if we click on it, of course it's only like a hashtag down there. So if we go that includes navbar.php, and if we go profile, no, not here, actually allowing to trying to search for profile, yeah, and it's right over here in front of my eyes. I'm sorry, they're just kind of messed up. All right, so if we go and get this link, we wanna redirect this to a profile page. All right, so we're gonna go users, we're gonna create a folder users, and we're gonna create profile.php, and of course we need some kind of variable down here or a parameter so we can snap and identify every user, so we can grab their data and allow them to update it. So if we go profile underscore ID equals, and the ID through our own sessions, user, right, so it's looking great. So if we go, actually let's create the folder, and go users and go for profile.php and go hello user, save this. We go ahead now, refresh, we go now, you can see that we're having our own ID down here. We have the full link, so if we click on it, we're gonna get hello user just as a test, you know. Now if you go ahead down here, and let's go to the posts, and we're gonna take the update, we're gonna copy all of it so we don't waste time, and we are going to just remove a couple of stuff, you know, change a couple of stuff, and so on and so forth. So if we go up to the top, we can see that we have our own header and we have our own config. All right, so we need to grab prof ID, and we need to copy it and paste it down here. And here we are selecting our own data with this query. We're gonna go select all from users, where ID is equal to the ID that we're grabbing down here, and we're executing, we're fetching, and here down this line we're saying if session user ID is not equal to rows user ID, which is not user ID, it's ID, because we're grabbing the data from the users table, not the posts table. So if we look up here, we are gonna say, if we look at the tables, at the users table, we're actually gonna match it, or we're gonna compare it to the ID. Okay, we don't have any user ID column down here, right? So if it's not the same, it will go back to the index page, because this line is basically we're not allowing any user to go to the profile page of other users. We only allow users to go to their own profile page, okay, because we don't want anybody to update somebody else page, okay. That's like forbidden. So if you go if is set and the submit button, we're gonna leave it as it is, and at the post we're gonna keep this email, and for this one we're going to keep it user name, and we don't need anything else because we're only like updating those two. And we're gonna leave this line. We're gonna like remove this because there is no image, and here we only need like two things, which is the email and this one username. And we're down here at the update query, we're gonna say prepare users set email to email, and this one username, and this one also username. We're gonna remove this comma, and we're gonna remove all of this. We don't need any of it. We're gonna say where the ID is equal to the ID that we already like snapped up here. All right, so looking good. Now we need to go for the handlers. Of course, we are gonna grab the email, and we are gonna grab the username. All right, and of course we need the variable so we can submit our own data down here. And for this one we are gonna remove, we don't even have any image. So after all of this, we needed to go to the same page that we actually updated. All right, so we're gonna go users / profile.php, and we're gonna give it the ID prof ID, and we can concatenate it now. We go session user ID. Right, so it's looking great for now. We go ahead down here at the form, we're gonna say update.php. It's not update, it's profile. This is like the page that we are going to be processing for our form, and of course like we're gonna echo out the ID, and that's fine. We have down here, we only need like two inputs, so I'm gonna remove everything else. Input type, maybe I'll keep this email, and the name is going to be email, because of course we need it to be email, so, and because that's what we are actually snapping, and we're gonna keep this email. Here we need this to be, let's leave it as text, and for this one we're gonna go user name, and we need to go ahead at the values, because that's like that's the data that we're actually putting in our input, so we can actually update it. All right, so now this is going to be like email, those are the placeholders, this is going to be username, and here we have our own button, and I'm thinking now that everything looks fine and we're actually ready to go. So yeah, it's looking great. If we save all of this, go ahead and now refresh our own page. Let's see what we got, if we got any errors or something, and we can actually say that we got our own, you know, our own stuff down here, our own data. So if we go up over here, this one is the email actually, and this one is the password. Sorry, this one is the email and this one is the username. So if we go at the email and go user 8, user 8, or we can delete the whole thing and go at yahoo.com, and if we go update, let's see what we got. We are actually going, we actually have some kind of rows in 71. Was it rows? And defined it variable rows in 71. So let me get back to this. Let me go and solve. So basically I forgot a couple of things, and this, of course, like I saw this coming, it's an update query. So we forgot like the UPD down here. I should have changed this like to profile ID down here, so we're in the form, and I echoed out like the ID that was coming from the rows up over there, right up over here. All right, and the main thing that caused the error was we actually forgot like this sign down here, the equal sign. All right, in this link, you guys like might have solved this. All right, so it's looking good now. If we save all of this, I actually like tried and it worked now, so I can try it again. We can say for this one my dot. All right, maybe we can change this like to Gmail. So if we click now update, you can see that we're going to the same page. What caused the error, that this sign was missing, and it directed us like, and it did not get the ID again, so it triggered an error down here. All right, so basically now it's working. If we look at the database, we can see, if we look down here, it's actually working. You can try it for the username, it will actually work. So this should be it for this video. I'm guessing now the profile page is done. I know it's kind of little, but it's enough for this theme at least. So you get the idea, and see you on the next one. So we're finishing up the part of the user side, the post, the registration system, the categories, all of these things that we actually did. We 99% finished them up, and in this one I'm just going to dedicate it to some of the things that I want to check and to revise with you guys, so we can do a little validation here and there. So now if we go to auth, if we go to login, we're gonna go from the top to the bottom, and we're gonna check some things together. We're gonna do little tweaks here and there. So if you look up over here at this one, we created all of these things. I'm actually improvising. I did not plan anything about this video, so let's see what's going on down here. If we actually go down here, if you remember, we've checked if the email is a valid email that we have in our database or not. So if we go up over here, if actually the user did not enter if the user entered a wrong email, it will actually redirect him to the same page, and it will not display any kind of image, which is not what we want. We want to go ahead, if the user entered the email or the password wrong, we want to give them some kind of message that, hey, you entered them wrong. All right, so we can go over here and do it with an else. So if we go else, and if we go to categories, and let's grab, what should we grab? We should grab our own alert. and no, the alerts was not in the categories, they were in the index.php. Sorry about that. And there we go. So if we actually grab this, we go over here, if you go echo out this whole thing, and I know that you hate putting HTML inside a PHP, and I do either, but this is like a symbol thing, so no big deal. And we're gonna keep this alert. I'd like to remove this alert danger. All right, so of course we do not need any of this. We're gonna go the email or password is wrong, right? And we can take the whole thing. This is only for like the email, and if we can take this whole thing and put it down here, all right? So it's basically we're gonna keep it the same, and if we save now, yeah, we actually have some kind of area. We need the semicolon down here. I forgot that. The semicolon down here, and maybe this one, we forgot it. We'll mess up the design. So remember, I'm just improvising. I'm not planning anything, okay? So you have to be patient. I wanna give you the full experience of the development process. So if we save, we go ahead now, refresh. All right, so everything looks fine. So if we go ahead and enter an email that's not in our database, so if we go user 11 at user11.com, if we copy this, let's go ahead and log in right away. And you can see that down here the email or password is wrong, and we do not need this to be like text white. So if we save, now let's enter both of them wrong. You can see that right now giving us the email or password is wrong. All right, so it looks pretty cool. At least we're giving the user something to look for. And of course, if we log in with a valid email, it will go ahead and redirect us to the index page, and now the session is up there and everything is looking great. So let me see what I have down here. Okay, 5 minutes, we still have time. So if we go now, let's close this. I'm guessing like this looks fine. So if you actually go now to the register page, which is another main page that we have, the user clicks on submit, all of that. Yeah, we can go ahead and grab this one, and we can actually do it down here. All right, but we're not, of course, gonna say like the email password is wrong. We're gonna say enter data into the inputs. Now let's copy it, go ahead to the register, and now right, so it's looking great. So yeah, it's looking fine, and we go up here, you can see that everything looks great. Okay, all of these guys down here and the form, yeah, there is nothing much actually to do down here. So It's looking great. So if we go now to the register page, and let's not put anything inside the inputs. Let's see what we got. We go register. We're going down to the same page and it says enter data into the inputs. All right, and if we look up here, let's see if it's actually created something or not. And it did not create any like invalid data or anything. So we're doing fine down here. All right, so this is for this folder. Everything is looking great. Can actually add like a lot more to it, but there is no time. We're gonna take it. You can do like unlimited validations to anything in any project. All right, and it will take huge amount of times, and we do not have time for all this. But for now, it's looking perfect. Yeah, we're saving everything. All right, so we have the category. And maybe we'll leave the category for the other video. All right, so for now, I'm improvising these videos just for you guys so you can see we're doing some kind of validations here and there so we can finish up this whole thing. And this is it for this one. So now for this one, we are going to be going ahead and, you know, doing a couple of validation things down here. So we've stopped the last video at the category.php over here. So basically what we're going to be doing with this page, if we look up over here, we look at our own get. When you're working with get, you know, you've got to be a little more careful because it deals with you know, the links. So the user or any hacker can hijack your data if you don't secure your code well. So basically what we're going to be doing for this stuff, if the user messes up the ID or, you know, messes up the link, we are going to be hitting the user back to another 404 page. All right, and this should be really easy and simple. All what we need to do is just, you know, a 404 design, and I've already got my one down here. If you look up 404 not found simple design bootstrap, if you go down here to fronted shape link, click on it. It contains a bunch of designs down here. It's really simple designs. If we pick up the whole thing and copy it, we go down here, we go at the middle of the project, and if we go 404.php, if we select all of this and paste and save, and if we go down here, header, location, and if we snap the link, if we go 404.php, end it with a semicolon and save, and if we go, let's go to a category, we go TV. All right, so everything looks fine, it's all great. If we go down here and mess up this ID, well, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got before we actually let's comment this out. Let's say before what we got with the old scenario. All right, and save, say, refresh. If you look up down here, it actually renders this thing down here, which is not what we want. This is like invalid, and it like triggers a bunch of errors. It still displays the image, but it like triggers this whole thing, which what we don't want the users to see. Right, so if we remove this and go back this one and save, if we now refresh, you can see that now we're going to a 404.php page. So if we go ahead to 404.php, and you can actually Yeah, we can take out this whole thing and like get a nav bar for it, so we can do the code our own way. Nav bar, we don't need to get a step back, and we don't need actually the footer. And maybe we can go over here and snap this link. So if we click, if we click on this link, go home, we can actually go to the home page /index.php. If we save all of this and refresh, can still like see this whole thing, and if we click down here, we can go actually to the index, which is great. Okay, so nobody can mess up with our link now. So I'm guessing that like this is like this whole thing for the category. Now we're actually done with it. And config, we don't need like to go with anything for the config. The CSS, the includes, no, it's all fine. JS posts, maybe we need like to tweak this a bit. We go to create.php, we can like go ahead and snap and take, you know, our own alert that we did. Maybe we'll copy this whole thing, go for create, and gonna echo out. Enter data into the inputs, so it's looking great. Let's see what we got. Actually everything is fine, we only need this line, so it's basically looking great as I'm seeing down here. So yeah, everything is fine. Let's like close this up, and if we go to delete, all right, maybe it contains a get down here, so maybe we will pick up the categories. So yeah, looks fine. All right, to post.php, I'm guessing we actually also need, you know, our own header. Location, we snap, we don't have any links down here, that's weird. Yeah, we have one down here. .php. All right, so it's looking great. We can go ahead, click on any one of these. Let's mess up anything down here. If we go, we can actually go to a 404, click down here, we can go back. So yeah, it's looking good. I'm guessing that everything here looks fine. So we can close this, you know, and we can close this. Now we have the update at PHP. So yeah, we actually have a get down here, post and all of that. Yeah, we actually have a get and an alert at the same time. So this is, we need to go for the get first. Need to copy this, go up over here and paste it. So looks good. And if we go log in and snap this whole thing, update, down here. So we're gonna leave it the same. It's basically the same thing. So yeah, we still have time. So update.php now is done, and login is done. All right, users profile. So we have here submit, all of that. We have this one. Of course, we need an else. All right, so if anybody misses, you know, with our own data, let's log in and try this out. Let me go ahead and grab an email, password. So yeah, it looks fine. So if we go ahead and profile, if we actually try to go to somebody else's profile, let me pick an ID down here, maybe ID 3. If we go ahead and we did this validation, you know, in the profile video, but we did not test it. So here I'm testing it and I'm showing you that it actually works. So if we mess up this whole thing down here, so yeah, it's looking great. So actually working. Here we finish this whole thing up. Close this. Yeah, and that's actually it. We only have the index page down here. Maybe we do not need those things. It doesn't look plain to me. So if you go class, margin bottom, and this is Bootstrap, like 4 pixels. We save. It's actually the categories in the index. It's basically going to be the same thing, right? Maybe we need like 4. We need like 5, sorry. Okay, so everything is actually looking great at the index. I don't see anything. Maybe we can limit the number of the posts down here, because if we insert now posts, it's going to show like we insert like 30 or 40 posts, it will show them, and we do not need this. We can insert, we can like show maybe 5 posts. So we want to be limit this to 5. It's basically a change in the query. Okay, limit 5, it will give us only 5 results, the first 5 results. So yeah, 1 2 3 5, 1 2 3 4 5. All right, so this is basically it for the validation and the finishing up of this whole thing. I hope that you guys liked it. Of course, we can add like unlimited things like any project in the world, but you know, we need to go ahead now and start with the admin panel so we can finish up this project. All right, so that's it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now we're back again, and in this one this is like the start of our own admin panel. So basically this is a start to the other side of the project, which is the admin space. All right, so basically I've done everything that we need to do with the user end, and now we are at the admin end. So I've created this design. Most of it was by myself, and this is like a folder that I'm gonna like compress and give you guys the files and everything. Just look at the resources files and you'll find it. All right, so if we look up over here, I've copied and pasted everything, and it's in this admin dash panel down here. I have included it in our file in the root down here, a clean dash block. All right, so if we look up over here, we have a couple of folders, and we have admins, and this is like admins.html. and this will display our admins, and we have create admins, and this is like a form that we're going to be using for creating our own admins. Of course, we're not gonna like put some register PHP page and let users just create admins. No, we want to be like, we want to control this, and we want to create our own admins and then give them the username and the password, or the email and the password later. All right, we don't want anyone to create admins. We want only the admins to create the admins, not the users. All right, and this is going to be a page inside the website. All right, and we have the login. All right, the login page where user can go ahead and log in. And if we look up over here, we have the categories dash admins, and we have the whole thing about categories. We are going to create categories, we're going to show categories, and we are going to update our own categories. And if we have the posts, we're only going to show the posts that we have. We're going to show a couple of posts and going to show you how to delete them from inside the admin panel. All right, and here in the index.html, which is going to be the home page for, you know, our own admins, we are going to be like showing the number of posts that are created inside the tables, and we're going to be showing the number of categories and the number of admins. All right, so of course we will change this whole thing to PHP while we're working, and we're going to be creating our own header and footer, and we will actually copy and paste a lot of things from the website, from the project that we already did, so we don't waste a lot of time. All right, so don't worry about it, everything will be cleared out in its own time, or in the right time. So if we go up over here, we go to admins, admin panel / index.html. Okay, click enter. Let's see what it looks like. So I designed this most of this thing by myself by using Bootstrap, right, and a couple of like CSS codes and stuff like that, so it's no big deal. All right, so we have here our own admin panel. This is going to be the index. After we log in down here, we are gonna go to our index page down here, which is down here, the post, the create, the categories, and the admins. We're gonna show the number of those. Of course, this like empty space down here, you can use it to to display your own stuff. You can display stats, graphs, and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna go through this because this will make this will take too much time, and you're not gonna follow along. Actually, it will take too much time and you will get bored of it. All right, so if we go to another tab down here to the admin, we're seeing down here we're showing our own admins. We're showing only the username and the email, of course. If we click on this button down here, we are gonna go to create-admins.html page. We're gonna be creating our own admins, and if we go to categories, you can see our own categories down here. And of course, this is like a whole system for categories, because in the users side, you can only like insert data, insert posts with categories. We cannot do much down there, so only the admins who are going to be creating the category and stuff like that. We're not going to allow the users to create them, but then we can actually update and we can delete our own categories if you look up over here. All right, so it's basically like a single input, and we are going to be creating our own category. It's really simple. All right, and the last one is going to be posts. So if you look up over here, we're gonna show our posts. All right, and we're going to be deleting them. And of course, we are gonna be like when we log the user in, we are gonna be logging them out and stuff like that. So basically, guys, this is it. We might add a couple of things on the way. Okay, we might remove a couple of things of the project and stuff like that. Of course, we're not going to be like removing too much. We're not even going to be removing. Okay, we're adding a couple of stuff here and there. Of course, it's a design, so when we work with the backend, we're going to be changing in our own project. All right, so I just wanted to show you how this design works and everything, and I hope that you liked it, and get ready for the admin panel. So now we're back again, and we can go ahead and start building our own login.php. And this is of course what we need to be starting with. Of course, we're going to be like creating the users or the admins from inside our own admin space down here. Okay, so we need to be like logging the admins in. So before we actually create it, we need to take care of a couple things. Of course, we are gonna copy it and paste it from the script that we already created, but you know, we need like to do a couple of things first. Well, first of all, we need to create our own table, and after that we need like a header and footer files for our own admin like project or the admin end. So if we go down here and we can go admins, and we can keep it 5 columns. We can go ID, let's keep it integer, that's fine, 3, and we can go down here and go auto increment and give it like a primary key, and let's keep this one email varchar 200, and let's keep this like admin name maybe, and we can keep this varchar 200 also, and this one is going to be password varchar, and 200 is fine, and we can go create it at, you know, just like what we did. We can keep it timestamp, and this one is going to be current timestamp, which will get the current time. So I'm guessing that's all fine. So if we click save, you can see that everything now looking great. We have our own columns down here that we're going to be using. All right, so if you go down here at like the heart of the project, we can see that we have our own folder down here, the admin dash panel, and we have our own folders inside it. So if we go admins and we can go login dash admins.html, we can see that we have our own static file down here. Well, first of all, let me change it, rename PHP. Okay, that's fine. And now we need to go to index, and let me change it also so we can work with it. PHP. Alright, so we need to make a header and footer for this project. So if we look down here, we can go ahead from the container down here. We're gonna grab all of this, okay, and Control X so we can cut it. And if we go down here, if we go to this folder and create a folder down here, let's create it layout so we don't get confused. And we can go your file, sorry about that, we can go header .php, and if we paste it, so it's all good, and save this. And if we go another one, footer .php, right, and if we go now to index, if we go down here, we can pick all of this and go to footer and paste it and save. So it's all fine, it's all great. So if we go to login now, and if we go, we need to remove all of this. All right, and we need to go PHP require, and we need to take a step back to go out from the admins folder and like go ahead and access the layouts / header .php, and we need to take this, let's copy it. Well, actually, yeah, maybe we will not remove anything from here, so we only have like 1 2 3 4, and down here 1 2 3 4 5, so maybe we'll take this out. And footer.php, so yeah, it's looking great. And actually above here we need also the config file, we can't forget that. So we actually need to go a step back, and we need to go a step back once more so we can get out of the admin panel at all, and we can go ahead and access the config down here. All right, so we need to take a step back once again, and we need to go config so we can access our own database credentials, so we can access the connection variable. Okay, so if we save all of this, and if we go to header maybe, and for this one we are gonna be, if we copy all of this, so we can take the link, we can go admin panel, we can go admins / login -admins.php. If we save all of this, if we go down here, and yeah, this will be like, this is like PHP now, so everything is looking great. If we go over here, yeah, it's still login. Yeah, because we did not actually, let's go ahead for this one and do the header and footer. Right, so footer, and if we refresh this, yeah, it says that we messed up the best, sorry, the path, the directory. If we go over here, we save, we now refresh, you can see that now we can go to our own login page from here. So if we click, we're seeing that everything is messing up, like we got our nav, like the side menu that was here, it got over here at the nav bar, which is of course because we messed up something in the CSS file. So if we go to the console, we can see that we messed up our CSS, so we need to go to the header now. We look up the style, yeah, we need like the style down here. All right, basically if we pick up the link, this, if we go, I know this is like kind of boring, but you know, you have to stick with me. So we can go styles, we are now down here, and we can go /style.css. So if we save all of this, go ahead and now refresh, you can see that we're getting our own side menu down here. Of course we don't want to show it, we only like gonna show the side menu for the admins that are only logged in. This should be only at the index. Okay, so we're gonna hide it somehow, but for this one we just need to log the user in, and when we create our own sessions, we're gonna be taking care of this down here, of this menu, and of course these guys down here. So basically now, for now, we need to go ahead and log the admin in. All right, so we created our own table. So if we go ahead and insert some data down here, and I'm going to insert the data with an encrypted password, okay, with a hashed password, because we're hashing our own password. So this is the only way to go now. So if we pick up this hash, or I guess this hash, this was like 1 2 3 4, I guess, yeah. So, and we're gonna insert it at the password down here. All right, and for this one I'm gonna go admin with the username one at admin.com, and this is for the email, and here is like the admin name. And if we go now, maybe one is enough for now. If we go, so if we browse, you can see that now we got our own admin and our own email and our own password. And of course, like I said, I inserted this way because we're gonna be using the hash password right away. All right, because we're not creating any we did not create any register page or anything like that. Okay, so you will see when I do this, when I go ahead and insert our script down here, and I'm going, to edit it. So if we went up over here at our own, add auth, and if we pick up the login, let's pick up the whole thing, and then we're going to be dealing with the form. So let's check what we got down here. So basically we got the session with the username, and for this let's comment this out. All right, and we got the submit button down here. We got the post for the email and for the password, and we're displaying some kind of alert if something is wrong. And now we are grabbing the data from the inputs. And for this one, the query, we need to be changing this from users to admins, as we have down here. Okay, where email is equal to the email that we're getting down here, and we're gonna do an execute. And for this one, we're gonna do a fetch, and we're doing the row count, so we can we're telling it if our email, if we actually did some kind of effect on our rows, it will return a number, and the row count will return the number 1, because we're only playing with one row down here. So if the email is right, it will return 1, which is bigger than 0, so we'll actually proceed to the next step down here, which is the password verify. So it gets our own password with the raw password, so we can actually see that we're this is the data that has been grabbed from down here from the fetch. So here it's my password, and I created it here, password. So we need to be going ahead, and for this one we need to change the name to my password, because of course it's grabbing the value from the database. So if we save, okay, so now it's looking great. So, and we're seeing down here, hey, snap our own session, and this will trigger an error because we did not start any session at this part. Okay, we should be starting our own session at the header. All right, but what we're gonna do in this video, I'm just going to hit the user back to the index. We're gonna be starting the session in the next video. All right, so basically if now the password matches, it will hit the user back to our own index page. So if we go ahead and keep this as admins/index.php, which what we're having down here, so it's admin panel /index.php. So if the email is right and the password is right, it will hit the user to this page. And other than that, it will going to be like tell it the user or password is wrong, so that's fine, and that's also fine. And if we go over here, if we go to the form and check it, we got the post method, and that's okay. And for this one, we're going to be changing this, you know, to login-admins.php, and that's like the same, where we're processing the logic inside the same page. So we're going to be writing the name of this page, and here we got the input of email and the name is email, so that's perfect. And of course, if we look up over here, we got the password and the name is password, the type and the email is right, and we got the type submit for the button and the name is submit, so that's absolutely perfect. If we save all of this, and I hope that we're not having any errors, so it's looking great. If we go over here now to login, and if we click refresh, you can see that everything is fine. So if we go up over here, now this one, we go to browse, and if we go over here and copy the email, and the password is 1234, which is the hash, because it will hash this up and match it to the hash that we already, you know, that we already copied and pasted. And if we click login, you can see that we actually got to our index.php page. So that's perfect. It did not create any errors, anything like that. And now in the second video, we can go ahead and create our own sessions. All right, and for the sessions, of course, we're going to be changing some stuff at the navbar. We're going to be changing like we're not going to be showing this side menu when we log in, and of course we are going to be preventing anybody from getting right away to the index page. And if we are logged in and we have the session, you know, we're not gonna allow anybody to go to the login page because we're already, you know, logged in, just like what we did at the users. All right, and of course we're gonna be playing with a bunch of stuff down here with the sessions, and we're gonna be doing all of this cool stuff that we already did. So that's it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now we're here again, and in this one we need to take a look at our own session so we can customize and limit the admins or the people who are, you know, visiting or trying to get into our own website or at our own admin panel. All right, so if we look up down here, you can see that we're like logged in, but there is no sessions, and the sessions are everything. Actually, there is no login without session. Okay, if you look up over here, we can just go ahead and click on login, and we can log in again, and this is wrong. Well, for number one, we actually have login down here, and if we're logged in, we do not need to show this. And number two, we actually saw this down here. All right, and we did not even limit the user to go to the login page when we're logged in from the search bar down here. Okay, which all of this should be taken care of. All right, so to start our own session, we can go ahead now and go to our own layouts, and we need to start it, of course, at the top of our application so we can access it anywhere. All right, so if we go PHP and go session start and save, and that's it actually to start our own session. So if we go ahead right down here, the admins, if we go to login-admins, of course we have it included down here, so now we have access to it. So if we go and the comment or uncomment both of those, and we need to go for this, and maybe I will name it another name. Maybe we'll call it admin name, and for the raw, maybe we'll call it, yeah, we have it down here, admin name. It will grab this, so it's basically the same thing. And for down here, I'm gonna go admin Of course, you can call this like these names whatever you like. And for the raw, we have our own ID that's coming from the table down here, the data. All right, so if we save all of this, so I'm guessing it's looking great right now, and we can actually like echo out any of those right now because we've already carried them on our session, and we can like go ahead at the index.php page and we can echo any one of them. So maybe I will go down here anywhere I like, and I can go echo session, maybe admin name. All right, so it's looking great. So if we save all of this, and now go ahead, you know, with our own email, copy this, let's refresh it, and now we paste it, and go ahead down here and 1 2 3 4 and go log in. You can see that we're having our own admin name down here, which is, you know, which is great and cool and everything, but we still got a bunch of stuff to do. All right, so if I go back, of course I can go back, I still can go back. Okay, we did not limit anything, we just started our own session and we copied something, so we're actually testing for now. All right, so I need to go ahead and remove this down here. I don't want the user to see this if we actually if we're not logged in, if we are at the login-admins.php. so if I go down here, and all of these things are in the header, so if I go, maybe, yeah, we're actually having it down here. We have it home, admins, category, and posts. So if I go up over here, and if I check for the session, and if I go PHP F set session admin name, so we're basically saying if the session is right there, we are gonna leave everything on. So that's basically means that we are at the index page or any other page aside from, you know, the login page. So if the session is set, leave everything down here, and if not, go ahead and end this, end F. So basically we're ending everything down here. It will show these things if the session is set. So basically, of course, when we're logged in, the session is going to be destroyed, so this will not be showed up. So if we save all of this, and if we refresh, of course it still shows up. You know why? Because the session is still there, we did not destroy it yet. So all what we need to do for now is to go ahead and create our logout page, and if we look up over here, logout, we're saying it down here. So I need to pick up this whole thing, admin panel, yeah, we need admins. I'm going to create a logout page right now. So if we go logout.php, that's fine. If we go up over here, new file, logout.php, and now I need to go ahead and start. I need to go session start session unset session destroy. Then maybe I can go ahead, header, and go back, location, to our own login page. All right, so if I go over here, pick up this whole thing. All right, and this so that's totally fine. So if we log in again, 2 3 4, if we click login, now we're logged in. If we go up over here and log out, you can see, yeah, we're actually getting some kind of error code to undefined function, session unset. Yeah, we added like another S. If we go now, we can see that we're getting back down here, and our own side menu now is gone. Okay, because now we've destroyed our own session. So that's all. That's great. So we actually need to be like showing and hiding some stuff when we're logged in. When we are logged in, we're going to be showing the home and the user name down here, this list down here, and when we're logged in, we are gonna be showing the login only. So to go this, we need to go to the header now, and if we look up over here, we're gonna say if it's basically the same line. If we copy it and go, if the admin name is set, we can leave the home, our session is set, and we need to catch this and get back down here. This is missing, this one is missing a div. All right, well, let's keep it down here. Okay, and we're gonna see why in a minute. So basically we're saying if it's set, if the session is set, we're gonna leave the home link down here, and we are gonna leave, we're gonna leave the username, this whole drop down menu, and for the last one, which is the login, we are gonna go over here and say else, and after that we're gonna be ending our own if. And so that's cool. Again, we're saying if it's set, display all of these guys, and the session is unset, but it's not set, we can go ahead and only display the login down here. All right, so if we save all of this and go back, refresh, you can see that we only got like the login page down here. So if we actually go ahead and click it, it will go to the same page. Now if we go ahead now and log in once more, you can say that we're going back to our own index page down here, and we're displaying only the home and the user name down here, so we can actually log out. All right, but so now we're logged in and everything is fine and the sessions are fine. But if we look up over here and if we go ahead and we try and access our own login page while we are at the index page, let's see what's gonna happen. If we click on this, we can still go back and this one will show up. That means we need to be taking care of somebody. We need to take care of this whole thing. All right, so if the user try to access it from here, we need to prevent it and to redirect the user back to the index page. So if we go up at the login page, login-admins, remember this line that we commented, we can go down over here and decomment it back, and if we're gonna say if is set the session, and this is admin name down here, if the session is set up, we need like to go back to the index page, right, which is not like this. Maybe we will get some of this code. Maybe we need all of this, and we need to go to the index page, and of course we need to be at admin dash panel. All right, so if we save all of this, we go ahead now, we copy this and log in 1 2 3 4. All right, so now we're here. So if we go back down here and go admins slash login dash admins.php, and if we click, you can see that now that we're going to the index page, despite the fact that we're trying to access it from here. So we prevented the user from doing it, and we are gonna do the same for the login page. So sorry, we're going to do the same for the index. So we're gonna say PHP we need to say, if we don't have our own session down here, this means that if it's unset. All right, so we're doing the opposite. We need to go back to the login page. So we need to go admins slash log n dash admins dot php. Okay, that's all fine. And if we save right now, if we go ahead and log out, and let's try and enter the index page right away, and let's say what's gonna happen. So if we go admin panel, admin dash panel, and if we go to the index right away, if we go now, we can see that we're getting back to the login page because we don't have our own session. So if we go now 2 3 4 login, you can see that everything now looks great. We can actually display the admin name down here, and it's in the header. We go username, yeah, we can say echo out admin name, and if we save it and refresh, you can see that we're echoing the admin name down here, which is all good. And maybe we can customize these links. We need, like, maybe we'll leave this for the second video. It contains HTML stuff and all of that. Maybe we'll only customize the home. So if we look up over here, maybe we can copy this index.php. If we refresh all of this and go right over here, maybe, yeah, maybe we did like this home down here. Maybe it's another one. Yeah, it's down over here. Index.php. We save all of that, and now if we refresh, and now we go over here and click on it, we can see that we're going to the same page. So this is it for the login. I hope that you guys liked it, and see you in the next video. So now we're back again, and in this one it's going to be really simple. We are going to be like displaying the numbers of things as we've seen, like in our dashboard or in our index. We're going to be displaying the number of categories, the number of posts, and the number of admins. But before we do this, I want to like do a couple of things, a couple of little things down here. You can see that we need like to push this a little bit. give it a little push down there so the code looks cleaner. Right, so now it's looking great. I know I don't take care of these things most often, but you're a big boy now, can do them by yourself. I don't want to waste too much time. Actually, if you went this far through the course, I can say that you are gonna be a great programmer, okay, because you at least have some patience to learn. Right, so I'm guessing that's great. Everything looks great and clean down here. Maybe we need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and we don't need this table down here. Right, so if we save all of this, and if we look up over here at the login page, the container, like, it doesn't work. The login starts from down here. We need the container to be, or we need anything to start from the logo down over here. So we need to make this a little more smaller. So to do this, we're gonna be like taking the fluid down here from the container, so we can keep it on the container, so our own login will start from down here, so it looks a lot nicer. Right, so if we go ahead now and start, we're not going to be like creating the admins in this video. We're going to be displaying just a couple of stuff, and the admins are going to be like doing them in the next couple of videos. Right, so now we are at our own index page. Everything's looking great. We need to remove this, and now we need to display the number of these guys down here. All right, so let's go ahead. Now if we close all of this, don't need any of it, and we're down here at the index. Actually, we don't need this. You can just go down here. You can go, actually we need our own config down here. So if we go like this, and at the index we need to go a step back from the admin.dash panel, and we can go config, down here. So now we got it. Yeah, we have some kind of error. Was it that? Yeah, it was that. All right, so now if we go to our own query, let's go select query, select all, from admins, and of course we need the count function down here. So we need to count like the number of rows that we have in our own admins table, and we are going to give it an alias as admins underscore numbers, so we can use it, so we can use this actually to echo out our own data. All right, so now this is going to be the whole thing for this, and we need after that to execute it, and after that we need to fetch it. Maybe we'll go admins select fetch, going to be fetch object, and I forgot the PDO down here, and this is going to be it. So basically if we go up over here now, numbers of admin, PHP, echo out, admins, number, admins number, all right. Right, so looking great, and we only have one, so it should display the number 1. We go up over here and refresh this and call to undefined function query in throw. Okay, so if we go ahead and look what we got, yeah, we actually forgot the connection. Sorry about that. So here we got the number of admins is only 1. Alright, so we can copy this like 3 times. This is going to be like admins. This is going to be categories. And this one going to be hosts. Alright, so select admins. Should take this and go down here, paste it, and go down here and paste it. And the second one, select cats, just as a short for categories. We go over here and paste it down here and paste it. And for this one, we're gonna be going categories. Right, and select count all as this one. Categories number from categories. Was it categories or cats? We'll look up over here. That was categories. Alright, select cats, fetch, and so it's all fine. And if we go to the posts, we're gonna say select posts. Of course, we're not gonna leave the same names because this will not work. Select posts, and this one select posts. And of course, we forgot the query was going to be posts and posts. So now it's looking great. We just did it one time and we copied and pasted a couple of times. So we can go down here. We can go PHP echo posts. And we can just, yeah, we forgot post down here. We can copy this right away. And if we copy this, go down here, and let's delete this. And this one's going to be categories, and this is categories. So if you save all of this, go back, refresh, you can see now the number of categories is 4 and the number of posts is 5. So let's go to categories now, and let's show our own posts. And we can see that down here we have only 5 posts, so it's doing great. And here we have only 4 categories, so everything looks great and fresh. So that's it for this one. As I said, it was pretty simple, and see you on the next video. So now we're over here for another one, and this one we are going to be like taking a dive into another tab that we have over here, or another link, and this one is going to be the admins. So the admins contains on this one function for displaying all the admins that we have, and the second one is going to be for the create admins page. Right, if you look up over here, we are going to be creating our own admins, and of course after we create them, we will make sure that we're actually logged in using our own admins. All right, so first of all, we're gonna take care of showing the admins, and we only have one down here. All right, so we're gonna be showing that. So if we go ahead, admins down here, we can see that admins.html, and we have down here create-admins.html. all right, so if we go to this one, we're gonna say down here that we need to like remove all of this and get our own header. We can get the header and the config from down here, so we don't waste any times. Yeah, this is not actually still an HTML like file. So if we go admins.php, now we can see that it's giving us the color, so it identifies that this is a PHP code. And if we go over here, we can grab like the folder, let's say 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. So can go ahead and just paste it down here for. All right, so if we check this out now, actually let's go ahead at the header. This is an important like step to take. This is an important thing to do. We need to go ahead and like change those passes down here to our own passes down here with PHP. All right, so if we go over here and take this link, so we go into admin panel / admins / admins.php, so it will take us to this page, and this one for the categories, and let's go ahead and do our own categories. Change the folder to categories - admins. And if we look at the categories down here, okay, so it's shown us, we're gonna take maybe show categories. All right, and the last one is down here, which is posts, and we only like have one thing at posts admins, show posts admins, show posts.php. and if we save all of this, I'm guessing that's like everything that we have down here. So yeah, if we save all of this, we now go back over here, yeah, so it's actually admins PHP. So yeah, everything is looking fine now. So if we click on admins, now it's going to our own admins.php. Of course, we did not change the names. Still, they are HTML in categories and in posts. So we are going to be changing those later. All right, so now that we've changed, we got like the header and the footer for this one, for the admins. Now we can go ahead and execute our own data, and maybe we'll like take some code that we already did. Maybe we'll go for the index down here, and maybe we'll take all of this because it's basically the same. We don't need to like do this from scratch. Maybe we'll keep this as admins, select all from admins, and this one is going to be admins because it's going to be executing, and this one will keep it rows. That's totally fine. And this one we're going to be fetching the admins, so I'm guessing that's totally fine. So we need to go right now and like remove the tr, those two, because we're only going to be like, we're going to be looping through this one. So if we go PHP for each rows as row, you can see that everything is getting repetitive right now. So you can go PHP echo row, and we're gonna snap the ID and can copy all of this, and this one's going to be admin name. So it's going to be admin name down here. All right, and the last one is going to be the email. All right, and here we can go ahead and end this for each, and for each, and this actually should be it. I don't see that we're doing anything that will trigger an error. But if we save all of this, go back and refresh, you can see that we actually got our own data down here. Can actually just change the admin name, but if we change it, it will not show up down here because this is like this is the one that's taken from the session. So let's not change it, that's fine. All right, so that's basically it. We've did everything. We did our own header and config, we did our own query, we executed it, and let's now limit 5. Maybe we'll limit it to like to 7. Maybe we'll do a pagination. I'll show you how to do a pagination in the future. So after we did our own query, we did our own execute and fetch, and after that we did our own for each. We said for every rows that we have, we want to keep it as row, and we want to go ahead right now and grab the instances that's inside our own object, as you've seen down here. All right, and we saved and everything is looking great. And in the next one, I'm going to show you how to create your own admins. It's just basically like a registration page, right? So until this one, see you. So now we're up to our own registration page, or sorry, the create admin page. If we look at it down here, you can see we have our own form, you know, with our own three inputs and the button down here. And of course, we did not like do anything with it, so there is no session. It's totally a static HTML page. So if we go down over here, and if we go admins, and we have this one, create-admins .html, and if we rename this, we need to change it to PHP. Okay, so totally empty. So if we go down here and pick up our own header that we have down here, logins, and I swear to God, guys, I'm improvising, okay? So if you notice like some ahs, and you know, I'm just improvising. I am not planning any of these. So if we go config and layouts and header, it's basically in the same directory, so no change. And of course we need a footer, right? And there we go. Here we have 4 and 5 in divs after the form, and here we have like we actually have 4, so maybe we will remove this one. So if we now go ahead and footer, and if we go, it's still HTML, so we need to go to the admins.php. We did not change it just yet, so not here. Create, let's look up create admins. There we go. Well, let's grab a link. Don't have any links down here. Maybe we'll grab it from over here. And admins slash create dash admins dot php. So if we refresh now, we go ahead and just open it right here, we can see that we're getting everything now. We got our own session, we got our own home, we got everything that we need to get down here. So basically now we can go ahead and take care of the registration. So we can go PHP, and if we go to the registration at auth down here, we can pick up this code. You can push it, give it a tap down here. So let's just first of all comment this. We will look this later. If we go like if we check for a submit and email, a username, it's not going to be username, it's going to be admin name. Make sure to write everything the right way, because this will like get messed up if you don't. So if we get admin name, email, and password, maybe I will give it, if he did not enter any data in the inputs, we are giving this message down here, the alert message. And for this one, we're going to be going admin name. This is admin name. For the password, we're going to be hashing our own password. If you remember, the password hash gets two parameters, the data that you are going to be taking from the user, and then we're going to give it this other parameter which will hash our own password in a default way. Alright, so we're going to be saying in the query, insert into admins email username. Let's say that we have this on email admin admin name, values, email username. Again, we keep this as admin name. On my password, here the email is the email, and the username admin name, and it's going to be admin name. This one is the handler down here, and this one is the variable that holds our own data that we're taking from here. And my password is password, which is just right over here. And we're going back to the login.php, and we're not going to be logging, we're not going to be like going to any login. All right, so maybe we'll go to our own index.php. So let's go ahead and grab a link. You can actually leave it and not go anywhere, but I would prefer like to go to a page so we can see if we're actually doing it or not. Claim blog, admin panel, admins for now, index.php. Yeah, that's totally fine. So let's take care, let's look the form. If we look at our form down here, this is like the CRUD stuff, Bootstrap symbol static stuff. I did not actually explain any of these, maybe a little bit in this course, because you should be familiar with Bootstrap before you even take this course. All right, so if we look up here, create admins, this is like h5, and here we have our own form with a post method. Make sure that this is typed down here, and here we need the action. Of course, this is like mandatory, the form will not work. Create admins .php, create underscore admins.php, and for the ink type, we're not actually uploading any images, so we do not need this. And we can have here, we can see that we have our own input. We have the name, the type, input, and down here we have type of text and input, the type of text, and the name is username. It's not username, admin name. All right, and the last one, type password, and the name is password, and we have a button with a type submit, and the name is submit. Those are like the most important things down here to take care of. All right, so it looks pretty neat. So yeah, so I'm guessing that everything is all right now, and we're ready to go. Make sure when you copy stuff, copy and paste, you may make a lot of mistakes. All right, so it's looking great. If we save all of this, now we refresh, maybe we will go admin to at yahoo.com, and maybe we'll keep the username admin to And for the password, you know, can keep it 1 2 3 4 5. All right, and create. Let's see what we got. Looks like that we got it right, and because we got back to our own index.php. So if you look up over here, click, you can see the magic happens down here. We have the admin name, admin2, and we have the email, and we have our password, which is hashed, which is just amazing. Okay, so we can actually go back and log out, and let's go ahead and pick up this email. Let's see what's gonna happen if we go to the password 1 2 3 4 5. If we log in, you can see that we actually got our own admin right here, and we're logged in, and we have the same data. And of course, this is incremented by one now, so it's actually 2. So yeah, you can see how easy that is. So we actually got our own the data of our own the second admin down here. All right, so this is how it works. This is how everything works. It's really easy and simple, just like what we did at the beginning of this course. So that's it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now we're back again with another section, and for this one we are going to be taking a look at our own categories. Right, and basically the categories, I left everything like for the admins, because of course there is no user that's going to be creating categories in database. We're going to be creating our own categories. We are going to be updating them, deleting them, and everything. So basically, if we click on this now, it of course will show object not found, because there in categories-admins, the show categories is still an HTML page. So if we rename, if we go PHP, we go now, refresh, you can see that we got our own page down here. All right, so now if we click on the page, you can see that we're having our own header. It's still static. So if we go remove all of this, pick up a couple of things from here. I don't want to create this whole thing from scratch. You might be bored right now and rolling your eyes. You will roll your eyes right away if I did this, because I've already did 1,000 times. So we're gonna go back to a step back and go to layouts down here. We're gonna go for the header, and here we're getting our own config. So it's basically the same thing. And if you go down here, we take all of this, and if we require our own footer, still have layouts /footer. So if we save all of this, I'm guessing it will give us now everything. So now we got everything that we need. If we click on this, it will go back to admins. This will go back to our own categories. So it's looking great. Now all what we need to do is just go ahead and display our own data right here at this table. All right, so we can go ahead now, and we can go for admins. We'll pick up this. It's basically looks the same. Right, so we have admins. We're gonna change this to categories. This one to categories. One to categories down here, and we have our own categories. Maybe 7 is fine. If we limit this to 7, you can limit it to whatever number that you like. And we're gonna select all from categories. Executing, we are gonna put the whole thing, the whole fetch, the whole data inside of our own variable, which is rows. And we can go down here, keep this as capital, update and delete, and we need only one tr, so we can go ahead and remove those all two, because we're going to be displaying it dynamically with our own for each categories as category. No, this was not categories, this was rows. Names are just stuck. We're saying it for every rows we have, we need to get this object, and we need to get the data inside it. So yeah, this is like the name, echo row name. All right, and for this one, let's pick up, any kind of blank in panel admins, and for this one, yeah, we need to be like doing this, but later. Let's focus on this for now. href clean blog admin dash panel, and here what we have is the update category. Let's rename this PHP. Let's copy this whole thing. All right, /admin, not admins, it's categories dash admins / update dash category .php, and we are gonna give it like an ID, maybe UBD. Maybe we'll just keep it up underscore ID. All right, and this will be equal to PHP echo out our own ID. So when we're actually going to be click on it, we will go to a form so we can update our own categories, and we're gonna finish it like this. And now we can copy this whole thing just to was the update, just like what we did down here. So we can go, so it's basically the same, unless here delete dash categories .php, just de underscore ID, and yeah, so it's basically, yeah, we have, it's telling us that we're having some kind of error. I don't know what it is. Yeah, we did not actually end the for each, but that's fine. So they're basically the same. We can just go ahead. We did not create actually the delete just yet, so we're gonna be going delete dash category .php. Okay, that's fine. We're not gonna be doing anything with it for now. We're gonna go ahead now and end this, and let's see what we got. So end for each. You can see the error is gone now. All right, so I'm guessing that that's what we need. This is like the whole thing for the categories, and if we save now, we go ahead, refresh, we can see that we're having our own categories, sports, tech, programs, but we're having the same ID down here, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, we actually maybe we're having some kind of problem. Yeah, this is we actually forgot to echo out the ID. Yeah, dynamically. So excuse me. And you can see that down here we got our own categories, and this is actually it. Maybe we'll like remove the word category because it's making our own buttons a little big, and that's a bit annoying. So we can remove this and remove this. If we refresh, you can see that it looks a little bit neater. So yeah, this is it for this one, and in the second video I'm going to show you how to create your own categories. So bye. So for this one you are going to be creating the categories creation, and if we look up over here we can see that we have our own category create category button. If we click on it, we'll go to this page, but it's still an HTML page. If we go to show-categories.php, we can go ahead. We don't need like the whole link for it. We can go just PHP down here and save and go rename this create category .php. So if we go over here, go back, refresh one time, if we can go to create categories, to create categories.php, create category.php page down here. So this one should be really simple since we only like have one column to insert into. So if we go ahead down here, and as we've did like 1,000 times, we go ahead and snap our own links. Alright, so if we look up over here, we have 4, and we need to go ahead now and remove this whole thing. Copy this, and this one's going to be footer.php. So now it's looking great. Now we can go ahead and insert our own categories. Maybe we'll like go create dash admins, and maybe we can like snap this whole thing. Create dash category. So if we look up over here, we're checking for a submit, the post super global, and we're saying if post email, it's not going to be email, it's going to be category. Maybe we'll not keep category, we'll keep it name. We will name it as name. So basically we're going to remove all of this, only have one input, so we do not need this whole thing. Equal to 0. So we're saying enter data into the inputs, and down here we only gonna go for name, the post for name, and the insert prepare insert into categories. And we only have one column, which is name. And if we go up over here, it's going to be also name. Right, so now we remove all of this. If we remove this also, this is going to be name, which is the variable name. This is going to be the handler. All right, and after we do this, let's just for a change go to the same page actually. So admin dash panel, create categories, dash admins slash create category .php. So we go to the same page after we insert, we save all of this, go right here, we have over here like the card thing all over again, the card down here, and here the card body, the card title. All right, and here is the form, and the action is going to be create category dash .php, and we do not need this thing, we're not uploading any image. And for the name, we have the name down here, the name is name, and the input type text, and we have the type submit, and the name is submit, so it's all good. Maybe I'll keep this as capital, so that's fine. Yeah, and it's looking great. This is like the whole thing that we need for this one. So if we save the whole thing, go now and refresh, if we go ahead and maybe we will call this one learning, and if we click create, can say that now we've gone to the same page. Let's go ahead and check categories. Let's say if we look up over here, we have learning. Let's create another one. Maybe we'll call it programming. We click create, and now we've gone to the same page all over again. If we click, can say that we've got our own programming down here. If we actually, let's check it out. If we click create and we did not enter anything, you can say enter data into the inputs. Let's see if it created something or not. You can see it did not create anything, which is what we need. If we go back now to the home, you can see that we have 6 categories down here, and here we also have 6 categories. So it's all good. It's really easy and simple, as you've seen. And this is it for this video, and see you in the next one. So now we're up here and we're finishing up, we're kind of finishing up our own categories. So for this one, we are going to be taking a look at the delete, and after that we're going to be doing the update. All right, so if we like in the show categories, we've displayed the IDs of these, but we did not test any of them. So if you look up over here at 2 updates and like 2 deletes from down here, you can see that we're actually getting our own IDs. This is like 1, and this is 2, and those 3 for the update, and this one is 3 for the delete, and this one is 4 for the delete. So everything is working fine. Actually, you will not just see them down there at the bottom of the screen at the left, because the links are just they're too long. All right, so if we look up over here, we've created actually our own delete dash category. So if we look at it, it's completely empty. So now we don't actually need any kind of design for this delete category. It doesn't need any kind of form, nothing basically. So if we look up over here, we can pick up our own code at the posts down here. Delete, can copy all of this and we can pick it up down here, and we can save it. And of course we need only you can keep this down here, and we can comment it for now. The require, we only need like the config, and the config, it's gonna take from us one step. All right, so it will go back one time, it will go outside of this, it will go back another time, it will go back to the admin at the root of the project, and it's going to snap this config down here. All right, so it's all good. So we need to say if is set get delete, and this one's going to be only de, and it's going to snap this with the get. It's going to snap this parameter, and if it got it right, we're gonna put it into an ID, and then we're selecting the data. Actually, we do not need this thing, and we do not need this whole thing either, and we do not need this. So basically, and let's comment this for now. So basically all what we need to do is just grab the ID query down here. All right, and that's for now. Maybe we will change this, who knows. And we'll go delete and the connection down here and prepare, and we're gonna delete from categories, where the ID is equal to the ID handler down here, and we're going to be executing this one as you've seen. And now we can go back to our own we can go back actually to show categories. So we can go admin panel / categories - admins / show - categories .php. So it's looking great. All right, maybe we'll leave this, that's fine, but you know, yeah, it looks great. And this is also the DE ID, so we can get everything right. So it's all good. We go ahead, refresh this one, and if we go 6 down here, programming, if we go delete, let's see what we got. We got an error down here, so it's telling us the show - categories it's not found. So maybe we did some kind of, yeah, we did some kind of error down here. Localhost claim blog admin - panel categories - admins. I forgot this, maybe. So it's actually, yeah, so it got deleted now. So if we go now, it's got deleted. So if we go back and delete this, you can see that we're going back, write it again. So now the delete is done, and this is it for this one. I hope that you guys liked it. It's that easy. It's that easy to create. So see you on the next one. And now to the update, right? So, and don't worry about it, this one's going to be short because we're only like updating just one column down here, all right, which is the name, of course. So if we go down over here, and if we go to update - categories, we need to go ahead now and do what we did, and go maybe to create and snap both of them. All right, and maybe we'll take this whole thing can go for footer.php. We go now, reach this one, you can see that we got everything that we need to get down here. Alright, so if we go, can actually go ahead to posts and snap the posts. No, it's not post.php, sorry, update.php. That's kind of big, I know. Sorry, yeah, maybe we will like edit quite a bit. And if it gives us an error, that's fine, we're going to solve it together. And yeah, I'm improvising for you guys. Don't actually like planning that much, so that's fine. So if we go at the submit button down here, yeah, we still have like to snap our own ID with UB ID down here, that's over here. Right, so we need to snap this parameter and take it and put it in an ID down here. Alright, so we can catch that value and we go select all from categories where ID is equal to the ID that we got, and we're executing, you know, we're fetching, everything is fine. And for this one, let's comment it, and we're going down here, set post, and of course we do not need like any of this, we only need name. All right, and we're echoing out if he did not enter anything for name. We're echoing out some kind of alert like enter data into the inputs, and we do not need this, there is no images, and all of this is going away. Name and name down here, the update, prepare, update, categories, set name as name at the handler, where ID equals the ID that we got. Alright, so now it's looking great. That's fine. So for this one we only need the name. Alright, and there is no images, so this can go all away, and we can go ahead and go also to the show, you know, show dash categories. If we go over here and snap this whole thing and go back to categories right away, so it's looking great. And yeah, we can leave this, that's fine. So yeah, I'm guessing all we need to do is to check now for our own form. So let me just do a couple of things down here. I need to like to remove these spaces. So yeah, it's looking neat. Now if we go to the form, we have like, we've got of everything, the card body, H5 down here, the card title, and the action is going to be update dash category and .php, and we're setting some kind of parameter up underscore ID equals, we're gonna echo out our own ID, PHP echo. If we go down here, yeah, we can snap rows dash id. Down here we need to snap the id that for the post and submit this into our own form, so we can actually identify which row that we are updating. That's only fair, right? So if we save this and go down here, input text, input type text, and the name is name that we're snapping, and if we look up over here at the button, type submit and the name is submit. So yeah, it's all good. Maybe keep this update with a capital. So yeah, this is actually it. I hope it doesn't give us any kind of errors. So now it's looking a little bit neater. So yeah, we save all of this, go back, maybe we'll refresh this. So it did not get anything, so let's go back down here. Let's try one more, and let's go to update. So yeah, I'm very sorry about that. We did not actually go for the value. We did not. Sorry about that. So we need to go for the value. We did not update. We did not like put the old data to look at it. And here we can go name. Save this. We go up over here. And you can see that this is TV now, which is the first value that we got for our own, name in the categories table. Now let's say we need like to change this. What should we change? What should we change it for? Maybe design. We click update. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we actually got back to our own show-categories.php, and that means it worked. If we go down here, you can see the TV now is design. We can like update something else. Maybe we can like change this from sports to football. We click update, and now we can see it's football, so it's actually changing. So yeah, you can see that it's extremely easy, just like what we did with the posts. You just learn it one time, and after you learn it, you're gonna like go ahead and do it like 1,000 times, and it gets easier every time. So this is it for this one, and see you in the next video. So we only have the posts left. So if we look up over here and we click on posts, you can see that it's giving us like an 404 page, because this is not found just yet. If we go post-admins, and if we like rename this the PHP, so if we go ahead and refresh this, you can see that we're getting our own page down here. So it's looking great. So we go back and go categories-admins, and if we like copy this whole thing down here and show-posts.php, we remove all of this and go like that. So it's looking great. Maybe we will take this and go ahead right over here and go footer.php. So if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that we're getting our own stuff down here, our own username, this whole thing. So actually, when we like display our own posts, we need to display the category as well. Alright, so we are going to do a join query. So we actually did one. It was the most complicated query that we did in the video. So if we take out this whole thing, we copy it and go over here, and then we're saying posts connection query, select post.id as id, post.title, yeah, we need this, and title post.subtitle, yeah, we actually don't need the subtitle, so we're gonna take it away. And post.username, which is the user down here, and we also need this as username. Post.created@, no, we do not need this one. All right, and post.category ID, we also do not need this. All right, so what we need to do, select posts.id as id, post.title as title, post.username as username, and we actually still need our own category. So we can go categories, dot name as name. So that's all that we need from categories. Join posts on categories.id is equal to posts.category-id. All right, so basically we're grabbing every data that we're selecting down here from the two tables that we have down here. When the categories.id in the id table is equal to the posts.category-id, where actually we do not need where. So this is this whole thing. We're grabbing everything that we need to grab, where the id, the categories.id is equal to the posts.category underscore id, and we're fetching, we're using the rows, and let's say if we have any errors or not. And let's go over here, PHP for each, rows as row, for each rows as row. We can go down here first. We are gonna PHP echo out id and this is the title, and this is name, which is the category name, and this one is user underscore name, which, as you've seen down here, at posts down over here. All right, so for the delete, now it's showing we did not actually create any delete just yet. Well, let's say we are gonna name it delete dash posts, gonna .php. We're gonna give it a parameter, which, let's say, PO ID underscore ID is equal to echo out the ID of the post. Right, so it's looking great. Now let's go ahead. Now new folder, delete dash posts. So we do not need anything in it for now. And yeah, so it's looking good. And now can close this whole thing and for each. So we save this whole thing. So I'm guessing that everything works fine. So if we go ahead, refresh this, let's say if we got an error, and turns out that you have an error in your SQL syntax on line 6. Let's say connection, select post as ID, a title as title, post.username as username. As, we forgot as username. No, it's not as, we forgot the comma. We refresh now. Oh, notice. So let me just get back to you. We got a big problem down here. So basically we're displaying our own data in a bad way, and also we had some kind of error in the query down here. Alright, so basically we forgot a comma down here. Alright, we wrote this and we forgot to write a comma to separate this from this down here. Alright, so this is like the first error, and another one was raised, and I did not write or use my own object down here to execute out my own instances that I fetched down here, and I did with for each. Alright, so like take a look, if you want to take a look up over here and write the code as you like. Alright, and stop the video if you want. So this is all what we need, and if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that we're getting our own post. But if you look down over here, we actually like have like 5 posts, and this one only like displayed like 3 posts, and this is of course because like not all the posts have like a category ID, which the query uses to match. All right, so the category like underscore ID down here has to match the ID in the category, but some of these do not even have like a value. So you can go ahead and choose a value for this. Maybe I will keep this one 4 and I will keep this one 3, so they can show up down here. So if we refresh, you can see that now they're showing up down here. We have the titles of the posts, and we have the category, and we have every user that created these posts down here. So I'm guessing that's it for this one. It was like simple. The only thing that's a little complex about it was only like the query. And if you understand joins, the query should be like a piece of cake to you. Right, so this is it for this one, and see you in the next video. So we're back again, and in this one we're going to be deleting our own posts. So it's like any other delete that we did in this in this course. So if you look up over here, posts-admins, if we look up, we created this the last time. We actually look up over here, we did this delete dash posts.php, and we catch it, we give it like some kind of parameter down here, and we equate out our own IDs. We look up over here, you can see down at the left bottom of the screen that's giving us our own IDs. If we actually click on it, it will go to this page down here, and we can snap our own IDs. So if we go ahead and let's go to categories -admins, we can go down here, go delete -hosts, and we can say we need only the config because we're not going to be needing the connection down here. And this one's going to be PO, which stands for post. And for this one, we are going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be deleting from posts, where ID is equal to ID, the ID that we got. Here is the handler, and for the handler down here, we're like assigning it to our own ID up over there. So I'm guessing that that's actually everything. Maybe we'll go back after we delete this to like posts -admins, show posts, and that's actually everything. So that's everything that we need. We do not need this. Okay, so if we save all of this, let's see what we got down here. Refresh this. If we go delete, you can see that's actually got deleted from here. If we go to posts, okay, it's number with the ID 16. If we go, you can see that actually got deleted. If we try one more, we can see that it got deleted. So everything is looking great. The delete is working fine. And this video is really short, I know, but this should be it for this one, and see you in the next video. So we're back again, and I actually thought that I would stop down here after we deleted our own posts, but I want to add like a little thing just for you guys, just for making it all the way to this course. And there's actually going to be a lot of things that's going to be added to this project in the near future. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and add a status for the post. So we want, when the user goes ahead and insert a post in our website, we need to go ahead and activate it or deactivate it. So like, it's like when you like post a post on Facebook in a Facebook group, and like it goes pending for first of all, and after that the admin group approves this post, and it goes live on the Facebook group. So this is basically going to be the same. We are going to be like creating our column down here in the posts table, and we are going to check for the status of this post, and depending on this, we will be like showing buttons down, buttons just like this, with deactivated or activated, and we are going to be like control this whole thing from here, and we're only going to be allowing we are going to be like showing the posts on our user in our users end. That's only activated, okay, not the deactivated ones. And of course, when the user like submits his own post, it's going to be deactivated by default. All right, so I hope that you guys get this. I hope that this makes sense and it's easy for you. So we can actually go ahead now and create our own column, which we are going to be using for this video. So we can go after body, create a new column, and we can call it status and the length of this one is going to be only 1, because it's going to be only 1 or 0, and this is how we are going to dictate our own posts. And the default, we're going to go as defined, and now we can define like a default value when the user creates this post, and this is going to be 0 by default, so it's going to be deactivated. All right, so if we look up over here, we can see that we got the status column after the body, and it's all zeros, so this is going to be deactivated. And if we go ahead right here to our code, we need to go ahead maybe after the user, and we can say down here status. All right, and we can go to our own query, and we can go post dot status. So because we're actually going to be using it as status. All right, so it's looking great now. So if we go down here, now we're gonna do a little trick down here with an if statement. We are gonna like check for the value of row status, and if it's 0, we are going to be like showing a button, a red button with like deactivated, and if it's not, we are going to be showing another like primary button that's now the post is activated. Right, so if we go ahead down here, if we go if row status is identical to 0, we can go ahead, copy this, and we are going to be like redirecting the anchor down here to another page, which what we're going to be using to actually update our own posts. So if we go, let's change this to status. All right, status dash posts.php, and let's change this to st, which is going to be the status for our own post, and let's like remove the id. Maybe we'll call this status also. So we need to be fetching this page with our own status, okay, for this post, and also for our own and also with our own id. All right, so we did it with our own status, and now we can go and fetch it with the id, because we need to identify which post that we're actually updating the status for. So to fetch like a second parameter, we are gonna go with this sign, and we are gonna go id equal to PHP echo out row id. So now it's looking great, and if the row status is 0, it will display this whole thing, and we're gonna leave it as like danger, because now it's deactivated. All right, deactivated, and we're gonna copy this whole thing, and we're gonna see else we need it to be activated. So it's not 0, it's going to be 1, and if it's 1, we can activate this post. And of course just like what we did for the activation like link, we are gonna leave the activation link as we're seeing down here, because of course we need to be activated and deactivated, and we are gonna go for this one as a button primary, and we are gonna say activated. All right, so now it's looking great. And F. So now it's all done. And if we save this one, let's go ahead and refresh. Got any errors? And we can see that we got all of them down here, and they're all deactivated because, of course, like the values, they're all zeros. So if we go with the post of the ID 10, and maybe we'll change this to 1, and it should like show up a primary button with activated text. If we refresh, you can see that we got it over here, and it's actually activated. If you look down here, you are gonna see the status is 1 and the ID is 10, and if you look down here, you are gonna see the status is 0 and the ID is 11 down here at the left bottom of the of the video. All right, so now it's looking great. We can actually try one more. And as you're seeing down here, it's changing. So the if statement is working fine. And that's, that's perfect. Now we need to go ahead and create our own status-posts.php. And you might say, how we are going to update something when we don't have a form? I would say that we are going to update it on the fly. We're just going to send like 2 pieces of data, or we're going to send 2 parameters, and we are going to be creating our own query, and we are going to be redirecting the user back when we click the links and after it's updated. So if we go status-posts.php, and we can go ahead right away and grab some code from update-categories. We can grab this whole thing. All right, so we go up here. We need to grab two parameters now. One is ID, and the other one is status, just like what we're showing down here. Here is one, and here is the second parameter. All right, so now it's there too. This is going to be the ID, and the second one, it's going to be the status. Right, so now it's doing fine. We don't need like any selection. We are gonna be updating right away, so we don't need any of this, and we're not gonna need any of these things down here. So let's remove all of this. Let's remove this. All right, and we can leave this link, but maybe we will go. So if we look up over here, yeah, we need to go for this. Going to be posts, show posts page. We're gonna go back to it, and this one's going to be posts-admins, which is like our folder down here. So it's all good for now. All right, so we want to check for those right here. So basically we want to go, if is set, we are gonna remove this, and we need to check for the status, because based on the status we are gonna be running some query down here. All right, so we wanna go if status is equal to 0, we wanna do we want to do an update query, and we want to update, of course, posts set status to the status that we have over here. All right, where the ID is equal to the ID over here. And this, if the status, you know, is 0, actually we need to set it to 1. I'm sorry about that. So basically we're saying if the status is like identical to 0, and if the user clicks on it, we need to set the status to 1 because we're changing it. Okay, there is only 2 values, and those 2 values are 1 and 0. And else, we're gonna copy this whole thing. Else, that means like the status is equal to 1. We are gonna be updating the posts, set status to 0. All right. So for the execute, we don't have any names. Let's remove all of this. We're gonna move all of this. So now it's looking great. Let me customize this whole thing a bit. All right, so now I'm guessing that it will work now. Everything is looking fine. And after we do these things down here, we are gonna go back to the show dash posts down over here. All right, so we save all of this. We actually have some kind of error. If it said, yeah, we actually forgot and. All right, so we need to check for both. If it set the get ID and it set the get status, so we're catching 2 parameters. So if we go ahead and refresh this whole thing, you can see that nothing is going on down here. We have like 10 excuse me, 101. And if we go activate, and now you can see that's actually deactivated. If we go back, let's check if this is going to be 0 or not. You can see it's actually changing back to 0. So now the post is deactivated. And if we go for the last one, you can see that's now deactivated. And if we go, you can see that now it changed it back to 0. And of course we can like go for this as long as we want it. We can control the whole thing now. Every post now, it's in our own hands, and we can do what we like with it. So I wanna go and insert some kind of post right now. So if we go users, can't remember any password, I don't know why. Maybe we'll go login. Yeah, and we actually it's not the same, so maybe we'll grab this and go login, and now we're actually logged in. So if we go create, if we look up over here, we only have like 3 posts, and they are the same that's showing up, and we can go post 3, post 3, and we can grab some data. We can go ahead to tag and can go ahead and grab some image. We're gonna go create. You can see that right now our post is being showed up despite the fact that it has the status 0 down here, and of course this is not what we want. So if we close this whole thing now, save everything. All right, and if we go to posts, if we go to the index, let's leave posts for now, and we need to select like every post that we have where status is equal to 1, and only one. We need to be selecting our activated posts. So if we save all of this, and if we go back right here, and if we refresh, you can see that we got only like 2 posts down here, which are, you know, the only posts that has like that has like 1 and 1 of the status, and the posts that are activated, the post 12 and the post 1, which are over here. If we go ahead and let's refresh this, we can see that we have our own post 3 down here. If we actually activate it, and if we refresh, you can see now the post 3 is like is activated. If we actually go down here, we can of course go back to the category.php page, and we can also take a look and change this thing down here, and we can see where post.category-id is equal to the id, and the status is equal, like it's equal to 1, and we can like select this. We can go over here and go post.status as status. All right, so if we save now, so if we look up the post 2 down here, and the post 2 is actually deactivated, so it will not show any data down here. It shouldn't be showing any data. So if we look up at the category, it will not show up any data. So if we look up the post 2, if we activate it down here, so every post now it's going to be activated, and we look up over here, if we refresh, that we can see our own posts down here. So yeah, that's basically it. This is how you activate or deactivate your own posts on the website. It's extremely easy. Like it's one, as you can see that down here, it's not that complicated, you know. You only do like an update, and that's basically it. So I want to do a little thing down here. Let's like log out from this. We look up over here. We made sure like for the first video in the blog in the admin panel that we don't go to our index page directly, but I want to copy this whole thing, and I want like to go to log out, and now we're logged out. The session is destroyed, everything is gone. And if we actually paste this all over again and click, you can see that we're still going to the same page. So this is where we are going to be doing some refining, and we're going to be checking for our validations and stuff like that. We don't want to like show this is messed up. We want to be changing this in the next couple of videos, just like what we did with the user end. So I'm guessing that's it for this one. I know this video like got too long, but I will see you in the next one. So we stopped at the last video down here when we like tried to access the post admin slash post .php, and we can actually access it after the session is destroyed, which is not what we want. We want to allow the user, if the session is destroyed, we want to allow him to only access the login page. All right, and the rest of the pages when we have the session, or when he is logged in. So we can actually go ahead and access any other page that we want, since we're not checking for any session or anything like that. So if you can actually go to admins, admins.php, now we can access sensitive data like our own admins, and we can create admins from here, and this will mess everything up. So that's not what we want to be doing. So the reason the solution for this is pretty simple, just like what we did at the user's end. If we go down here to admins, and if we go to admins.php, not admins.php, go to index.php. If we look up this line right here, this will check for our own session, and this will prevent the user from going into it. So if the session is unset, down here we use this sign to check for if it's unset. It will go back to logins -admins.php. So if we copy this whole code, close this, and we go down here admins.php, we can go ahead and paste this code, right, and save this whole thing. If we now go back to admins, it will get us back to login.php. We can access this like this. If we go admins.php, can see that we're going back to the login page all over again. So we can actually go and do the same thing down here. So save this, and we can also check on this. Yeah, this is actually the login-admins, and this is going to be the logout. Let's leave it as that. So basically we have nothing over here to check for. Maybe we will check for create-admins all over again to see if we have some kind of, we need some kind of error alert or something, and we have one for for the inputs data. So it's all set, it's looking great. So let's close it, close this one. I'm guessing the admins down here is already finished, right? So it's looking fine, looking great, So as you might know that I'm actually improvising. I don't plan the validation stuff. I want to check him myself with you. So it's all good. Guessing it's looking neat. So now the admin section is all set. Yeah, it's all set. Text center role alert. No password is wrong. Yeah, I'm guessing it's fine. So we can go to the second one, create categories -admins. We go to create categories. We go up over here, and also we need this line. We need it on almost every page that we have. And if we look at the submit, it checks down here for the name, and right over here, insert into categories. This whole thing, it goes back. Okay, let's go ahead for categories and check. And if we go to categories, we go to create. You can see now if we click on create, it like displays this message, and it doesn't insert anything. So if you look up over here, we don't have any invalid data or anything like that. So this one is fine. We go to delete, checks right here for the delete, and it displays a 404 if he messes up some kind of, if he messes up the ID or anything like that. So yeah, it's looking fine. So we're gonna go to show dash categories, and of course we need our line that we already pasted it down here. Let's grab it again and go for it. So if we go categories not shows dash categories.php, so it's all fine, no errors. If we go to update, right, so here's the update, and here for this one it checks for if user session user ID rows, it goes back to the index. So I'm guessing it's all good. Show categories.php. It's looking fine, and maybe we will remove this away. We'll go for this one. So we won't allow the user, or won't allow anybody to go for inside this page if he's not logged in. If we save, if we look up, yeah, it actually does this thing, as with the alert, so it's all fine. So this now is done. Layouts, we don't have anything to check for in the layouts. Save. If we go to post-admins, so basically delete posts, it checks for the post ID, and then if there is nothing, if he messes up on the post ID, it will go back to a 404 page. So if we now go to show posts, we can of course go and paste this. As I said, we need it in every other page that we have. So I'm guessing the query and everything is looking fine. Yeah, it's all great. So you can save this and close it. And status, I'm guessing nobody in the right mind will try to guess two parameters at the same time, and he will get them right. But we don't trust anybody, so we're gonna do, this is what you should be doing if you're coding. Don't trust anybody, actually. Alright, so I'm guessing it's all good. Great. And we only have the index, and we already did this line in the index. Of course, this is what we did in the first couple of videos in the admin end. Right, so I'm guessing that everything is looking great. If we check posts for now, so it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Everything is looking fine. It's going back to the home. Every part of the project working as it's supposed to be working. If we go ahead and log out, let's try and access like a random page. Maybe we'll access categories dash admin slash show categories. You can say the session is destroyed, we're going back to the login all over again. Let's go ahead and log in. You can see enter data into the inputs, which is of course what we need down here. If we try to access the index next.php, we're going back all over again to the login page. So guys, I guess this is it for this one. We've done everything that we need to do for the admin panel, and see you in the next videos. So guys, I'm over here again, and in this one we are going to be going with a comment system. So basically I promised you that we're going to be doing a comment system, and here I am delivering on my own promise. All right, so basically for the comment system, if you go over here to a single post page, to the post.php page, of course, like I'm logged in with some kind of email that did not create this post down over here. All right, and I have my own code down here for the comment. And of course you will be getting this code. Just look up the resource file, you will find it right away. All right, so basically we have a section, we have a container, we have a row right here to do our grid system and stuff like that. If you're familiar with Bootstrap, this should be really easy for you. We're doing our columns down here, call md12 and all of that, and we're going ahead and we're writing our own h3, which is like a header, and we have a card body, and inside the card body we have like the name of the guy or the girl who wrote this comment, and we have the comment itself, and here we have a line so we can actually separate our own comments. And here we actually have another comment down here. Here we have like another guy who wrote this comment, and we have some other comment down here, and of course we're writing our own dates, stuff like that. And we have our own form, of course, because we're going to be processing a creation page down here, so we need like some kind of form to handle this request. We have inside the form, we have the card footer, and we have like a div down here, and we have our little div down here with a text area. The text area is going to be having like rows 4, and the name, and this is like the most important thing, the name is going to be comment, and we're having like our button down here with the type of submit and the name submit. So those are like the most important things down here to look for. So make sure that all of your code is down there, and of course this will go into be like in the file resources as I said first. All right, so basically what we're going to do to process this, we're going for the form down here, and we're giving the method for post down over here, and the action is going to be the same page. We're going to put like post.php, and we're gonna put of course the ID down here, because if we don't like give it the ID, it will not be processed. All right, so we need to give it our own ID. So if we go, we'll do like this sign down here, and we'll go post underscore ID, which is equal to, and we are going to be echoing, if you remember, our own ID that we are getting like from the top of the page. If you look up over here, you can see that we're getting some kind of ID down over here. So basically we are gonna get this and submit it into our own form so we can process it. All right, so the form is basically done for now, and now we can go ahead and take care of our own backend. So if I actually refresh, I want to just show you something. You can check if the ID, if this ID 14 is right there or not. Let's go down here. Let's go. Oh, not here. Can see down here that the actual the ID is down over here. All right, so basically we have our own our own ID, so now we can go ahead and process our own form through the backend. And the comment system will take a couple of videos. It will not just be only one video. It will take like 3 or 4 videos. So today we're just looking at the creation. So if we go if set post submit, so if the user clicked on the submit button down here, this one, we need to go ahead and do something. And basically for the commenting system, we don't just need the comment itself, we don't just need the text. Aside from the text, we need the ID of the post and the user name for the guy or the girl who posted, you know, the comment, or who commented on our own video. All right, so why do we need them? Well, first of all, we need the ID. We need to insert the ID into the table, because when we go ahead and grab our own comments, because we are going to be selecting them just like the static stuff down here, we are gonna match the ID to the data that we already have. Okay, and we're going to be creating some kind of, you know, a little bit complicated join query. So we're going to be matching the ID with the ID that we already inserted into our own comments table, which you're going to be creating in a minute. All right, and we need the username, because of course we need to be like, when we are going ahead and inserting our own comments, we need to display the username. And of course we are going to be creating a column for the table and all of that. So this is how it goes. So if we go down here, and maybe we'll check also for the ID if set the ID for the post, because we, as I said, we need the ID. We're gonna go ahead and grab the ID now. All right, and after that we need to go ahead and get the user who commented this. And of course the user who is going to be commenting this is the user who is only logged in, just like what we're doing right here. And if you guessed it right, yeah, we are going to be getting it from this session. So basically we go user name is equal to our own session down here. So basically this is going to be the username, which we already catched. If you remember, like at the first couple of videos in the course, we got it over here from us. If we log down here, yeah, this is the one. So basically we're getting it over here, and after that we are getting our own comment, which is the only thing that we are actually getting from our own form. If we can check it, we can go comment, can go actually to the form. You can see that the name comment is down here. Alright, so it's looking great. Now we can go ahead and create our own insert. We can go connection because we already have the config file, and we are going to go prepare. We're going to go insert into comments that we are going to be doing just in a minute. And these are going to be our own columns, and we are going to be doing the ID. Let's call the ID column maybe ID comment, and we are going to be ending the first two columns, the ID and the user, with the name comment, so we don't get confused. And we're going to go user name comment, right, so we don't get confused when we're doing our own join in the next video. All right, so those are the first two, and the last one is going to be comment. All right, now we need to go like this, values, and these are going to be the handlers as we're doing for every one of our own inserts, right? We need to like take advantage of our own handlers because we're using prepare, because it will filter our data and it will clean it up. All right, so basically the query is done. We go ahead right now and insert execute, and we take our own handlers, the ID column, the ID comment, sorry, it's going to go for the ID, and the next one is going to be user name comment, and this one's going to be username. All right, and this one is going to be comment. All right, and this is going to be also comment. So it's looking great. Let's actually, if we insert it, let's go to the same page. Go to the same page, we're gonna go header, location, and let's snap the link. Let's snap the whole link, and we can go is equal to, and we need to concatenate it now. So you concatenate, you concatenate the whole thing like this. You go and you go with this concatenation right here, sign, which is the dot in PHP, and you submit your own ID, which is the ID of the current page. All right, so I guess for now it's looking great. Maybe we'll have some errors, maybe we'll not, but you know, we're not even gonna try until we go ahead and do our own, comments table. All right, so if we go comments, and we are gonna need, like, we got 3 over there, and we need to create the add, which is the date, and we need the ID, so it's going to be 5. So just real quick, the ID is going to be 3, integer, auto increment, and primary key, and this one's going to be let's go ahead back, ID comment, it's going to be number, maybe 3 is fine. The second one is going to be username comment, let's keep it integer also. You know what, let's keep all of them integer, no varchars. Okay, that's fine. Like, the varchar is just too big, you know. So if we go for the third one, which is the comment, and for this one we need a varchar because this is going to be text. Maybe 200 is fine. And for this one, create at, and we're gonna go timestamp, and we're gonna go ahead and current timestamp. And actually we need another one. Yeah, we need another one for the status, because we're going to be creating our own comments. We're not just gonna let everybody comment on our on the posts. No, we need all the comments to go back to the admin page and change the status to activated or deactivated, just like what we did for the posts. So we need one down here. Okay, and this one's going to go status. Maybe we'll also give it underscore comment so we don't get confused with the posts. All right, so the status is going to be integer. That's fine. And we need to go ahead and keep it as defined, and we're going to define a value for it now. And of course it's going to be inserted without we go ahead, without us going ahead, without we going just ahead and to our own code down here and insert it. No, it's going to be inserted by default, right, by itself. And we are going to insert for every row that we do. We're going to insert it as a 0. All right, so if we save, all right, so now it's totally empty. We have 6 columns down here, and if we go ahead down over here, so I'm guessing that everything is looking great. Let's go ahead and see if we have any errors or not, and go ahead and insert maybe first comment. Go ahead, post comment, and you can see that we're going actually to the same page, which is a good sign, I guess. So if we go and browse, and you can see down here that we are getting our own first comment, and we got the status, which is 0 down here. We got the ID comment down here, which is the ID for the post. All right, and we got the username comment down here, a username comment. Now there is actually something wrong with this. The username comment shouldn't be an integer. So username comment, I'm very sorry about that, shouldn't be an integer, it should be a varchar. Right, sorry for this mistake. All right, so let's go ahead. I want to refresh some more and insert another comment. Let's go second comment and post. You can see that we're getting back to the same page, which is a good sign. And if I click, now we got our own user name down here. All right, so it's all good, and we got the status, we got create ad, and we got the comment down here, the body of the comment, and we're still getting the same, the same post ID down here. Maybe a good name for this will be ID post comment. Let's go ahead and change it. Of course, we need to be changing it for like and if I copy it, if I go ahead now and change it down here, because this is the column, and I can of course change it down here and change it down here. And now let's leave this as ID as it is. It's already right there. So if we save all of this, let's go back once more. I promise this is the last time. If I go third ID, third comment with post ID. I know this is like the weirdest comment ever, but if we browse right now, we can see that we got our own third comment with post ID. So yeah, it's all good. The next video is going to be a bit complicated, but don't get scared. I've talked about joins a couple of times before, so you should be good if you understand them. Joins it's not that scary. It's just a bit complicated, and I will clear it out. So yeah, that's it for this video. I hope that you guys liked it, and thanks. So in the last video, we actually went ahead and created our own comments down here, and we've inserted them into our own database, just like that. So basically what we need to do in this one is to show the comments down over here. We need to show the comments, we need to show the username, and we need to show the dates down over here. So this is going to be like a bit complicated, as I said, but don't get scared. We've actually done joins a couple of times, and this is going to be similar, but you know, keep your eyes open. So let's go ahead, and actually I'm not gonna write the code right away. I just want to go ahead and explain it down here, and then we will copy it, and we will work with it in the code. Alright, so what I actually need to do, I grab the ID down here, and this is going to be the dynamic data. This is like the center of the query. This is going to be grabbed, and we are gonna be using it to match the ID post comment down here, this column, to the ID down here in the posts table. So basically, we like for the post 14, we are saying for the post 14 down here with the ID 14, there are gonna be like 3 comments down over here, and we are gonna be catching this data and as a dynamic value, and we are going to be using it in our own query, just like I'm going to show you right now. It will all make sense when we go ahead and write our own query. All right, and you might say why we need like the posts.id. We can just grab the comments. Of course we cannot do this. If we do that, we will grab the comments, the whole comments in the comments table for every post, and this is not what we don't this is not what we need. All right, we need to grab the comments that are only for this post. Okay, and we are going to be specifying this by this post ID down here, just like I'm going to show you. So if we actually go ahead and select posts.id as ID, and basically the as down here is just for an alias. We are basically giving a similar name for this column down here, which is ID, and I need a comma. And now we can go ahead. This is like the only thing that we are gonna grab from the posts down here. All right, so this is like the full name for the column. First of all, you say the table, and then you say the column down here. So what we need now is the ID post comment. Can go to structure so we can grab it, so we don't make any mistakes. We need comments dot and put like the column name as, and we are gonna give it the same name that's already in the database down here. All right, so this whole thing down here, when we grab it in our for each loop, we are going to be grabbing it like this. All right, and we need another comma, and we need the username. The comment is going to be comments dot user underscore name comment, and let's go down as, and we are going to give it like the same name down here. All right, and we are gonna be needing, of course, the comment, and this is going to be like comments dot comment as comment, and we are going to be needing the created at, which is actually the date. Comments dot created at as created at, All right, and now we need to be grabbing the status underscore comment. All right, so let's go down, comments dot status underscore comment, which is going to be dictating how we are going to be displaying our own comments. All right, as status underscore comment down here. So this is basically what we're grabbing. This is just a select statement for now. All right, nothing is complicated, I guess, about this. It's just a couple of aliases here and there. So basically we grabbed everything we said, select all of this from posts, join. So basically we actually can put comments down here. It's totally okay. So basically we're saying select all of this from posts, join, and then after the join, right away you write the name of the second table that you need to be joining. So we're gonna go comments on, and this is like the two columns down here that you're going to be matching. For the join to work or to actually produce data, we need to be like giving down here our two column names that we are going to be matching. And of course for this one we have id underscore post comment, and we have the id down here, and those two will produce this whole data that we are actually selecting down here. So we can go posts dot id is equal to, and now we can go ahead id underscore comment, which is actually over here. All right, so basically if we go ahead and click go, you can see down here that it's actually giving us the whole data that we need. It's giving us the 14 down here, the 3 comments that we need for this post. And you might say, why we don't just leave it like this and not complicate things even more? Because of course this data is not going to be like static. Okay, we will have a lot of posts and we will have a lot of comments, so we want to like direct or specify which comments go to which posts. So we need like this piece of data down here, posts.id, to be dynamic, and we are gonna grab it down here. And in our code we are going to be going like this, posts.id is equal to, and I'm gonna do it with the id just like this down here. But let's leave it for now, and maybe it will say 14. Let's go, and we actually have an error to use near posts.id at line 3 comments post. Yeah, we actually have where. We need a where down here. We need and if you don't see it, I hope that you're seeing it right now. We need a where down here because we are of course doing a condition. So where post.id is equal to 14, and it's going to produce the same data. All right, so basically this is going to be 14, the post id is going to be 14, it's going to be 16, anything like that. So this needs to be dynamic. And of course where post.id is equal to any kind of data that we need, maybe we'll go for the id, and I'm going to grab it now. And we have another condition, and we are going to go like this, and the status of the comment down here, the status comment is equal to 1. So basically we want to select all of these comments while like the status of the comment is 1, which is going to be activated. Okay, and of course we are going to manipulate this in the admin area. So once more, we've selected all like the comments that we need for this for this data in order to work, and we've matched the two columns down here, and those two columns are from the posts and the comments tables, and the first column, which is the comments.id post down here, which is this one, down over here, and the second the second column down here that we're going to be matching to posts .id down here, and we're saying where the posts.id we are gonna give it some kind of value down here, which is going to be dynamic, and of course we need the post to be activated, not deactivated. So we are saying the status of this we need the comments to be activated, not deactivated. So we're going to be saying the status underscore comment is going to be 1. So I hope that all of that makes sense, and if you have any questions, just go right away and ask them. And we copy all of this. Let's go ahead now to post.php. We go up over there. Let's say selecting the comments. Basically, we need to go ahead and do our own query. So that's what it is. My God, it's huge. You're having the deja vu, huh? Yeah. So yeah, so I guess now it looks a little nicer. So basically we have the ID down here, and the ID, of course, is going to be this ID. All right. We are going to end this with a semicolon, and we are going to execute it. Let's give it comments actually. And we are going to be fetch it with a fetch all comments. Fetch all if PDO first, fetch underscore all PG. So I'm guessing now it's looking great. So if we save all of this, go back down here, and we need to go, well, first of all, let's grab this, copy it, and we can go maybe down here. For each as comment, we need to be grabbing then the username. Let's go ahead and grab it from here. Reset. So we just don't make any mistakes. There's no room for mistakes here. And let's close this, and let's just, I wanna just, let's end the for each. I wanna only like do this for now, and let's see if we get anything wrong, and we can go, and now if we refresh this, okay, something is wrong down here. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe we'll go ahead and continue. That's fine. So basically now we can grab our own date, and if we go, I'm guessing the date it's over here. Yeah, it's right here. And this is going to be a comment. And grab it, comment, and comment. Right, there's just no room for actually fixing the design. I want to make sure that the data is done. So I'm not gonna bother with it for now. Let's copy this whole thing, go down here. Okay, so this is going to be the comment. Okay, so I'm guessing that we're actually done for now. Maybe we don't need this. Yeah, maybe we don't need any of this. So this is actually the comment, the other comment, which is static, and we can go down here, PHP and for each. All right, so I'm guessing that now it's looking great. We copied our own username, and we copied the date, and we copied and we echoed out the comment. So if I go ahead and save all of this, well, let's say if we're still missing our own, oh, there is actually something, there's nothing that's actually commenting. So let me go back and see what's going on. So actually, if we look up over here, we said that we need the status comment to be 1, and if you look down here in our own, in our comments, all of them have a 0. So we want to do some one of them to be 1, so we can actually echo it out. All right, so actually the query will work, and it will echo out our own data. So if we refresh this, we can see that we got our own comment down here. So this was like a simple mistake. And if we go ahead now, and this is like the third comment with post ID down here, and if we refresh, all right, so we did it for like 2. You can see down here we're actually echoing out our own comment. So if we go ahead now and let's say comments after select query, I'm a programmer, I can't write anything but code, so select query with joins. So if we go ahead, yeah, we actually were not logged in, so let's go ahead and log in first. Let's log in with if we go ahead down here, maybe we can pick this one. Pick any user that you like. So if we go +2, still we have our own comments. We're gonna go comments after select query with joins, and if we click post comment, We're going back to the same page, and of course our own comment now is still with a 0. So still with a 0 down here. It's like it's over here. It's inserted. If we go 1, we go now, refresh it, you can see that we're getting this one down here. And if we go back at the home, you can see down here that we only have like one post, and that's because like the posts are deactivated. Only one of them, which is the one we're working with, which is activated. So if we go and activate post 3, let's go ahead and let's say if something is wrong or not. So if we get post 3 down here, you can see that we're only having our own form down over here, and there is no comments. Maybe we'll customize this in the next couple of videos, but for now there is no comments for this one, because of course the post ID, there is no comments for the post ID down over here. There's no comments for post 3 down over here. All right, so if you look, this is what it's like, a post ID of 17, and those are only like for 14. So if we go ahead now, comment for a post with ID 17, we post this, we go back all over again, if we refresh this. So I'm guessing that you got the idea for now. And you can see down here that we actually have the post ID post comment, which is 17. So if we refresh this whole thing, and you can see down here that we got our own comment, and we got the user name down here, and we got our own date. So basically, guys, that's it for this one. In the next couple of videos, we're going to be doing some validations, stuff like that. We are going to be doing our own admin activation and deactivation for the comments. So that's it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now we're back with a new video, and in this one we are going to be doing some validation. So I played like a little bit with the bug to see what's going on, if we're doing something wrong with the comments and all of that, and we actually have a few validations that we are going to be taking care of. Alright, so basically we've selected the comments, we've created our own comments. Now if we want to go ahead, if just log in with any email that you have and go to any post that you have down there, and actually try to go ahead and just post a comment right away. You can see that we actually can still post a comment despite the fact that we don't have anything in our input down here, which is just a disaster. Okay, so basically the comment, everything is actually executing aside from the comment down here, which there is no comment actually, right? So there is no data, so this shouldn't be happening. Alright, so basically we want to take care of this. We want, when the user doesn't like enter any data in the text area, we wanna like send them a message and hey, tell him, hey, go ahead and insert something so we can actually, and write something so we can actually insert it into our database. And we are going to be also doing a validation for the same box when we're logged out. When we're logged out, we don't even want to show this box. We want to tell the user, or even the button, we want to tell the user that you need to log in or to create a new account so you can actually go ahead and insert your own comments, because we already have the sessions and we use the sessions down here. You know, we use the sessions so we can actually where is our own sessions? Yeah, the sessions is down here. We use the sessions to insert, so it will trigger an error, so we want to avoid this and tell him go ahead and log in. And maybe you'll have like a few things to do on the way, but those two are like the first two that we are going to be dealing with. Maybe when some post doesn't even have any comments, we are going to tell him to insert some kind of comment. All right, so let's go ahead and take care of the first thing down here. And for the first thing, we are going to be doing a little check. Maybe we'll go down here and we will go if post comment is equal to nothing. We want to go ahead and echo out a message, but we are gonna take all of this and put it down here and just let it in the else block down over here. So maybe we'll go for this echo out dev class alert danger. I'm guessing that's it. Maybe text white. I don't know, maybe that's fine. So basically we're gonna tell him insert something in the box. So we're not going to be actually echoing this out. I'm going to show you, like, there's a little trick that we're going to be doing down here, and it's not the best solution for this, but you know, it's practical. So if we actually save all of this, go ahead down here, refresh this, and if we go ahead and post, you can see that we're getting our own, you know, our own alert down here, which looks pretty ugly if you think about it. So we don't actually want to trigger this one. We need to go ahead down here and we need to go display none, which is just, you know, a bootstrap class. So we don't want to show this one. Now if we go down over here, we're gonna do a little trick for this, and maybe we'll go over here and go PHP if is set submit and post comment is equal to nothing. We want to go ahead and trigger some kind of alert, maybe dev class bg danger alert danger text white, maybe down here enter, write a comment first, dev, and we will close this and you might say, why did we do the if down there? Well, actually, if we did not do it, the one that's down here, it will not work. Okay, so basically we are gonna do both of them at the same time, and the first one we will not displaying anything, and we are displaying this one we are displaying. No, it's not over here. Yeah, we're displaying this message down here, because like the first one it will not if it showed up it will show up like this, but this one will suit our own purpose, okay, better. So if we save all of this, anyway, this is like a weird solution, but this is how it will work. So if we actually post something, you can see that there is nothing that's showing up here, despite the fact, you know, that the if shows up. But if we go down here, you can say it says write a comment down here, and it displays just right above the comments. So if we actually go down here and let's refresh, you can see that it's not displaying any comment right now. So you can actually, if we delete this, now refresh this all over again, let's go to another post, and let's try to insert something without actually typing anything in. You can see that write a comment first. You can see it's not inserting anything. So basically if I remove this whole thing down here, it will not insert anything, but still it will not show any image, so the user wouldn't know what's going on. But you know, with this one down here, it's like it will show some kind of image. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. So it will show some kind of image down here. Okay, so this will not work unless we have the one that's above. All right, so I'm guessing we're done for this one, and now we can go ahead and just log out. If we go to a post, now we can see that we still have our own box down here. We want to be like we want to hide this and hide the button down here. We want to hide this whole form, so when actually the user tries to go ahead and type any kind of comments, you can see that we're actually getting some kind of error, which of course isn't what we need down here. So if we go at like above the form right away, maybe we'll like get rid of all of this. We'll need this now. This was like a static comment. So if we go actually for form, if we go above the form right away and go f s set like the username, and you can see if we actually go ahead to auth login, you can see that we're getting this username down here. So if this is set, we're actually gonna leave the form. If not, we're gonna go ahead and display some kind of message. So we're gonna go PHP else. Well, actually, yeah, that's fine. So we're gonna need this one, maybe the alert that we already did, and we're gonna go ahead and display this. Now we need to close it in. So let's go ahead and check this out. Log in. to comment, login or register. So if we actually go ahead and refresh, you can see that down here we're getting login or register to comment, which is actually neat. So let's go ahead and check another post, this post down here. So both of them now, I'm guessing that both of them work. Yeah, so this was 14, post 3. Yeah, they are basically the same. Let's log out once more, just real quick, so we can see if something is wrong or not. So yeah, we can see our form down here, and we can still post our own comments. So yeah, we still have time. So basically I want to go ahead for now, when, like, let's say some kind of post doesn't even have comments. I want to like display some kind of message and tell him to post a comment and to be the first comment for this post. So basically I want to go ahead, maybe I will like deactivate this post, which was the ID 17 down here. Alright, so if we actually go ahead, you can see I don't want it to look like this. I want to display some kind of message down here, so this will look way nicer. So if I actually go ahead, let me go where, yeah, maybe right over here, like right above the for each. If I go ahead, PHP f count, which will count like the number of results that's coming from all comments. And so now if it gives us a result that's bigger than a 0, that means that we actually have results. So we are gonna leave our own comments, like what we're doing down here. Alright, so basically if it's giving us any results, we are gonna leave those results, because now it's bigger than 0. And if it's not, we are gonna go PHP else. We want to say go ahead and give it a div, a class, text, center, and hey, we're gonna tell him no comments for this post, be the first comment. And we need to close this. Let's close now the if statement. So I hope that you're not confused. I know this is like tough work, but you know, you have gone this far to the course. I'm actually proud of you. So basically if I go ahead and refresh this, you can see that down here it says no comments for this post, be the first comment. So just a little message down here for this one. Now if I go ahead and activate this comment, so there will actually be comments for this one, and I refresh, you can see that down here we have now our own comments. So basically it's pretty simple. You gotta use the count function, which counts the number of results inside something down here that you give it inside of an array or something, and we made sure that we already have results, which because it gives away, or it gives you a number. So this number is, if it's bigger than 0, then we have results. Now we are gonna echo out our own results, and if not, we are gonna display a little message down over here. So I hope that you guys like this little validation thing. I know that I know that you guys are working hard, and I appreciate it if you're following me along through this whole course, and I will see you in the next videos. So now we are gonna go ahead and do a little validations here and there, and they're basically just little things. So if we go down here and go to posts and post.php, you can see that we actually, in the last video, we've did this line, and when we hide this message down here, I only did this down here only to stop the script if actually the post comment is empty. All right, and this message will not be triggered because we set it as a display null, so it's not going to be triggered, but this one is the one that's going to be triggered. But I don't want to write all of this just to perform this one little thing. I want to remove this, go back over here and write this one simple line, which is a JavaScript line. We can go script, and this is like a better solution. You can go alert. You are going to trigger an alert if the comment is not there, if the user did not write any comment. So we're gonna go write a comment. So you can now close this, and it will work right away. So basically the alert will stop the page. All right, so if we save all of this, go back down here, but still we're not logged in. In order to test this, we need to be actually logged in. So basically, if we go ahead, grab any email and log in, and go ahead down here, post to, and if we go ahead and post comment, you can see that says right here, write a comment. We click OK. You can see if we actually go to comments now, let's say if we inserted some empty comment or not, and there is no empty comments down here, so now it works. And I also after the user inserts a comment, I want to display some kind of message to tell the user that his comment is now going to the admin panel, and it's going to be approved or activated by the admins. So in order to do this, basically do this, we need to go down here, and let's comment this for a minute. So basically, after the comment is inserted, we can actually grab this line, and we can do it also with the alert. So basically, we say comment added, and it will be forward to the admins. Right, so I'm guessing that that's okay for now. And if we go ahead, refresh this one, if we go comment for the admins to approve, if we post comment, you can see that we're getting our own message down here through the alert. And if we click on OK, now we're going back to the same page all over again. And if we go down here and refresh this, you can see that we got our own comment down here, and it has the status comment of 0. So that's basically it. I know this video was really short, and for the next couple of videos, I guess we have like now 2 videos. We're gonna go ahead and work on the admin panel so we can process our own comments, just like what we did with the posts. Alright, so that's basically it, and see you in the next video. So now we're back once more with another video, and in this one we're going to go ahead and show our own comments. So we basically need some kind of link down here, and that only makes sense, right? So we can actually go ahead to our own page and show the comments. So if you go up over here at the layouts, and if you go to header.php, which is over here, you can actually, if you scroll down over here to the posts down here, you can find a commented list down here, and inside it you are going to find some kind of link down here, which we are gonna use to show our own comments. So basically, if we grab this and like paste it down here, and we need like this to be a new folder, we need it to be comments, and this one we're gonna our own file, which is going to be comments.php. So basically now we need a folder and a file. Okay, comments-admins, and for the file name we need show comments.php. So we can actually go ahead and just make sure that we save this and close it. Alright, so now we can go ahead, and instead of like doing everything from scratch, we can go ahead and grab some similar code down here, or some similar script. We go actually to show posts, we can grab all of this and we can place it down over here. Alright, so let's close this, and let's see what we got down here to work with. So basically we have the layouts header, we have the config down here, and we have this line that we did in the validation, and basically tells this script, if somebody tries to enter this page and he doesn't have a session, like get him away to the login-admins.php page. And we have here our own query, and this we're going to change a lot of it, and we are gonna start right here, and we're gonna go comments, because we're getting comments. You know, the connection is right there. We have the query, we have select posts.id as ID, which we need actually in this video. This is like the first columns that we are going to be matching with, and we have posts.title as title down here, and of course we need this too. All right, we are going to be using those, but like primarily, like everything else we don't actually need. Ultimately everything else we don't need down over here, and we do not need like from categories. There is no categories down here to select. We don't want categories. We are gonna go comments, from comments, join like posts, and we are going to be changing this, of course. So basically, if we go back now and read this one more, select post.id as ID, post.title as title, which what we need from actually from comments. Yeah, that will work. It's basically the same thing. If we give this as comments, if we set this as posts, it's totally fine. But before that, we need to go ahead and select a lot of things actually from the comments. So basically what we need from the comments, if we go down here, we can go to the structure, and we need like a couple of things down here from our own comments. So basically we need the ID post comment down here, because this is like the second column that we are going to match with, because of course we need to match this column down here to the post.id column, so we can actually get our own data down over here. So basically we need this one, and we need the username for the guy who like posted this comment or wrote this comment, and we need the comment itself, and we do not need the status underscore comment down here, because we are going to be actually we do need it, because we are going to be showing some kind of, you know, some kind of status down here. We are going to activate and deactivate, so we're actually gonna need it. So basically now we need like 4 columns. We need this one, and we need this, we need the comment, and we need last but not least, we need the status underscore comment. So let's go ahead and do a status and grab this whole thing, and we are gonna go comments. We are gonna need like the full name of the columns, which you can start with the table and the column name, which is this, and we are going to give it an alias, so we can actually, when we go ahead and do a for each, it will be easier for us to write. And the second thing that we need, username underscore comment, which is the guy who did the comment, and we are gonna go comments dash user underscore name underscore comment as, let's go down, and as user underscore name underscore comment, and now the comment itself, we're gonna go comments dash comment as comment, and the last one, it's the status underscore comment, and we are gonna go comments dot status underscore comment as status underscore comment. So basically we are going to select all of this from comments, join, posts, on, and now we need the 2 columns that we are going to be matching together, and the matching tools is going to be posts.id down here is equal to let's say what we got down here, the id comments.id underscore post comment down here. Okay, so this now should work. We need to get this to posts, from posts to comments, and we need to get this also to comments down here, and it's going to fetch all of this. We're going to execute it, and we're going to fetch it, and we're going to keep this as rows. So basically we need the ID down here, and we need the title of the post. We need there is no category now. We need the comment itself, so we are gonna go comment. So let's go ahead now and choose and look up over here. So yeah, we need the comment, and we need the user name for the comment, so we have the user down here. All right, so, and now we already grabbed our own comment, and if we go down here, and this is going to be the status. So basically we did the comment, we need the status, and delete. Maybe we will leave it. All right, so basically if we go down here, we are seeing for each row as row, and the first thing that we need is the ID down here, and we actually need the ID. Actually you can choose if you want like to display the ID for, if you want to display the ID for the comment, you are gonna write this. If you want to display the ID for the post, you are gonna go ahead and just display the ID, or actually leave it as it is down here. So I'm going to echo out the ID of the comment itself. All right, so I hope that you're not just confused right now. And we can get the title down here, and the name. Now there is no name, so we're gonna go ahead and get the comment, and after that is the username. Let's go ahead and grab the new name that we have, which is down here. All right, now we have the status. If it's equal to 0, we are gonna go ahead, well actually we can go ahead and just comment those things for now. Let's let's go ahead and comment this whole thing, comment the PHP, and let's remove all of this. All right, and we are going to remove all of this also. We are gonna write those in the next video so we don't actually get confused. I hope that you're not confused. So basically the delayed post, let's actually remove it too. We need like display the basic stuff. So if you go ahead now and just save, let's say if we have any errors or not. So basically we displayed the ID of the comment, and we displayed the title, and we displayed the comment down here, and we displayed the user who posted this comment, and here is the end for the for each. So if let's like go ahead and go to comments, and you can see down here that we actually got our own stuff down over here. So let's comment all of those too. So we got the title, and now we are getting the comments down here, the ID of the comments. And let's change this from posts to comments. So we got the title of the post. Here we have like all the posts that have titles. They're all post 2, unless the post 3 down here. So, and we got the comment, and now we got every possible user that created this comment, which they are actually the same thing. Let's go ahead and check that out. If we check down here, the same user will like created the whole comments. So I hope that you guys like everything is cleared out now. Everything is working fine. Okay, the navbar is working, everything is working great. And in the next video we are gonna go ahead and activate and deactivate the comments. We are going to be working with those things down here that I commented. All right, so that's basically it for this one, and in the next video I will see you. So now we're back once more, and in this one we are going to be creating the activation and deactivation page for, or function in our own admin panel. So if we go down here, we've shown our own comments and everything, we've created them and all of that good stuff. If we go down over here, I commented this so you guys don't get confused. The last time we've displayed this data down over here. So if we go over here, and here we have the row, which of course we have, like this is our own object, and it checks the status, and this is not going to be a status, just the status, it's a status underscore comment, and we want to check if it's equal to 0 or not. So if it's actually equal to 0, we are gonna go ahead and display a deactivation button down here. So this will go to a page, and this one will go to the same page, which just basically like just what we did at the posts, the show the status down here, the status over here, the status posts over here. So basically we are gonna hit to the same page, and when the status is equal to 0, we are gonna update the status to 1, and when the status is equal to 1, we are gonna update it to 0. Alright, so this is basically how it works. So we need to link to a page down over here. So basically if I grab this whole thing, and I need to go to status dash comments page.php. and I need to be linking two things. So first of all, the ID of the comment, and second of all, the status of this comment. And actually, if you look up over here, we do not need this, because this is like the ID for the post. All right, this is like the ID that links to the post, and we don't need it. We need the ID, the actual ID down here, that belongs to the comment, because we're going to be updating the comment. So if we look up over here, we need to go over here at at the query, and we need to go comments dot ID as comment underscore ID. Right, so this is the ID for the post, and this is the ID for the comments. All right, and they're basically the two of them are in the same table, right, as you've seen down here. The two of them are in the same table, so I hope that you're not confused now. All right, so we go and we say we're gonna give it this mark, so it will know that we are actually gonna fetch some kind of parameter, and we need this first parameter, comment underscore ID is equal to PHP echo raw, and we need to get this one, comment underscore ID. All right, so that the first part now is done, the first parameter, and to fetch a second parameter, which is going to be the status, we need to go ahead down over here and go status underscore comment is equal to PHP raw. If we go down over here and look up the status underscore comment down here. So I'm guessing that that's all for this one, and we can go right away, copy this and paste it down here. So we don't need like to write the whole thing from scratch, because this is like too big. We're only gonna change this to activated, and this we're gonna change it to success, and because they will go exactly to the same page. All right, so basically now if a stats underscore comments equal to 0, it will go to this, and if it's not, we needed to go ahead down here to this activated one. All right, so if we look up over here, we need to decomment those in order to do this for work, and we can actually do our own button down here, which is the delete button. You can also copy this whole thing, and we are gonna remove status underscore comments, because we need it to go to a delete comment. We're gonna go delete underscore comments underscore dash comments, and we are gonna leave the ID because we're gonna be deleting comment, and we are gonna remove the status because we of course don't need it. All right, and we are gonna let this as danger, and we are gonna write here the name deleted. All right, so I know this is like kind of boring, but that's what we should do for now. All right, so it's looking great. Let me go ahead, add the comments down here, and write and get a new file. We're gonna say new file .php. All right, So now it's looking great. Let's say we're gonna type in hello for now. Let's see what's gonna happen if we actually go ahead and refresh this. You can see that we're actually having some kind of error at line 10. Let's go back to the line 10. I guess it was a comma, I don't know. Yeah, and it's a comma down here. We forgot this. So if we refresh, you can see that we got everything that we need now. Well, first of all, if we look at the first comment, this is the only comment that's actually deactivated, and the rest of them are activated. So if we go back and refresh, you can see that all of the comments are actually activated except for this one. So let's change the second comment and let's see what's gonna happen. And of course we got it right over here. So basically it works. If you look down there at the bottom, if you look down there, we're saying status comments.php, and we actually have some kind of error down here. It's not displaying the ID, so we need to see why it's doing this. Raw comment. So I will get back to you. So it's not displaying the status comment down here because we actually forgot to echo this out. So we need to go ahead and echo it out. So it's displaying the comment ID actually fine. The thing that was missing, if you look down over here, is the status comment. It's not displaying this, and we need it to be displayed. So we can go ahead and update. So if we look down here now, if you look at the left, the bottom left of the screen, let's go ahead and click it. You can see that it's actually giving us our own message down over here. All right. So if we go ahead now and let's grab, I'm guessing that that's done for now. Let's grab the status dash posts, and if we copy this whole thing and let's paste it down over here. So we have the config, we have this line that will check for the session, and we have down here it will get two parameters. The first one is the ID, and this is not like the ID. It's going to be, the first one is going to be comment underscore ID, and the second one is not going to be just the status, it's going to be status underscore comment. Alright, so it will grab the ID down here as we're saying, and it will grab the status. Alright, that's fine. So ID and status down over here, and it will check now. So basically if the status, if this is 0, it will, if this is 0, if the status down here is 0, it will go for this query, and it will go and update posts. We need it to be comments, set the status, not the status. We're looking up over here at our own database. It's not status, it's status underscore comment, and we are gonna set it to 1. So basically we're doing the opposite, where the ID of, where this ID down here the comment is equal to the ID that we're giving down over here. Alright, and we needed to go back posts-admins. Now posts-admins, now it's going to be comments -admins, and we needed to go back show dash comments. Alright, and if we look down at the second query, so if this is not 0, it will trigger the else block down here, and it will say update posts comments, of course, set the status, not the status, status underscore comment, and it will trigger it and it, of course, it will change it to 0, and we need to execute, and we need to head over to the same page. All right, so I'm guessing that it will work now. So here is the 404. If somebody is messing up with our own URL, and if we go down here and refresh this whole thing, now we're getting back all over again. So if this one is activated, let's deactivate it, and we're going back to the same page. So basically, post to with third comment with post ID down over here is actually is deactivated for now. So basically, if we go ahead, and now we're saying that we got it over here, third comment with post ID, and here's third comment with post ID. Now it's 0. So basically we have two now that only activated. Let's go ahead and deactivate them. All right, so if we look up over here, we deactivated this one, comments after select query with joins, comments after select query with joins, which is down over here. If you can see, it's 1. Now it's 0. So basically it's working, everything's fine. So something is wrong. Let me go back. So basically was a little thing over again. So basically this one down here was S. Okay, so you guys maybe like realized this mistake. This is going to be comments. So if we refresh this whole thing, and now if we go and deactivate, which was not working, now it's activated. So basically it's second comment down here, it's deactivated as you've seen, and now it's activated down here. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead for this one, for the ID, I'm going to display the ID for the comment that we actually wrote, over here. All right, so we go ahead, let's display this. I'm thinking that's actually a little better to display it. All right, so here, and maybe the IDs will be different for you, I don't know. So basically it's working, everything is looking great, and I hope that you're following along to this point. All right, so that's basically it. I wasn't actually planning this video, so, and thanks. So now we're back again, and this should be the last video in the comments section. And if we go over here, we still have our own comments, everything is working fine. You know, we have our own IDs. If you look at the bottom left of the screen, we still have our own comment ID down here, and display every comment dynamically. All right, basically we can go ahead now and create our own comments, delete-comments.php page, and we can start work with our own delete query. But for now, I want to just show you something. If we actually go a logout, we can still have our own comment down here. All right, so basically we don't want this to be here. This is like the list items that we did at the header, and here is the comments, and we want to grab this and we want to put it down here, and we want to save this. So basically this is like the asset that checks for when you have a session. So basically if you have a session, it will display those list items down here. If you don't, it will not display anything of those. So this was like we did this in the first couple of videos in the admin panel. So if we save this whole thing, go in right now and refresh, you can see that now the comments is gone. So we need to log in all over again. So we can go ahead now and start with our own delete. So if we click on comments, we remove this thing, and if we go over here, comments, and if we go new file, delete dash comments .php, and if we go over here, can actually post dash admins, and we can grab this thing down here. If we go and paste this, and of course we are going to be changing some things. So basically we're going to be changing the ID. If we look at status dash comments, sorry, not the status, show dash comments, down here we have our own, we have our own ID down here, and it refers to this page, delete dash comments. So alright, we need to be catching the ID down here, and we are gonna get the ID for this single item, and we are gonna go delete. The connection is already right there. Alright, and we're gonna go delete from comments, where the ID is equal to our own handler down here, and the handler is already assigned to this ID down here. Alright, so there is nothing else to do. So if we save this whole thing, yeah, we forgot, we need to change this to comments. So we can go back right again to the show comments page, and this one's going to be also comments. Alright, so if we save all of this, go ahead and refresh, and now we can go ahead and delete the comments with the comment with the ID of 1. We go delete, and now it's gone. Let's go ahead at comments right now, and you can see that the comment with the ID 1 is gone. If we go for 17, and if we delete it, you can see down here that now 17 is gone. So that's how you do it. Yeah, it's very repetitive. We did it like 100 times, and this is actually it for this video. So now we're back with another video, and I thought I do like some kind of search to this block, so we can actually go ahead and do this function. It's a function that's important in every web portal or any blog for that matter. So we need to go ahead for this one and do some kind of research, and we're gonna do an input. We're gonna write in our own, we're gonna paste in our own Bootstrap or HTML code down here, and we're gonna go ahead and process our own code with PHP. Alright, so if we go down here, if we go ahead to includes, and we go to navbar.php, you need to go ahead after the URL and paste this code that you are going to find. I'm gonna leave this at the resources file. Just go ahead and look it up, and you can see down here it's just a simple div, and we have a div, some kind of div inside it. Alright, and we have some kind of form with a method, attribute, and action, of course, and we have some kind of input down here, and that's all. The input has a name of search and a type of search. These are like the most important things down over here, and we're not gonna have a button or anything. We're just gonna allow the user, after he writes something in the input, to click enter, and he's gonna go ahead and search for posts inside our own website. Alright, so that's basically it for the navbar. We actually need to go ahead and type our own method, which is of course going to be post, and the action, it's going to be some kind of search.php file. This is going to be like the file that we are going to link in, and we are going to go search search.php, and we are going to save this whole thing, and we actually go ahead and we're actually going to keep it in the root folder. So we're gonna like in the clean dash block. So we're gonna go ahead and search.php. so if we actually, let's go ahead and just do some kind of test. So we're gonna go ahead after the user clicks enter, and after he types something in the form, we need to go to this like search.php form. So let's see if something is wrong or not. So if we actually refresh this, you can see that we got our own search down here. Now let's go and write in search any type of word, and let's go new. You can actually say that we got down here, or we processed our own page, which is search.php, and we got our own the word hello that we actually typed in our own file. All right, so let's go ahead now and process our own logic. So if we go ahead to search.php, and we can actually go ahead now to index, and we can grab a couple of codes. If we copy all of this, because we're going to need the config file, and of course we're going to need the design for the header and stuff like that. And if we go ahead and take this, and we're going to link to our own folder. All right, so we can go ahead now and start processing our own logic. So if we look up over here once more at the includes navbar.php, if we can say down here, we have a form, we want the user, when he clicks or when he presses enter, we want to go to this file down over here. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to check for some kind of like any data down here that's going through this input, okay, with the name search. So what we're going to do is we're going to go if is set, and we're going to of course go for the post super global, because we're checking something in the form. It's going to go search because it has a search name. So if we're saying if something happens to this form, any kind of press on it, any kind of data, we want to go ahead now and get with our own logic. And of course we're going to check if the input is empty or not. So we're going to say if post search is identical to if it's identical to nothing, we want to go ahead and grab we're going to go ahead and write in some kind of alert. We can go echo dev class alert dash danger, okay, bg danger, text white, and we can go also text center. Right now we can close this and write our own text. Maybe we'll say enter data or search keyword first. All right, so if we close the dev and we close all of this, and now we're saying if the input is not empty, else. Let's go ahead and actually do something. So we can go and take the data that the user actually give us, and we can save it inside our own variable, which is search. And now we can do our own query, and for the query we can go search. Let's not keep it search, maybe we'll go ahead and write in data. That's fine. And now we're gonna go for the connection, you know, and this is going to be query select all from posts, which is the table that we're searching in, where title like and percentage sign and our own data and another percentage sign, and we are going to close this just like that. So yeah, there is a couple of weird things, you know, and I did not like explain anything, but I'm going to explain it now. So we're saying select all from post, and this to here till here, everything is fine, everything is familiar, right? So we're saying where title like this is down, this down here, this is like weird thing. So basically we need to search for a string, right? We need to search for something inside our own string, inside our own data down here in the title column. So in order to do this, we need to go ahead and use the like keyword. All right, and the like keyword is used with where. All right, so for now that makes sense. Okay, we need to use the like keyword in order to search for something inside a string, which is inside our column title down over here. And we're saying down over here this percentage sign, which is a wildcard, and basically wildcards are some kind of signs that we can use to search inside a string. And this sign refers down here to a 1 character or to a 0 character or more. And we have our own data and we have the percentage sign. So if you don't understand it, just focus, okay, and like pay attention to this. Here we're saying that we need this, we need any kind of data that's like and before this kind of data we need any number or any kind of characters down here, and after it we need any kind of characters. And if you don't understand anything till now, you can go ahead and I'm gonna explain a little more. We can say wildcards in SQL. You just type this. Let's go to the W3 schools, to this link down over here, and we can say some kind of explanation down here, the wildcard characters. And the wildcard is used to substitute 1 or more characters in a string, which is mean to search for something inside a string, which is what we're doing down here, and that's what we're doing in this video. And it says down here wildcards are used with the like operator down here, and the like operator is used only in a where clause, and that's of course what we did to search for a specified pattern in a column, which is just a string. And we can see down here that we have some kind of wildcards. We have the asterisk, we have this sign, and we have the hashtag sign, and we have exclamation sign, and we have the dash. But we're using down here, we actually need to grab this symbol down over here, which represents 0 or more characters. All right, and we have a bunch of other signs down over here. I want like to grab some kind of example, and let's grab this example down here, which will select all the customers with a city. It says down here select all from customers where city is like this pattern down here. So it says select all from customers where the city, where the column city contains strings that start with this BER, and it's followed by any kind of characters. So this is basically the pattern. We're saying if we look down here, if we run the SQL, we can say that in the city column that we are selecting down here, you can see that we got every possible string that we have that starts with BER down here. So you can see all of them are starting with BER, and it's followed by some kind of other characters, whatever those characters are. All right, and if we put this down here, which is the percentage sign, it says select this pattern from the column city that select any kind of string in the column, in the city column, that's actually has any kind of structure, any kind of characters, but after it has the BER, and after the BER it contains any kind of, you know, any kind of characters or any number of characters down here. And of course, if we run this, this is not the right example. We have some kind of other example down over here. So for this example, it selects all customers with a city containing this pattern, which is ES only. All right, so we say try it yourself, and we can say, if we run SQL, we can say in the city that's selecting every possible string or every possible data that we have, and it contains EN in the middle, and before the EN it contains any kind of characters, and after the EN it contains any kind of characters. So if you look up over here, you can see that it's actually selecting those guys. Sorry, it was actually ES. All right, so basically it was ES, which is down over here. All right, so basically it's selecting the ES, and because like they don't have any kind of data down here, that's okay too, because this represents like any kind of characters or no characters at all. So you can see that down here it selects every possible data that ends with ES. All right, so I hope that makes sense. So if we go down here, if we go down over here, we can actually grab this, and I'm gonna explain a little more. And if you're tired of me, you can just like skip like a couple of seconds or a minute from this video. So basically we have our own query down here. I just need to make sure that you understand everything. And if we actually, oh, not this, you know, we need the clean blog database. Let's copy this. Yeah. So basically we're gonna search for posts. Let's go to SQL so we can try a little live example. So we have post 2 down here. Let's not care about this for a minute, and we're searching for the title. So basically if we searched for post down here, let's see what we got. We can go, well, let's not say post, maybe we can say OS. All right, and if we can say OS, and if we go, you can see that's giving us every data that we have, because it contains the word post, and the word post has this OS in the middle. So basically before the OS we have a certain number of characters, or any number of any characters, and we have after it any number of characters. All right, and that only makes sense because we did this down over here. We're saying the percentage sign at first, and the percentage sign after the string that we're giving. Let's say we're gonna go for the ST, which is the last 2 characters of the word post. Let's go. Can say that's actually giving us the same data, because of course it represents, it has some characters before it, which is the BO, and it has 0 characters after it, because this sign represents like any number of characters or 0 characters. So I hope that makes sense for you. And now we can go ahead and go back to our own code. I know this is like kind of boring because I explained it too much, but I want to make sure that you actually understand everything. And if you don't understand anything, or just go ahead and write an email for me, or just type in the QA section. All right, so after that we need to go ahead and execute this, and after this one we need to go ahead and fetch it. Can call this rows. Fetch all, because we're gonna get more than one result. We're gonna say fetch underscore obj, which is just an object. All right, so now after that, I'm not gonna go ahead, you know, and type in everything or actually display the data right away. I want to do a row count. So basically I want to say if we actually have any data that's coming from this statement down here, we want to go ahead and display it. And if not, we're gonna go ahead and display like an alert or something, and we're gonna tell it that we actually don't have any resource for this specific pattern or string that you're giving us. So we're gonna go if data row count which is equal to 0, we're gonna go ahead and actually, let's pick this up. Okay, maybe I will say no searches with this post for now. All right, so basically that what we have down over here. So if the row count is actually, we forgot this, if the row count with the number of results that's coming from the data down here is equal to 0, we need to display this. And if you don't know anything about the row count function, it's basically a function that returns you know, a number of values that's affected by this query. So basically this query will return a certain number down here that's based on the tables, or sorry, the rows that's been edited, updated, created, or that's been manipulated or actually selected. So we are going to take this value and we are going to execute it with the row count. This is what the row count does. It basically executes the number of results that's coming from a query down over here. So we're saying if it's 0, that means that we actually don't have anything. Okay, so it returns a number, and if we don't have anything, we are gonna display this alert. Okay, otherwise we need to go down over here and now go ahead and grab some HTML, which is from the posts. Now from the post we can go ahead to the index right away, and we are gonna go, maybe we will, let's see what we have. We actually just need this down over here. You can grab this. Okay, so it's looking great. And let's see if we have anything wrong. Maybe we'll grab the row also. So we need to go ahead and just paste this in. Let's customize it a bit, and we are gonna say it's actually, it says rows down here in the fetch. We're gonna say as row, and we need to go ahead. All right, and we need to go to this link down here, which is the link for the posts, and for post.php post ID and the row ID, okay, which is the first column that we're getting. And for the title, we're gonna get the title, and for the subtitle, we're gonna get the subtitle. It's basically gonna display just like this one down here. All right, and for this down here, we're gonna say posted by, and the name of the username, which is actually down here, okay, in this table. And we are gonna grab the date, which is created at down here. So basically everything is done for us. Okay, it's similar to our own posts down here in the index. Okay, because we're actually getting everything in the index as we're actually doing down here. So let's save and let's see what we got. If we got anything wrong, we are gonna fix it right away. If we save all of this and refresh this, let's go back and actually search for something. Let's say what we have, post. Well, let's go ahead and press enter. We're actually getting every possible post that we are having, but of course we don't need to get all of this. We only need to get our own posts that are activated. All right, but we are, we can do this later. We're just, for now, we are testing this search functionality. Let's go ahead and maybe write in let's write in something that's actually is not there. So if we look at our own data down here, it has post 12, post 1, post 2, post 3, and post 4. Let's go ahead and type something that it's not in the database, or it's not in the title. Maybe nice title, just a little symbol thing. And if we click down here, you can say that we actually got our own alert that we actually did down here, because we don't have any kind of data or any kind of title with this post down here, which is nice title. All right, so if we go and write in 2, and if we go, you can see that we got post 2 down here from our own database, which is actually down over here. If we go ahead and write in post 1, you can see that we got post 1, and this is how it basically works. Of course, this pattern down here or this query is like the simplest valid query that you can ever write. Okay, it gets very complicated when you do a search function on your website. This is the simplest thing that we can go for in this video, not just to make it too long. All right, so let's go ahead now and select all from posts where title like, and we can actually say and we look down here and status is equal to 1. So we're saying if it's activated or not, and we're actually getting the activated ones. And if we save all of this, and let's say if something is wrong or not, and let's say where is the activated ones, we only have post 2 that's activated. So if we go ahead and post 1, you can say that we're actually getting no searches, because of course the post one down here is not activated. If we actually go ahead and activate it, and if we go back, let's refresh this whole thing. If we go back and say post 1, if we click, we're actually getting our own post down here. So it will search only in the activated posts, okay, which is what we did down over here. Of course, you can customize this however you want. All right, so let's do another example. We have now like 2 posts that are activated. If we go back to the home, you can see we have post 1 and post 2. If we search for a deactivated post once more, we got only post 1 and post 2 that's are activated down here. Let's search for post 3. Post 3. Let's say, and you can say down here that says no search with this post for now, and that's clearly what we need. All right, so we can customize this however you want, whatever you want, and this is actually it for this video because it's getting too long. and see you on the next videos. So now we're back once again, and in this short little video I want to display the number of searches that the user gets for every search he does. So if we're going to display it right over here, we can say now that we have only 2 posts that are activated actually in our database. So we are going to do this, and it's extremely simple. I'm not going to play with anything that's related to the query or anything like that. I'm not going to use the count keyword inside our SQL. Instead of that, I'm going to use it actually in PHP, and this is pretty simple, and we actually did this one time inside the course. So all what we are going to do is just go ahead and do some kind of if statement down here, and we're going to say PHP if count, and the rows that we're getting down here, we're going to say if it's greater than 0, go ahead and display this count rows. Go ahead and display this number if it's greater than 0, and we're going to say dev number of posts. Well, let's go ahead, equal out count rows, and we need to end this f down here. It's after the for each, so we're going to go after for each. Actually, we're not going to end it right away. We're going to say else if we don't have any searches. We can go ahead and display this message down here that we actually displayed in the last video, because we don't have any searches. Now we're gonna end this PHP and f. Alright, so that's basically it. We go for now to refresh this. Let's go ahead and go post. Let's see what we're gonna have, and click. You can say that number of posts now is equal to 2. We have only 2 posts or 2 results, and if you look down here at post 1 and post 2, maybe it will go like this. Display it in some kind of parentheses. We did not actually finish. You guys might have noticed this. We did not finish our dev. Refresh. Now if we go ahead and look up post 1, let's click enter. We can see that number of posts, and it's only 1 post, and we have post 1. If we go 2 and look it up, you see we got post 2, and we got number of posts, and it's equal 1. So let's go ahead and like activate a couple of these. Maybe we'll have like, now we have post 3 and post 4, and they are activated. So if we go back and let's go post once more, you can see that we got the 4 posts down over here, and here is the number. If we got just 4, let's see, it gets post for us, and number of posts is equal to 1. So this is as easy as it. So now we're back once more, and in this video we're going to do a little validations. We're going to fix a couple stuff, and that's going to be it. So it's going to be really simple, and it's going to be really short. Right, so if we go up down here, and if we actually try not to enter anything down here, we will just leave this empty, and if we click, you can see that down here we've got our own search messages down over here, but we got actually a couple of errors down here, and we don't want this to happen. So all what we're gonna do, if the user did not enter anything in the input, we're gonna go ahead and avoid dealing with these mistakes, and we are gonna fix this by going to our own index page. So we're gonna say location index.php. Alright, so if we save all of this, let's go back down here and let's try to leave this and just press enter once more. You can see that we actually got the index.php all over again. Let's try it once more. You can see that it's refreshing and it's going back to index.php. Another thing that I want to fix, if we actually go down here and if we try to go directly to our search page, so let's see what we got, search.php. You can see that we actually got to the page, and we don't need this to happen. We just need it when he goes ahead and enters something down here and he clicks on enter. Okay, he can't do this. All right, we don't want the user to do this. So all what we're gonna do, we're gonna go down here, we're gonna set an else block for this if block down over here. So if you click on this, if you are on Visual Studio Code, you can see that the if block ends right here, and we're gonna go else, and we want also to go to the header.index.php. Right, so you can't go to this unless he presses enter, so you can actually search for something. All right, so if we save all of this, go up over here and click on enter, you can see that we're getting back to index.php. So let's try it one more time. Search.php. If we click, you can see that we're going back all over again to index.php. And these are the things that I wanted to cover in this video. It's a little short, as I said, but also it will remove a lot of broken code and stuff like that. So that's it for this video, and see you on the next one.